but they will consume the energy that makes you up. Think of it like them eating your soul. You will cease to be you as they use you to fuel their growth. From what you said before, the fiends always fight each other. Right. So either we're going to find one really strong fiend down here, or we will find a bunch of fiends with one really strong one making them not fight. Reggie grunted, and Licinia said, So, option A sucks and option B is worse. Tim nodded, even if they couldn't see the gesture. Option B is much worse. A strong but out-of-control fiend is much preferable to some ancient terror with hundreds of years of experience controlling lesser fiends and complete mastery of all their abilities. Which brings me to why I stopped you. If the fit hits the shan, like one of my friends used to say, then I'll try and hold them back and want you all to run. With Shadow Step, I'm the one best able to escape last minute. Cassie groaned. I have no idea what that first part meant, but I get the point you're trying to make. It doesn't sit well with me abandoning a teammate, but as long as you aren't trying to pull some martyr thing, then I'm on board with having a plan for tactical withdrawal. With that out of the way, Tim headed back down the stairs. When they reached the end of the stairs, the fog seemed to disappear. It must have been put on the stairs for a reason. For now, Tim just chalked it up as a mystery. The second floor was more of what he had expected from a dungeon. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of rock. It was in fact a rather narrow tunnel, but once they worked their way to the end, it opened into a massive cavern. They were standing on a ledge set in the side of this massive chamber. It looked like there were a few other ledges scattered around the walls of the cavern. Down beneath them, there was a rocky floor, which was covered in bones of various creatures. Some of them were clearly not human and must have been 30 feet or longer in life. The top of the cavern was sealed shut with no light coming through. Long stalactites hung down and created shadows from the only light in the chamber. All eyes were drawn to the glowing red portal on the far side of the cavern. It was the only thing that gave off light and pulsed like an angry wound in the world. It sat on the middle of a plateau, which was a good 100 feet deep and 3 times as wide. There were a number of fiends milling around the plateau, but none of them were attacking each other. Tim assessed one of them. Greater Fiend, level 18, status, hungry, obedient -1, HP 1940. Licinia asked, What's obedient -1 mean? Tim realized she must have assessed it too. Once she had 8 skill slots available, he had helped her learn Tim's augur so she could gather information just as well as he could, or at least she could on anything that was level 23 or lower. Armand was the one to answer. Based on what I've read about fiends and what Tim has told us, that likely means that it is obeying a more powerful fiend. I've never read about the -1 notation, but can speculate if you want to. Cassie spoke under her breath. Like we could stop you? You wound me, my love. But fine. Since you believe it to be inevitable, I'll strive to educate you. Likely, it means that his obedience is waning, and with minimal motivation he would be willing to go against his orders. While Armand was speaking, Tim had taken the time to cast his spell, appraising a few of the others. The results had all come back as greater fiends between levels 16 and 20. They all had the same status condition with a few variables. Hungry could be slightly hungry, or very hungry. Obedience seemed to tie in with that, and ranged from no numerical rating to -1 or -2 depending on the hunger status. Then, as they were watching, a small fiend stumbled through the portal. The cavern was a couple thousand feet across, but to Tim's eyes, the creature looked something like a bedraggled house elf from a popular movie he had watched. He never got around to reading the books, but that didn't really matter now. The girl he'd been dating at the time liked the movies, and that was enough of a reason to go see a fantasy movie. The smaller creature stumbled as it made its way out, and Tim barely had time to assess it before a trio of bestial fiends leapt on it, fighting over who would get to devour it, something which they started while it was still alive. Its screams were pitiful, but the information Tim gained from his spell was useful. Hordling, Lesser Fiend, level 4, status, starving, fearful, +2, HP 31 out of 96. It looks like something is sending weaker fiends through to feed the stronger ones here, Reggie said. They were better able to get a count of the fiends. There were 22 greater fiends. It was a daunting number and would tear through a town like Dunburg in a matter of a few hours. So what now? Lacinia asked. We leave. There wasn't any limit on how many people could enter this dungeon. It isn't a real dungeon, but an astral branch from the abyss. There's no reason for us to try and take this on by ourselves, Reggie said. Tim sighed. Oh, I don't want to agree with you, but there is no way I could be sure of protecting everyone. The only problem is they are all going to get stronger, and something is still keeping them from ripping each other apart. So we can recruit more help, but we have to hurry. Can you elevate more sojourners? Armand asked. Yeah, but like we found out, probably 3 in a day is my max. Well, maybe with practice I could do more, but just the 3 of you knocked me out cold. Armand hissed. What are they doing? Tim and the others all looked back at the plateau. There were 3 odd places in the area where the fiends had gathered. Now that he looked again, Tim could see 4 concentric circles, with the smallest one being about 6 feet across and the largest 10 feet in each of the spots. The fiends were milling around those spots and clearly becoming more agitated. He cast his auger once again, but this time targeted the formation in the ground of the plateau. As soon as he saw the information, he let out a quiet groan. Dungeon Monster Respawn Point. 1. Fetid Ray. 2. Flesh Minion, Common, Flesh Lord. 3. Cave Ogre. 4. Cave Wyvern. Status: deactivated. Presence of adventurers. We have to get out of here now. Too late for that, my little spies. I had hoped that we'd catch you. Won't Baldrock be so angry that I ate his little pet project? Tim and the others all looked up as they traced the sound of the voice. There, perched on one of the stalactites over top of the plateau, was a vaguely humanoid figure. He had the colorful head of a parrot, the body of a bare-chested man, and the lower legs of a troll or similar creature. Wings were folded against his back, while both his arms and upper legs were partially covered in feathers. Tim didn't hesitate, but immediately cast Augur again. Pazuin, Archfiend, Level 25. Status: Immortal, Anchored, HP 3,129. He couldn't stop himself from cursing as he read and then repeated the information to the team. The entire time, the creature was simply staring at them, like it was more curious than anything. There was no sense of rush to him. Yeah, Tim guessed it was a him. Anyway, he seemed supremely confident. Something about Pazuin's smug smile made Tim look down at the other fiends. They were all scaling down the wall and crossing the boneyard down below. Tim turned back toward the tunnel they had just come out of as he shouted, "Run!" Then he felt the air pressure behind him as it explosively shifted. He couldn't turn his head fast enough. While he was still moving, Pazuin had exploded across the intervening space and slammed into Reggie. The Guardian was flung into the wall like a rag doll. The crunch of his metal armor being twisted out of shape suggested just how bad the impact was. Tim spun and whirled a blade at Pazuin. The Archfiend jerked his head back and just barely avoided being cut. A mocking grin was plastered across his face. Tim was sweating already. Normally, he was faster than anyone he fought. He fired off Devouring Reach. The spell landed but didn't crit and did less than 300 damage. Pazuin landed on the edge of the ledge. The spell might not have hurt him that much, but it still caught him off guard as he let out an oof. Tim followed up, not trying to kill the Archfiend, but simply wanting to knock him off the ledge. He drove forward with his blades. One raised to protect himself, and the other swept out at the enemy's legs. The Archfiend opted to jump over the blade and leapt backwards. His wings spread out and caught him, which was just what Tim had been hoping for. Explosive Leap. Tim launched through the air. His blades were driven into Pazuin's chest faster than the fiend could react. They landed devastating criticals simply from the force of the impact. Tim was jarred and felt the bones in his wrists grind, but managed to hold on to the blade. He ripped with all of his strength and pulled the blades up and out, cutting deeply into the muscles in the fiend's shoulders, which helped control his wings. Both Tim and Pazuan began falling to the ground, unable to halt their fall. One of Tim's blades disappeared as he returned it to his soul pouch. At the same time, he pulled out another potion while activating Ephemeral as he used one of his skills. Quick change. Rather than trying to change the potion to one that he had learned during his vision, Tim willed the potion to become something he knew about from Earth. He didn't have all the details of the chemical composition, but understood the concept. There was resistance, but Tim clenched his teeth and forced the skill through his trait and made his will become real. A pair of notifications popped up, but he paid them no heed as he hurled the vial at the archfiend and looked down to see the ground he was about to slam into. Chapter 28. Rock and a Hard Place. Tim twisted midair to look up toward the stalactite-covered ceiling. He heard the archfiend impact the cavern floor with a thunderous boom. Then, at the last instant, Shadow Step. The power of chaos flowed through him and he felt his body twist, only to reappear in one of the shadows high above. At the same instant, he activated his cloak of levitation. Its magic held him in place so that he could look down. The archfiend was impaled by dozens, if not hundreds, of bone fragments, but was far from out of this fight. His impact must have caused an explosion amongst the fragments, because they seemed to have blasted out like shrapnel into any of the greater fiends unlucky enough to be caught near the impact. It wasn't going to be enough to stop them, but anything that helped was a good thing. A dozen of the enemy were already scaling the wall up toward the ledge he and his friends had been on moments before. Tim cursed under his breath when he looked to the ledge and saw Reggie still standing within the tunnel. The big man's eyes were scanning everywhere, likely looking for Tim. He'd told them to run, but it was hard to get mad at a friend who was willing to face the wrath of an archfiend and nearly 24 other fiends just to protect you. Rather than shout or draw attention to himself, Tim levitated until his feet were firmly against a large stalactite. Explosive leap. The force of his skill launching him forward cracked the stone formation and sent not only it, but a large swath of the ceiling falling down onto the enemy below. Tim grinned at the thought, but had no time to look. The skill moved him toward his target with incredible force, and once again, he relied upon his cloak to slow him down. He could easily have been on the ledge with Reggie, but there was still a job to be done. Tim knew he couldn't leave this dungeon while there was still a hellgate open. As he came to a rough landing on the plateau, Tim took a second to get up and gather himself. He was grateful that fiends were so driven by hunger and greed that they'd all come after him and his friends. Apparently, the idea of feasting upon a few sojourners held more appeal than waiting for the next tiny fiend to stumble through the hellgate. He didn't question his good luck any further, but ran the last few feet. The hellgate was a portal which opened to allow creatures from hell to enter Iokusente. There still seemed to be limits, but Tim wasn't sure. Somehow, there was an archfiend here. Well, the second one, as he'd already had an encounter with Baldrock. Now wasn't the time for speculation, though. Tim reached out his hand to the edge of the fiery ring which was the gate. It was identical to the first breach he had closed, so he knew what to expect. Only this time, he was much more prepared. Tim flexed Ephemeral, and the breach immediately began to buckle. As expected, he heard Asmarin's voice in his head and saw a brief image of the wolf. The sound of its howl filled his mind. Very good. You may not be my herald yet, but still you serve my will. Close this portal and take its power for your own. Pazuan is a traitor and seeks to destroy what we gods have built up, that which is mine to rule. You should not try to strike him down yet, even if he is a blasphemous fiend worthy of having immortality ripped from his grasp. You are not yet strong enough to face him. Had you come to me already, he would be easy prey for you. Tim shut out the voice at that point. Asmarin was still speaking, but by a sheer exercise of will, he found he could turn the sound into nothing more than white noise in the background. He wasn't sure if the bound patron had any idea of what he was doing, but he liked the idea that he could resist a patron, even in such a small thing. Then the gate rippled and collapsed on itself. It had been much easier this time, and Tim grinned. Hovering in the air was another jagged red crystal. He didn't need to assess it. This was another hell shard. From the bottom of the cave he heard a pained voice bellow,
"You shall pay for this affront, mortal! I'll flay the flesh from your bones and then heal you so you can experience suffering for 1,000 years! But not until I've done unspeakable things to your companions as you watch."
Tim rolled his eyes. That was typical villain monologue. Although, to be fair, rolling his eyes was likely a defense mechanism not to think about the possible horrors that awaited him. At least he had closed the Hellgate. But no, that wasn't enough. He needed to take the power for himself. Any leg up would help if he was going to make his escape. He reached out and grasped the crystal. Unbidden, yet consistent with his intent, a notification appeared in his mind.
Hell Shard. Do you wish to? Travel to hell. Travel to hell, choose a destination. Empower yourself.
There was no choice to make. He had no desire to travel to hell.
You have activated the Crucible of Consumption while in contact with a Hell Shard. You will be transformed until the power within it is exhausted. This shard was condensed and operates in breach of the truce between Iokusente and the ascended beings of Iokusente. 10,000 mortal lives and the souls of 6 greater fiends have gone into forming this shard. Feel their agony.
Tim was fairly used to the rush of power which came with the use of his crucible trait. At least he had thought he was used to it. But this was nothing like that. The power contained within had a different depth to it. Up to this point he'd been swimming in the kiddie pool, and now someone threw him in the deep end. The power raged through his body, and he felt himself adapting to it. There was a foul taste to the power, that which came from the innocent lives sacrificed to create this shard. Tim liked to think that by now he understood violence and even what it cost those who did it. Yet, what kind of creature could burn up 10,000 lives simply for the power they could give? Only a tiny sliver of the energy from each of those lives remained, but it all flooded into Tim at the same time. Along with power came the anguish of the physical pain which had ended their lives too soon, and even worse, a sense of loss from unfulfilled dreams and desires. Tim felt the essence of mortality. It was to dream, to strive, to try and improve yourself, all while knowing that the end of the line awaited everyone. It was to struggle knowing that you'd never achieve all you wanted, and that in the end, you'd die. This was what his entire life had been up to this point, yet somehow he felt distant from it now. Since coming to Iokusente, he had been isolated, but he had also gained more and more ability to control. No, control was too strong of a word. It was a lie, as his patron would say. Rather, he had gained a greater deal of influence in the direction his development went. He realized he could shape the world around him, but he couldn't control it. More importantly, he knew with certainty that the greatest journey he could take was an inward journey. He needed to know who he was. Only then could he understand what he was becoming, because whatever it was, mortal seemed a pale word to describe it. Compared to the raw guilt and anguish Tim felt with the consumption of the energy of 10,000 mortal lives, the torrent of raw energy from 6 greater fiends was pleasant. He felt completely fine with extinguishing the lives of creatures like that, and enjoyed the strength he gained from it. All of the changes happened at the speed of thought, but then the notifications popped up.
Benefits gained from mortal life force. Mortal body has changed, +25 to hardiness, and +25 to flexibility. Mortal mind has expanded, +25 to acuity, and +25 to sagacity. Capacities have increased. HP and mana increased by 100% after all other bonuses. Chaos maximum raised by +20. You are a monster, and might as well enjoy the perks of monsters. Revel in the power produced by the blood of the innocent. You have swum in a river of blood. Benefits gained from the souls of 6 greater fiends. Chaos abilities have been identified. All chaos abilities reach level 3. Dark vision increased to true dark vision. You may now see in any type of darkness, magical or otherwise. Remaining energy shall be converted to XP. 133,500.
Tim grinned ear to ear. The power surged through him. There were 2 more notifications, but he didn't have time for that now. Pursuin was recovered and headed for him. The archfiend leapt into the air and was powering his way toward Tim, who might not be an expert in reading the expressions on fiends' faces, but he could recognize rage when he saw it. He glanced at the tunnel where his friends had fled. Fiends were hot on their trail, and he needed to join them, but he couldn't see into the tunnel from this angle and thus couldn't jump to any of the portals. Shadow Step had a limit of 50 feet, or a shadow he could see. But then it hit him. That had been the limit of the ability when he had first gotten it. It had leveled up twice since then. He needed to at least try it. Maybe with Ephemeral he could force it to work beyond its limits. So Tim channeled chaos into the skill and felt it activate. He kept a clear image of the tunnel they had traveled down. It had been dark and shadow-filled, so it was easy to keep the image of a place to appear squarely in his mind. He felt the world ripple around him, and then he was there. The team was pinned down with Armand holding a wounded Cassie. Reggie was holding up his shield and trying to push back 3 fiends while another 2 lay dead on the ground. Pursuin's control must truly be impressive to keep them from feasting upon their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Licinia was darting in and out trying to score a hit, but it was clear that they were being pushed too hard. Then again, 5 greater fiends all between levels 18 and 20 was a fight beyond most any team. They might win this fight, but it was taking everything they had, and Armand wasn't helping by holding Cassie rather than fighting. The golden shield, which was Reggie's unique trait, was wavering under the blows from the fiends with shimmering sparks flying off into the shadows. Tim didn't want to waste the initiative he had by suddenly appearing. He discovered that with the Shadow Step leveling up, he felt no disorientation as he reappeared. Instead, he took in the situation in a single instant and was already launching an attack at the most wounded of the fiends.
Assassinate.
He smiled as the skill stripped it of all its remaining life force. What did surprise him was the way that he reacted.
Crucible of Consumption.
He had unconsciously decided to activate the trait, yet it had happened. The fiend he slew was consumed and drained into his power before it even hit the ground. One of the other fiends continued to beat on the wall while the last turned on Tim. He ignored the notification about the results of the consumption as a large clawed hand swept dagger-like nails inches from his face. It may have thought it was the predator, but it never stood a chance. Tim's speed was now boosted even further by the extra 25 flexibility, and he felt as strong as a locomotive. He dodged the swipe by casually leaning back, and then brought one of his blades up in a circular arc. The blow severed the fiend's forearm while Tim was already thrusting his other blade up and into the fiend's gut. His tremendous strength drove the blade all the way through the fiend and up to Tim's head. He continued forward, lifting the fiend off its back and slamming it into the one fighting Reggie. Licinia slid in and ended one with a quick dagger thrust while Tim first severed the other arm and then the head of the greater fiend on his blade. Just as he was about to consume it, a blast of flame exploded in the narrow tunnel. The sound was deafening, and Tim felt his eardrums rupture, and his body was sent flying. Chapter 29. Melding Power. The level of power from this attack was entirely beyond. Tim felt his eardrums as they were ruptured by the concussive force. His body was ripped off the ground and flung straight into Reggie and Licinia. The Guardian's golden aura burst with the impact of heat and pressure. The rest of the team was likely saved in part because of how Tim absorbed the worst of the blast. As it was, he lost more than 2,000 HP. If it hadn't been for his new perks as well as his temporary HP from devouring reach, he would have been dead. As it was now, he was just below half health. Tim shook his head, trying to clear the fogginess in his mind. He pushed off the ground, but any exposed skin on his body was burnt and blackened. He would have been grateful for the fire-resistant plates on his armor, but didn't have the presence of mind to think about that. Instead, his eyes were filled with the image of Pazuan moving forward. His speed was tremendous, but Tim's increased stats now allowed him to keep up. He just had to get his body moving. The aching he felt made his body move slower than he'd like, but then he realized what he needed. The steel of his right-hand blade bit into his hand as he pushed up and brought him the clarity he needed. Tim fired off a spell to catch the Archfiend.
Smite evil, bless good.
The spell exploded out in all directions from Tim to a range of 120 feet. The narrow tunnel channeled it out even further and blasted back several of the fiends. It was bound to happen at some point, but even with the level difference, there was still a chance for Tim's spells to crit, and it couldn't have come at a better time. The divine power of the spell dealt over 2,000 damage to Pazuan. It likewise healed all of his teammates by half of that. Tim felt his health restored and saw the others starting to move. Tim was frustrated, but began to realize he was truly outclassed. Even with his boosts, he didn't have the power to stop this monstrosity. Then mischief leapt from his pouch, transforming to battle mode mid-air. Except it was unlike any other time. He had to be a full 6 feet long. Tim still hadn't read the notifications, so he didn't know what changes his familiar had undergone, but he was caught off guard by this. The transformation took place so quickly in the air, and the speed the mouse was traveling at after leaping with his incredible strength while still at his regular size resulted in a furry projectile that slammed into the Archfiend.
Hands off my human!
Tim smiled at the mouse's squeaked battle cry. Although at his current size, it was difficult to think of the sounds he was making as a squeak. They certainly had a fair bit of volume with them. The impact pushed Pazuan back and sent him stumbling through the tunnel until his wings expanded and caught him against the narrow walls. Tim took the second to glance at Mischief and learned that the mouse had reached level 20. That explained the boost, but Tim could only wonder how it had been achieved. Oh well, the notifications would tell him, if he lived through this. For all that they kept blasting or pushing Pazuan back, the Archfiend just kept coming. Tim grimaced at how quickly he was back up and ordered Mischief to back up. The mouse was far from a tank. He still cast his buff on the mouse and felt its power swell. He opted for the defensive mode because he wanted Mischief to be able to survive a couple attacks from this enemy. Then he fired off another spell at the fiend who was coming at them again.
Chains of celestial light.
The thick bands of pure light locked around the wounded Archfiend, but even as they did, his wounds were closing. He consumed the bodies of the fallen fiends without so much as a thought. It didn't seem to matter that he hadn't slain them. The power answered his call. With a sneer on his bird-like face, Pazuan taunted Tim.
Is this all you've got? Stalling and delaying tactics? Soon I'll tire of this, and then you'll see true power. That is, unless you turn the Hell Shard over to me. You have no idea how long it took to create that. I'd be willing to allow your friends to live if you give me the shard.
So many things clicked into place for Tim. He had felt like the Archfiend was toying with him. Now he knew he was. Yet he hadn't been aware that Tim had consumed the shard. He didn't know what boosts Tim had gained from it. He wasn't infallible. Tim raised his twin blades. That served as his own answer. Taunts were stupid. Besides, if he could get the fiend to talk a bit more, maybe the chains would drain his strength enough to make this doable.
Fine. The hard way. Or maybe I should say the fun way. At least for one of us.
Pazuan seemed to bunch his body up. Arms, wings, legs all gathered close to his body. And then he expanded out. The glowing chains were shattered, and the Archfiend didn't stop there. his body grew another 2 feet. It might not have been the brightest move in the tight tunnel, but Tim could feel his new power. This was what it meant to have moved beyond mortality. The fiend moved forward so quickly with clawed hand extended that only Tim was able to react. Reggie and the others might as well have been standing still. The fiend swung at Tim, who blocked it with one of his swords. The blade cut into the fiend's arm and drew out a black, bloody ichor, but the impact also forced Tim back. It was inconceivable to him how the fiend could be this strong. He braced himself for another attack, but Tim had never been the primary target. Pazuan had simply pushed him out of the way. He opened his mouth, and red flames exploded out. They scorched Mischief, who shrieked in pain, and then flowed around Reggie's golden shield. The blinded guardian didn't see when the fiend impacted him, knocking him to the side as well. Then the fiend was upon their softer companions. They were in the chamber that led back up to the first floor, but never made it past the first step. The fiend cast another spell, and skeletal clawing hands burst up from the floor to grasp both Cassie's and Armand's legs. In desperation, they both cast attack at the hands, which seemed to be sucking the life out of them. Lucinia rolled and dodged and then activated her trait, but the archfiend wasn't fooled. He moved as though he could see exactly where the assassin was, and his clawed hand ripped her leather armor wide open, exposing flesh and a burst of bright red blood. Reggie screamed in outrage as he turned. Tim was faster, though, and engaged this fiend so that he had to release Lucinia's limp form. Tim's blades wove a net of steel in front of him, but then the fiend simply wasn't there. Tim's senses screamed that he was behind him. He spun with his guard up in a desperate attempt to stop the blow he just knew was coming. As he turned, he saw that he wasn't the target at all. Pazuan slammed into the golden shield.
Oh, that's kinda annoying.
Reggie was pushed back with each blow. The shield his trait created was the only thing saving him. It was clearly not as strong as before, but then again it had broken before. It would only take another hit or two. Tim shouted for Mischief to help Armand and Cassie free themselves while he quickly cast Nature's Greater Heal on Lucinia, trying to stabilize her. Whatever the fiend had done to her, his claws had injected chaos into her, and she was rotting before his very eyes. After stacking the spell twice, Tim decided that Reggie couldn't handle this any longer. He left the injured assassin and joined the other guardian.
Explosive leap.
The space was very tight for a skill like this, but he needed to make this count. Propelled by the power of his movement ability, both Tim's blades were driven into the archfiend's back and burst out his chest. The power ended up shattering the rest of the golden aura as Tim and Pazuan shot across the room. Tim's blades ended up being driven into the wall. Even for the fiend, this had to be a catastrophic attack. Tim was dazed by the impact and tried to focus his mind when he heard the fiend snarl,
"Wait your turn."
Red fire spewed out of his mouth and danced all over his body, burning Tim and heating even his magical armor to the point that it began to cook his flesh. Tim jumped back, trying to buy a bit of space. He shook his head as the pain cleared away the fog, but then saw that Reggie had been scorched by the red flames after his shield went down. Whatever that attack was, the power was overwhelming. It had taken down Mischief the first time, and this time left Reggie a mess of blisters and burns on the floor.
Nature's Greater Healing. Nature's Greater Healing.
Tim only had a chance to cast it twice before Pazuan was pulling himself and the blades impaling him out of the stone wall. Tim needed more time to stabilize his friend, but he didn't have it. He needed an attack that would affect the fiend. In desperation, he reached into his soul interface to exchange a spell. Normally, this took too long, but Tim's need forced the change into place. Whatever magic the fiend was using, that fire wasn't normal fire. Hellfire, or whatever it was. It was more than Tim and the others could handle, at least without a counter to it. Tim watched as the fiend, still covered in red flames, was working his way free. His swords were still embedded in the enemy's body, so he didn't even have those to rely upon. But he had a spell. It would need to be changed.
Ice Blast. Rarity. Uncommon. Prerequisites. Sojourner. Sagacity 16. Level 6. Mana 20. Description. Shoots a globe of compressed ice at any target within range. Target subject to blunt damage equal to 2 times acuity. Then the globe explodes, causing ice damage to everything within 8 feet of the target equal to 1 times sagacity. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. An uncommon spell wasn't going to cut it. Maybe even a rare or more spell wouldn't do it. Tim needed something more. He funneled the raw power of both chaos and order in the form of XP through ephemeral. He saw the structure of the spell and forced it to shift. The weaves became more complex. They tightened up, and detailed layer after layer stacked upon one another. Tim knew he needed something at least as powerful as a mythic spell, but he hoped by adding raw power into it that he would make something more. He felt more alive than ever before. He had expected pain. So many times when he had forced things, he felt pain, but as he worked with both order and chaos at the same time, he felt oddly alive. It was like he'd been wearing pants which were 2 sizes too small and just sat down on the couch, yanked off the belt, undid the buttons, and pulled the zipper down. He could breathe again. Tim hadn't even known how constrained he had felt before, as colors seemed more vibrant. His mind felt like for just a moment it was taking in so much more. He could sense everything at a deeper level. Pazuan managed to rip himself with a spray of black ichor which was burnt up by the wreath of flame surrounding him just as the new spell form coalesced. Chaos Ice. Rarity. Mythic. Asterisk. Prerequisites. All stats 60 or greater. Access to both order and chaos. XP. 100. Chaos. 5. Description. Forms ice infused with chaos energy around a target. The sphere of ice seeks to compress anything within it. Target subject to blunt damage equal to 9 times acuity in the form of crushing, and cold damage equal to 8 times sagacity. An explosion may also be triggered within the globe, causing it to erupt as jagged shards of ice infused with order energy, which have plus 50% armor penetration and deal 7 times acuity to all within a 15-foot radius. Cast time. Instantaneous. Cooldown. May be channeled with variable cost. Asterisk. This spell was created by a being in a state of flux for the express purpose of counteracting hellfire. The chaos within it serves to negate the extra destructive nature of hellfire and reduces it to normal fire. Chapter 30. Borrowed Power. Tim couldn't afford more than an instant to note the new spell. He glossed over the description. The fact that it cost XP to cast, that and chaos, was the most significant change in his mind. Knowing that it would counteract Pazuan's ability was all that he needed to read before he cast it. It reacted more like an ability than a spell, in that all he had to do was trigger it and it came to life. It felt odd to feel XP taken from him, but it was such a small amount compared to when he had elevated the others that this didn't seem to matter. Pazuan's eyes were glowing with fury and his mouth wide as gouts of red flame burst forth from it. He began crossing the space between them just as Tim's raised hand exploded with a bright white flurry of ice and unnaturally cold temperatures. The air temperature around them dropped by 30 degrees in an instant, even as far away as where the rest of the team was gathered around a clearly wounded Reggie and Lacinia. The couple were both unmoving, even while Cassie was trying to heal their wounds and Mischief was figuring out how to bring them down the stairs. Tim knew this had to work, or his friends would die. Another blast of hellfire would be the end of them. That need was a powerful motivator. Chaos Ice met hellfire in an explosive burst of steam which clouded the room. Tim's senses were enhanced by Mischief, so he was still able to get a general sense of the fiend's location. He kept channeling a slow stream of XP and chaos into the spell. The way it worked was perfect because it was working to encase the archfiend rather than simply counteract his flames. The steam began to clear, and Tim could see that the ice was holding, if only just. The fiend was screaming silently from inside a bubble of hellfire, which was surrounded by the frozen sphere. The more power Tim poured into the spell, the more resistant the ice seemed to become, until it wasn't even melting any longer. Tim couldn't stop holding the archfiend and could only look on as the others were working on the stairs. Reggie was still unconscious. He was the heaviest of them, and none of the others had a great number of points in hardiness, but they at least were able to get him up on Mischief's back. Even the mouse's battle form was dwarfed by the large man and his armor, but it looked like they were going to make it down the stairs. Tim returned his entire focus to the archfiend. The ice was holding. It had only cost him 1,100 XP so far. He was actually going to run out of chaos first, but Pazuin wasn't looking good. Tim tried and found out that since this spell didn't use mana, he was also able to use Tim's augur. Pazuin, Archfiend, level 25. Status, Immortal, Anchored. HP, 614 out of 3,129. He was down to just over 20% of his health. Tim smiled. He had this. He was going to kill an archfiend. The only quest was if he should try to consume him before he was dead. Tim shook his head as he rejected the hunger that swelled up from within him at that thought. It wasn't worth the risk. This was an ancient being. Who knew what kind of tricks or willpower it might bring to bear? Then, as is often the case, everything went sideways as 5 of the greater fiends must have grown tired of waiting for their master. They came barreling down the tunnel, and the only thing that saved him was how narrow it was. They could only come one at a time into this end chamber. Tim dropped the spell and went to pull the axe from his soul pouch when he remembered that his twin blades were soul-bound to him. He could have kicked himself for forgetting that. He beckoned to the blades, and in an instant, they disappeared from Pazuin's body. Tim could only hope that they caused more damage on their way out, but that was unlikely. They dematerialized and appeared in his soul pouch before reappearing in his hands just as the first greater fiend was on him. They were even perfectly cleaned by the process, although Tim couldn't do more than smile about that at the moment. He tapped into another ability which he hadn't used yet. Chaos Bulwark. The world rippled around him as the magic cast over the shoulder of the fiend who was almost on him by the second fiend was sent awry. The field caused attacks against Tim to be distorted from their proper course, at least as long as Tim had chaos to spare. Unfortunately, creating the new spell had drained some of his chaos, and using it had drained most of the rest. He would only have this protection for a couple dozen seconds at the most. Not waiting, Tim launched himself into the midst of the fiends. The best thing about fighting fiends was their inherent selfishness. They had absolutely no ability to work together because each of them wanted to be the one to consume him. He danced amongst them. Each cutting blow severed a limb or at a minimum opened deep wounds into their muscles. The blows danced off of him as he forced the Chaos Bulwark to work for them. Their attacks were deflected and sometimes even resulted in one fiend tearing into another. For these few seconds, he was invincible. Each fiend that fell caused the hunger within him to rise. A part of his mind desired the power contained within their blood. Another part screamed that he had to stay focused and not give in to desire, while a third voice tried to reason that it was only pragmatic to consume them. He would need the chaos energy they could provide to use his ice magic against Pazuin in the event the archfiend escaped. Tim felt like his head was crowded, and there weren't even any patrons whispering their own agenda to him. He felt the different drives like tiny bubbles in the back of his mind. Then it dawned on him. These were the residual personalities of the classes he had already possessed. His eyes went wide as he felt for them, even while still fighting. Wait. This wasn't just the other 10 classes. There were 15 bubbles, and a spot for a 16th, undoubtedly. The Guardian's urge to protect those who couldn't, the one which was active now. He didn't bother to dwell on that, but instead simply pulled out what he needed, the ability of an assassin to sense what was happening around him, the grace with which a dervish danced in combat, the raw rage of a berserker, and the hunter's need to dominate from the bestial. They were all a part of him, maybe since the test, or maybe they always had been, and he just suppressed them while living the life of an office drone on Earth, but no more. At least for these few seconds, he owned all of who he was, and it made him powerful. He felt like the very energy of Io Kusente was flooding into him. His blows became stronger. Just as Chaos Bulwark sputtered out, Tim severed the last head and then called upon his dark trait. Crucible of Consumption.
The blood of 5 greater fiends lay at his feet, and that power would be his. Normally, he would also select to gain XP, but this time he chose to increase his chaos capacity. Simply consuming this many powerful fiends would go a long way toward refilling it. The rest of the energy he used for stat increases because he was in a fight for his life, and anything he could get would be a boon. XP to use later wouldn't matter if he didn't live now.
Your adaptability has increased. Your compatibility with various energy types has increased. Your ability to gain more chaos when consuming has increased. You are one step closer to true power. Chaos capacity, plus 150. Chaos filled, 248 out of 302. Hardiness, plus 5. Flexibility, plus 5.
As the new power settled into him, Tim looked back to where Pazuan was. He cursed as the ice sphere had been cracked open, and the fiend appeared to be healed.
Close, mortal. Playtime is over. It appears you're more dangerous than you look.
He lashed out with his clawed hands, and red blades of chaos sprouted off of them. Tim was forced back as he pulled up Chaos Bulwark again, only to discover it didn't work against the blades. The Archfiend grinned.
You didn't think it would be that easy.
A burning pain appeared along his arms, and both armor and skin were cut. He kept backing up as he tried to block the flurry of attacks coming at him. It was like fighting a wood chipper. He might block most of the blows, but a couple still got through, and they were cutting him up. His armor provided almost no defense, and but for his greatly inflated HP pool, he would have already been dead. Soon he found himself fighting his way down the stairs like in an Errol Flynn movie. Wow, where had that reference come from? His mind was all over the place, and he seemed to be having trouble focusing. Was it the dark energy which spread into his body each time he was cut by Pazuan? He groaned. Tim needed to pull yet another rabbit out of his hat if he was going to win. He was so absorbed in blocking and racking his mind for a way out that he tripped. He fell, not even sure of what had caught his feet. At least falling took him under the blows raining down on him and gave him a fraction of a second to think. He saw it was Reggie's still unconscious form which caused him to fall. Behind him, Mischief and the others were fighting against another of the fiends. They were holding their own, if only by a little bit, since they had a mouse tanking for them. Tim's skin brushed against Reggie while he raised his other sword to block. A connection sparked, and he felt a new option flood him. Tim might not have a way to hold the fiend at bay, but Reggie did. His trait had more than once stymied the fiend. It was only a lack of power which held him back. Tim had that now.
Chains of celestial light.
Pazuan scoffed as his glowing red claws batted the chains away. He was forced back a single step by the spell, but was ripping the chains to shreds without ever being ensnared.
Is that the best you've got? I'd hoped to see something more, but apparently you've already run out of tricks. Pathetic mortal.
Tim ignored him. He didn't have an instant to waste. Instead, he pushed Ephemeral into Reggie. He wasn't trying to elevate or even revive the unconscious warrior. Tim wasn't trying to change anything about Reggie. What he wanted to do was copy something from him. In sync with Ephemeral, Tim opened up his soul interface. As he had expected, the list had expanded and changed.
Soul interface. Bag. Traits. Skills. Evolutions. Interchange. Commune. Elevation.
Tim focused on the trait section. Rather than pulling up his own traits, he pulled up Reggie's trait.
Defensive aura of Valerius.
Just what he'd been hoping for. Tim tried his best to ignore the Archfiend, who was almost done dealing with the glowing chains of light. He focused on making a copy of Reggie's trait. This time, there was a brief tearing pain inside of him. It wasn't like being ripped, but more like being stretched. He felt his power grow, and suddenly more energy from the world around him entered his body.
Quest progress made.
He didn't know what that meant and couldn't risk even a second to pay attention to it.
New trait added. Defensive aura of the Ascended. Trait modified since it wasn't granted by Valerius.
Then, as the Archfiend's chaos claws drove into him, They were stopped by a glowing silver aura which started a fraction of an inch above Tim's skin. He forced power into it and grinned as the silver glow expanded. It struck Pazuin like a physical blow. He was sent rolling across the ground into the tunnel. For a second, Tim contemplated going on the offensive, but decided it wasn't worth it. Instead, he conserved power and pulled the aura back into himself. He picked up Reggie and went down the rest of the stairs. As he did, Mischief finished chewing the head off of the last of the fiends. Tim quickly cast Nature's Greater Healing on all of them. "You all need to run. I can't leave here until I'm sure you're all safe and that Pazuin can't escape." "We can't move very fast with Reggie," Armand replied. As if to support his point, Reggie flinched and moaned, but didn't wake up. "He'll be fine soon. The chaos energy which was injected into him damaged him, but I don't think his soul is permanently damaged. He should be awake in an hour or two. You all just need to be able to flee without being found. Head right back to the caravan, and don't stop for anything until you get there." "We still can't hide ourselves from fiends if they follow." "Lucinia can," Tim said. She stared indignantly at him. "I'm not leaving any of them. Hell, I don't even want to leave you, and you're a royal pain in my ass." Tim smiled. "Trust me to upgrade you again." Her eyes got wide, but then she answered with a nod. Tim put his hand on her shoulder and activated Ephemeral. Once again, he focused on traits, specifically hers. He saw that it was still called Hidden, despite having been upgraded when she was elevated to level 20. He just needed to make it more. He poured power into it, being careful to only use order energy. Chaos might be useful for many things, but he didn't know enough yet, and didn't want to damage her trait, simply make it better. He pushed more and more power into her, and after half a dozen seconds he felt something click into place. So much of this he was having to learn as he went. It was like stumbling around in the dark, but it was all that he had. You have changed the trait, Hidden, to Group Sequester. Group Sequester. The trait wielder and up to one other person per 4 levels can be sequestered. All affected must remain within 4 feet per level from the trait wielder. Sequestered targets will be invisible, inaudible, and not subject to detection by any physical sense, including touch. It will also make the target immune to detection by any magical ability below Divine. Attacking will end the sequester for that individual. Duration, up to 1 hour per level. Cooldown, 5 minutes after the previous sequester expires. Lucinia hugged him. There are no words. Tim was pretty impressed with the change himself, but he could already hear Pazuin approaching. Hide and run. If I'm not back to the caravan within an hour after you, then you need to all return to the capital. Armand opened his mouth to ask a question, but Cassie elbowed him. Lucinia looked like she wanted to say something else, but simply nodded and said, Thank you. You too, Mischief. They'll need your help. And when you get back to the caravan, find Cecilia. You need to protect her while I'm gone. Hopefully, see you soon.
Rip him apart like a dirty rat.
Chapter 31. Careful what you hunt. Then they all disappeared. Apparently, even Tim couldn't sense them once she activated her ability. Pazuin launched himself straight into Tim, who was chuckling under his breath at Mischief's last comment. He never managed to lay a hand on Tim as the silver aura flared again and he couldn't make contact. The archfiend growled. Tim stood up a bit straighter. So far he'd been on the defensive. He had been playing it close to the vest. He had needed to protect his team. Now he was alone. He might still be outclassed, that was a very real possibility, but if the team was moving fast enough, they'd soon be miles away, even carrying Reggie. Tim smiled at the archfiend. That elicited a growl of rage.
What's so funny, mortal?
I just realized that I'm tired of running. I'm tired of hiding from what I am. And for the first time in a few weeks, there isn't anyone around me that I have to protect. So what we have here is a rare opportunity."
Tim almost laughed. He couldn't help it. The Archfiend's hands were working in some type of intricate pattern, but he managed to say,
"You know, I'm just going to catch your friends. Then I'll make them eat whatever's left of you."
Tim did laugh then.
"You won't be finding them, unless an Archfiend is suddenly divine. Besides, if you manage to kill me, we both know that you'll consume me, so there wouldn't be anything to feed them anyway."
The Fiend's head cocked sideways as though he were wondering about Tim.
"Oh, how little you know, mortal. If you'd ascended, you might have found out, but now that won't happen. I will admit, though, that you'll be good fuel to further my ascension."
His hands stopped moving, and Tim felt the swell of energy as it built up around his hands.
"What I'm curious about before I destroy you is just what this opportunity is that you're talking about."
"Why, this is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose. If I'm going to lose, then I don't have to worry about trying new things. I always try to limit myself, to focus on what I know. Now, I'm going to stretch a bit."
"No, little mortal. You're going to burn."
With those words, Pazuan formed a triangle with his clawed fingers, and then a tiny dot of bright red energy appeared. It swelled almost faster than Tim could see until it completely blocked out the Archfiend. Then it blasted forward in a beam of condensed hellfire, which burnt a trench in the ground 10 feet wide and a foot deep as it blasted out toward Tim. Pazuan hadn't been the only one making preparations while they exchanged their repartee, which was undoubtedly not nearly as witty as they thought it was. Tim was prepared for this. As soon as he realized a powerful attack was going to happen, he had poured power into defensive aura of the Ascended while at the same time holding back the silver glow. He also racked his mind thinking about what else he could do to enhance his body. The realization that each of the personality profiles from the other classes were all within him opened up new possibilities. He pulled into himself any of the advantageous traits he could think of, including some stat boosts. He pondered using his spells. Chaos Ice had worked before, but Tim wasn't sure that he could match the Archfiend's level of raw power now that he was aware of what Tim could do. So he wanted to lean into what a Guardian did best. That was the body he had now, and it was what felt natural. He was going to buff himself as much as possible, tank the damage, and then seize any opening to attack. He realized that if those other personalities' aspects were inside him, then so were all the other changes he had made. That included all of the dungeon shapes. He was supposed to only be able to take those shapes while inside a dungeon. But why? If he'd changed into them once, there should be no reason that he couldn't do it again. Tim pushed through Ephemeral and changed. Not just into one dungeon shape, but into several at once. In fact, he picked a total of 5. He felt a drain on his mana despite the fact that he was inside a dungeon, but it wasn't significant enough to overcome his tremendous regeneration of 102 mana per minute. Creeper form, plus 8 flexibility, 4 arm form, tactile cling, 3 mana per minute outside of dungeon. Blade Grim, plus 10 flexibility, attack synchronicity, blade spurs, 2 mana per minute to maintain outside of the dungeon. Shield Grim, plus 10 hardiness, armored hide, plus 4 defense, staff mastery, 3 mana per minute to maintain outside of the dungeon. Leech Rat, plus 5 flexibility, touch drains HP from target at rate of 1 per sagacity every 12 seconds. Only affects intended targets. 8 mana per minute to maintain outside of a dungeon. Fetid Ray, plus 5 acuity, clinging touch, active camouflage, plus 3 mana per minute to maintain outside of the dungeon. His stats swelled, and his body seemed to be stronger than anything he had imagined. He would have changed a couple potions and downed them, but there wasn't time. Both of them were staring at one another and powering up,
but all while trading barbed comments. If either had made an overt move, it would have started the combat before Tim was ready.
Hardiness, 170. Flexibility, 126. Acuity, 79. Sagacity, 89.
The torrent of hellfire rushed over him. Tim had shaped his defensive aura into a wedge. The flames were split and blasted off to each side, burning into the dungeon and ripping right through the walls. Pazuan must have been done playing around because this power was next level. Tim sucked in his breath. Once he realized that his silver aura was holding, even if it was draining XP from him every second he resisted this attack, he decided to take a chance. He cast Quick Change twice and created a potion of haste and a potion of giant strength. His movement and attack speed both increased by 50%, while the second potion pushed his hardiness well over 200. Then he pulled out Rugen's Defender Axe for one of his extra arms, while leaving his fourth arm free for touch attack. He cast a spell and then waited.
Simona's Aura of Judgment.
The wave of hellfire seemed to go on forever, but it likely wasn't more than 20 seconds. Even for an archfiend, that had to be a huge display of power. The Tim that he saw when the flames died down was a much different Tim from before. The active camouflage made even the archfiend's eyes want to shift away. Tim now had a rocky hide, 4 arms, bony spurs, and an aura of power. He rushed forward. The power of Simona's spell glowed around him, and he was moving faster than the archfiend. He grinned when the creature's first block was too slow, and he cut open a huge gash across his chest. Tim kept the axe in reserve because it had a bonus to blocking, and he couldn't use its active power against a higher-leveled foe. Every other sword slash was shearing away at the fiend. The tide of battle had changed, but Tim was wary of traps. He felt the power of the aura around him trying to debuff the fiend who was resisting. He stepped forward once more, and only an instant before it went off, he detected the built-up mana mine which was burnt into the ground where Pazuan had been standing as he prepared. There was an explosion and the ground ripped up, throwing Tim backwards. He spun midair and managed to land on his feet. One arm was extended out to brace himself. Hellfire again burst out at him, but Tim cast a quick spell to counter it while at the same time moving around to come at Pazuan from an angle.
Chaos Ice.
Fire and ice met in the air in an explosive reaction. Neither attack was as simple as they might seem. The hellfire reacted violently when exposed to Tim's new power. His speed tore up the ground as he moved in a blur. He landed a thrusting attack into the fiend's gut but made sure to pull his blade back before it could get stuck. He wouldn't make that mistake again.
What are you?
Tim smiled inwardly but didn't answer. He needed all of his focus. He could feel the swirling chaos around the archfiend, but more than that, Tim realized that he could feel the power of both order and chaos as they moved around. The dungeon was full of the latter, while the former was present in smaller amounts. He had to stay on the attack. Tim gauged his enemy's attacks and defenses. With his current buffs, Tim felt like he was both faster and stronger than the fiend, but he was playing it safe and not overcommitting. Pazuan had surprised him more than once. The seconds of combat ticked away like they were eons long. Every blow, parry, dodge, and spell seemed to happen in slow motion for Tim. He felt like this battle was his to win or lose. He just needed to keep his head. Pazuan's body was covered in numerous cuts, yet they were healing. Tim did no less whenever the red claws managed to pierce his defenses. As Tim's confidence grew, he began to pull on the energy he felt in the very air around him. Pazuan's eyes grew wide.
You can't do that.
Tim smiled back and pulled harder to prove the fiend's claim a lie.
No, that isn't possible. Mortals can't draw in the energy of the world. You need a system to spoon-feed it to you.
Tim executed a furious combo and nearly removed the fiend's head. Then he shrugged. Guess you don't know quite as much as you thought you did. Black metallic spikes ripped up from the ground at a gesture from Pazuan. They fell short of skewering Tim, who sensed the surge of energy and leapt back.
They did, however, create a barrier between the two as the fiend tried to heal the grievous wound across his neck. Tim gave him the second of reprise because, honestly, he was still getting used to the flow of power. He wasn't sure how he was doing it, only that he could. He felt the power and pulled it into himself. The order energy fueled his defenses. His body was healing faster. His mana remained constantly topped off no matter how many spells he cast. The very fabric of his body was stronger. In the same way, the chaos energy served to dispel his enemies' attacks, and he laced some into each of his attacks. He could feel the raw destructive force, which was much like dancing along the razor's edge. As long as he could control it, it would work for him. The moment he lost that control, it would turn on him. Tim smiled. Perhaps Caldecota didn't mean that all control was an illusion. Maybe he meant that long-term, wide-scale control was an illusion. Consistent control was an illusion. No one could control everything, and it was that which you didn't control that you had to prepare for. He needed to think on that longer. Now, though, he had a battle to win.
Who taught you this? There is no way you should know how to manipulate energy like this.
Tim knew the expression would be lost on the fiend, but couldn't help himself. Hey, Bo knows energy.
Bo! Who is this Bo?
Tim's only answer was to let out a mocking laugh. Stupid fiend. Explosive leap. He flew up and over the spike to land directly on top of the fiend. As he came down, his blades lashed out. One clawed hand was severed at the wrist, the other blade sank deeply into the opposite shoulder and sheared the clavicle. Tim pommeled the fiend's face and felt the bones crushing under his blows. Tim could feel the fiend's health starting to plummet. His enemy tried to pull at the chaos around them, but Tim sucked it up before he could. A feeling of panic began to fill the air. Tim wanted to initiate a contested consumption while the archfiend was still alive, but some part deep within him told him the risk wasn't worth it. Then, with one more blow, Pazuan went limp. Tim's Augur. Avatar of Pazuan. Level, NA. Status, deceased. Sundered. HP, NA. Tim didn't believe it right away. He held himself at the ready, sensing for any hint of a trick. After more than a minute of searching, Tim couldn't feel the faintest hint of life left within the fiend. The wording of his augur was different. This time the body beneath him had been called an avatar rather than the actual Pazuan. Did that mean that the archfiend had escaped and was waiting to attack from elsewhere? Even the statuses were different. Before it had shown immortal and anchored. Now they were the exact opposites. There was nothing for it but to try and consume this body. As he had done many times before, he activated the Crucible of Consumption. This time, the message he got was entirely different. You have consumed the empty vessel of an ascended being. An ascended being is anchored to their own plane of existence and can only be truly slain there. This is only a husk they created in this world with a certain amount of residual energy. Note that slaying an ascended being on a different plane will reap their eternal ire. As a result of this defeat, Pazuan will be greatly weakened and unable to leave his own plane of existence for a period of time measured in years to centuries. The weaker the ascended being, the longer the period required to properly reconsolidate their power. Because there is no soul to consume, you may not gain XP from this consumption. Your gains will be limited to the traits, stats, and abilities which the former host had imbued into this form. You must choose 3 gains from the following list. 1. Hellfire Adept. This trait combines both a moderate level of ability to project and manipulate hellfire along with immunity to basic hellfire damage. Hellfire is powered by chaos. 2. Hardiness, plus 25. 3. Flexibility, plus 25. 4. Acuity, plus 30. 5. Sagacity, plus 20. 6. Chaos Claws. This ability will cause you to grow temporary claws, and by feeding chaos into them, you will be able to penetrate almost any chaos-based defense. 7. Feathered Fiend Wings. Choose, grow, and change.
Interlude 2. Options. Charles rushed down the hall of Caesar's palace yet again. He'd been in so many meetings lately that it felt like he needed to get a room here. The letter from Tim was important and had to be discussed right away, but he hated it. Charles hated feeling like he was playing catch-up. Word that stronger monsters were swarming into Terra was a game-changer. Too many of the strong adventurers were with the caravan. Others had died in the Mimar attack or were out clearing dungeons on their regular schedule. They had already messaged the border with pigeons and received a response. There was an increase of monster activity reported within the Untamed Lands, but no extra incursions against the border itself. That meant that Tim's supposition was most likely right about the Astral Dungeon branch. Even if it wasn't, there was a way that the monsters were able to get past the border. As shocking as that news was, though, the report from the spy he had placed in the caravan was vastly more important. Charles wasn't sure if he could believe it, yet if there was even a possibility that Tim could increase the level of other sojourners, it had to be pursued. The Abyss was important, but if they could create teams of experienced adventurers with the raw power of first-gens, that would be superior to any other plan. Now, they just had to figure out how to get Tim back to the capital where he could be controlled. The man had never wanted to be a hero, but now he could be without having to go out fighting. He simply had to share this special power with others and create an army of first-gens. Charles would make sure that he was treated well. In a sense, he would be the golden goose from old Earth legends. The only question now was how much he should reveal to Caesar. The guildmaster had to assume Caesar and various nobles all had their own spies in the camp. The situation had changed, but it had become more precarious than ever. Alin sat in the camp late that night. The other sojourners from her people sat around her as she tried to convince them that Tim would treat them fairly even if they weren't human.
I'm telling you that I failed him, and yet he has forgiven me and still works with me. He likes to call us elves.
One of the others mumbled. The human first-gens always do that. That elicited a round of high-pitched laughter.
My point was that even being angry with me did not cause him to judge us solely based on our race. He makes jokes about the similarity we bear to beings from their stories, but he does try to be respectful to me. He even admits that he abbreviates my name because he can't figure out how to pronounce it.
Another of them scoffed and said, Alindriala isn't difficult to pronounce. Someone else said, You know humans. They all laughed, but then Alin coughed.
See, we have our preconceptions. The Queen wouldn't have sent us if she didn't believe this is important. From what I've seen, it is stand or die. Think about what is happening to the Ogrians. The reports I've heard suggest that they are being overrun with Mimar and lesser fiends.
That made everyone get quiet. Working with humans might not be so bad, after all. Tarson, leader of the Roshian force sent by their council of chieftains, growled as his heavy maul smashed another corrupted beast. Where so many of them had come from was beyond him, but his army was already supposed to have reached the human border by now. Instead, they were barely halfway across the Untamed Lands. He still remembered his old world even though he had been in Io Kusante for over 40 years. Valerius had pulled him here after he died on a battlefield. This world had been new at first, and Tarson rebelled against it, but eventually he had come around to see Io Kusante as an opportunity. He had a family and was a general in their army. His honor was everything. Now a new threat faced their people, and he was going to be sure that his people made it through. His son was a warrior in this force. Tarson couldn't help but think of him as a boy still, even though he was a man, husband, and father in his own right. He shook his head as he looked around the battlefield. The last of the monsters had been put down. He called out, "Head count!" The officers under him started calling out their numbers. 4 wounded and none dead. The healers had been busy, but the entire army was still standing. Change was coming too fast, but Tarson was determined to ride the wave. Simona appeared at the meeting. She had just secured Tim as her follower. It was frustrating to spend so much effort on a single mortal,
but she understood that there was something different about him. This time, Rugen and Valerius were already waiting for her. And surprise of surprises, Cal Dakota was there. She wheeled on him.
"What have you done?"
The gambler kept shuffling a deck of cards which he held and didn't bother to look up at her. It infuriated her. But Valerius asked, "What are you talking about, Simona?"
Timothy Stein had a potion of condensed energy, and it was not low grade.
Rugen sat up too. "What?" Simona glared at the god of crafting, and he sank back down into his seat. Valerius chuckled. "Are you gonna say anything for yourself?" He still didn't look up, but Cal Dakota chuckled. "You forget yourself. Things are moving faster than I wanted, but I have reacted to external pressures. Surely you realize the threat presented by the fiend incursion. Who knew that Asmarin would become so desperate that he would make a deal with beings such as that? You agreed to act as one of the 4 patrons once we imprisoned him," Cal Dakota said. "Exactly. I'm doing you a favor, and now you're yelling at me." He stood up and acted like he was going to walk out of the room like a worked-up teenager. Valerius chuckled. "Don't let her get under your skin, but you keep alluding to things. Perhaps if you filled us in a bit more. I'm pretty sure why you set up this experiment, but it would be nice to hear you say it." "And whoever said anything about me being nice?" Cal Dakota's smirk lingered in the air as he faded from their sight. Chapter 32. Notifications. Tim paused. He wasn't going to make a choice right away. There were some tremendous options there, but he needed more information. He had a bunch of notifications he had pushed to the background. Now, as he paused to catch his breath, he decided to check them. Some of them were simple and didn't take long to cover. He would have to talk to Mischief about the one, but that was for another time. Access XP in your system has been routed to your familiar. Your soul has expanded, and the connection with your familiar has deepened. As a result, your familiar has gained the following advancements. Stats. Your familiar stats will now be equal to 80% of your non-gear-based stats, unless its own stats are higher. Skills/spells. Your familiar may now access all interchangeable skills from your soul interface. Traits. Your familiar has gained your traits, which are most appropriate to it. Specifically, it now possesses the Iron Body 2 and Dungeon Shaper 1 trait. Unique abilities. Your familiar's battle form has reached Stage 4. Tim was curious to see the changes, so he looked at Mischief's current stat sheet. Of course, it would change if and when Tim changed, but he knew that was to be expected. As it was impressive. Then he moved on to the next notification. It appeared to be a consolidated notification. You have consumed 11 greater fiends. Your base consumption efficiency has increased to 7.5%. You have gained 136,215 XP. Tim knew that he had spent a fair amount of XP during his battles too, but hopefully that would be enough to carry him through. For now, he just let it go and moved on. New quest. Ascend Beyond Mortality. Difficulty. Legendary. Anticipated time to completion varies depending upon path. Based upon current rate, 3 years, 4 months, and 12 days, or 698 years. These are approximations. Objective. Reach a new state of existence by gathering enough energy to alter your body. There are 2 primary paths to reach this goal, and you must decide which you will follow. Chaos. Consume your foes, your friends, the guilty, the innocent. It doesn't really matter who, just consume. If you survive long enough, you will temper your body and reach the lowest level of ascension. Shortcut. Consume an ascended being's soul, and you will achieve their level of ascension. Order. Learn to feel the energies of the universe. Increase your perception, sensitivity, and eventually your ability to manipulate those energies. If you find a way to live long enough, you will be able to achieve and reforge your body in a new form. Rewards: immortality, anchoring to your plane of existence. Other results vary based upon the path chosen.
So there was an easy way and a difficult way. But he had questions. These notifications came from some kind of system. Iokusente was just the playground of some other ascended beings, or at least of one. How could Tim possibly know if this information was accurate, or if he was being shepherded to a specific outcome? The simple answer was that he couldn't, but he would need to think through what he was doing. Part of him wanted to try and commune with Simona or Caldecota, but even then, could he trust their answers? Supposing that they answered him truthfully, it would just be the truth as they perceived it. This was confusing, so he moved on to the next notification.
You have created a spell, Chaos Ice, which runs on order and chaos rather than mana. This is an ascendant ability. There are dangers in using this while not ascended, but it is your choice if you wish to partake in those dangers. As a result of creating this spell, you have gained 105,000 XP.
Then there was one more notification.
You have unlocked the ability to modify, duplicate, or gift traits. Beware, traits are the most fundamental type of power possessed by mortals, and can even be significant for lower-ranked ascended beings. Beware the impact your actions may have.
It was a lot to take in, but if he understood everything correctly, he now had a quest which would allow him to become like the patrons, at least like Simona and her patrons. Or maybe not that. Maybe it would only allow him to become like one of the archfiends. Either way, it would be a step up. He had no illusions about how the fight with Pazuan would have gone if the archfiend had taken him seriously from the beginning. Now he had decisions to make. Except maybe the decisions were as complicated as they might appear at first. Any of those stat boosts were significant, and because they would carry with him into any class he changed to, they had great benefit. Perhaps the acuity and sagacity had more value than the others given how much the iron body trait raised his hardiness and flexibility. The wings were tempting for a brief moment. Tim truly loved flying, but he believed he could access the aspects of any prior class given a moment. He would have to practice. If he could, that meant he could take his bestial wings at any time. He did admire the maneuverability Pazuan had displayed as well as the ability to collapse the wings into his back, but that just wasn't enough reason to take the feathered fiend wings. Then, even though the stat boosts would be beneficial, there was no way that Tim could pass up the two abilities he was being offered. Chaos Claws was a must. He was going to be fighting many more fiends, of that he was confident. So he selected that ability first. As he did, his hands burned for a moment, then they stretched and grew. The fingers each elongated by a full inch, and that was before jet black claws grew out of them. These would be hard to get a manicure for, but he felt the power flow through them. Likewise, he felt as his hands reverted back to normal. The ability was added to his transferable list and would be available in the future. It was interesting that the Archfiend had used an ability which relied upon mana, but then again, maybe Tim didn't know as much about fiends as he thought he did. The only reason he had chosen that ability first was because of a lingering doubt about ascension. The quest seemed to present an easy, quick path and a hard, slow one. Every fairy tale, book, and movie he'd seen since childhood warned against the danger of taking the easy path. There was always a price to pay for such things. If he took the easy path, that would result in him becoming a fiend. Tim didn't think that was a life he would enjoy very much. He had time to consider that, but a part of him worried about if hellfire was somehow integrally connected to fiends. Would accepting this trait cause him to be stuck on that path? Then again, he had already accepted the crucible of consumption, and while it clearly presented some temptations, he and probably all of Terra would be dead now if it weren't for the power gained through consumption. He needed to remember that power wasn't evil, nor was it good for that matter. It was a question of what one did with that power. Just as he started to accept the Hellfire Adept trait, a question struck Tim. Why did it have to be yes or no, order or chaos, good or evil? Wasn't there some of both inside Tim? He had already rejected many options laid out before him, Why stop now? So he activated Ephemeral at the same time that he accepted the new trait and pushed with his will to shape the trait according to his intent. He felt the struggle as chaos flooded into him with the new trait. It wanted to run rampant throughout his body. It wanted to scour him from the inside out and reshape him, but he didn't let it. Change might be inevitable, control might be an illusion, but he would do his best to bend reality to his will. He pulled on the trait even as he pushed in a chunk of order energy. The connection he had felt with the world around him simply wasn't there now, so he was forced to draw upon his XP. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, just shy of 50,000. He finally had enough order shoved into the trait that it began to reshape. The surge was intense, and then he felt it settle deep inside himself.
Adept of the Twin Flames. This trait combines a moderate ability to project and manipulate both Hellfire and Holy Fire, along with 90% resistance to basic Hellfire or Holy Fire damage. Hellfire is powered by Chaos, Holy Fire by Order. Walk the line.
That left only the choice of what stat to accept a bonus for. He quickly rejected hardiness and flexibility. A moment later, he took the bonus for Acuity. It would increase his mana, and if he was going to be able to cast the spell to restore Kayla, he would need 7,000 mana. He needed every benefit that he could get. Once that was selected, Tim felt a deep exhaustion settle over him. He almost felt hollowed out. The power that had been coursing through him was not that of a mortal, and now he was paying the price. The enemies were gone, he hoped, but he still didn't want to fall unconscious inside of a dungeon. He forced himself to his feet and stumbled down the halls until he reached the outside. It was nighttime, and the moon was high in the sky. Inside the dungeon, it had been easy to lose his sense of time. Then, as he looked at the portal, Tim realized his work wasn't done. No matter how exhausted he was, he had to find a way to close this astral branch of the abyss. He reached his hands until they were almost touching the burning edge of the portal. His power surged through Ephemeral. The change was easier to do since he had done it before, but it made him ache inside to draw so deeply on his abilities. Tim worried that he was causing himself permanent damage, but couldn't leave the entrance to the dungeon open. With a final supreme effort, he forced his will upon it. From there, he managed to walk for an hour, although a good deal of stumbling was involved. He'd never been this tired. Finally, he found a thick bush. It would hide him. It wasn't safe, but then nothing was really safe. As he crawled into it, he mumbled, "If you want me to keep being your pawn, keep the monsters away, CD." There was no way to know if his head hit the ground or if he was unconscious first, but the two happened at nearly the same moment. He felt himself drift away, and even in a nearly unconscious state, he noted the feeling of change and the sound of a rolling die. As Tim collapsed, he heard a voice in the back of his mind. And now, things get interesting. Chapter 33. Summoning. Tim came to standing in an assembly of robed men and women. It was very different from what he had expected. Well, maybe that wasn't entirely true. He quickly realized this was another of his class visions, and he didn't put anything past those. He tried to take stock of what was going on around him when the woman in front of him hissed, "Keep chanting, you fool!" He listened to what the others were doing, and somehow it clicked with him. He knew what he needed to say. It was fairly brainless work. Then he got to looking around. Tim saw that he was standing in a triangular-shaped formation. In front of him were two figures, one man and one woman. They each had their hands on the shoulders of a gray-haired woman in the very front. She was the only one with the cowl of her robe down. One of her hands was raised up with a crystal sphere the size of a softball in it, and the other held a staff aloft. The dark wood looked highly polished, and its ends were capped in rune-engraved silver metal. Tim realized he had one of his hands on the shoulder of the woman in front of him, and next to him, another robed figure had his hand on her other shoulder. Two others had their hands on the shoulders of the man in the second row. Then behind each of them were two more casters who had their hands on them, and finally, behind that row of 8 was a row of 16 casters who were doing the same with the 8.
Tim felt a flow of power that came into him, through him, and into the woman in front of him. But it didn't stop there. No, the power continued on until it reached the woman in front. Her voice was chanting, but the cadence and words were just slightly different from what all the others were doing. The words he was saying were less of a spell and more of a ritual meant to help him guide his mind into releasing control over the mana inside his body. They were all chanting the same. All of the power from 30 supporting casters was being used to fill the crystal sphere in the head mage's left hand. Instinctively, Tim knew that power would in turn be used to cast a powerful summoning. This was one of the best-kept secrets of summoners, one which they would never willingly share with outsiders. It was how they were able to command so much respect and fear. They had developed a method long ago to help them channel mana into other casters. Or had they? If this vision was tied to the Book of Names, then it stood to reason that perhaps the patrons had simply taught this to them. Why teach it only to summoners, though? In fact, why limit so much of the knowledge and capabilities to limited classes? Control? Maybe. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Tim needed to think, but right now he had to mindlessly chant. Even with only the instinctual memories which had been crammed into his head, Tim realized that breaking a summoning this powerful during the middle of it was not a good idea. When the spell reached its final crescendo, the runes on the staff blazed to life with a bright bluish-white light, and then matching runes worked into a stone floor came to life as well. Tim hadn't noticed before, but there were great mounds of rock and loose dirt set in the summoning circle. Immediately, he knew they were summoning an earth elemental. As he thought about it, his mind was filled with knowledge about the various types of creatures he could summon. They were broken down into 4 conjuries. Namely, there were native conjurations, elemental conjurations, fiendish conjurations, or angelic conjurations. The name of each type was fairly self-explanatory, except even without the information that was being unpackaged in his head by the Book of Names. The only exception might be native conjurations that equated to any creature which was native to Iokusente. It could be monsters, animals, or even people, although the latter was frowned upon unless the subject was willing. Even inanimate objects could be conjured with certain limitations, although the pinnacle of a summoner's work was to bring powerful creatures to do their bidding. Sometimes that bidding was fighting, or guard duty, carrying messages, or even performing construction work. More unique purposes might include gaining knowledge or aiding in the performance of high-end crafting work. They could do many things, and in some ways as a class were a Swiss Army knife, which again might explain the general dislike for them that many of the other classes held. As the spell reached its crescendo, the stones and loose soil swelled upward and took on a vaguely humanoid form. There was no requirement for an earth elemental to have 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head, but most summoners shaped their conjurations that way simply based upon their intent. It was function. Now it stood towering over all the assembled mages. It had to be at least 16 feet. Tim could feel a sense of stability wafting from it. Part of that was his awareness as a summoner of the bonds which connected it to this realm, but another part was something more. He was feeling the ageless nature of the being and the elements that made it up. That was happening through his trait. Tim released the woman in front of him and stumbled out of the formation. Luckily, the spell was over, and so even if it showed a lack of decorum, no one would be hurt by it. He was simply caught off guard. The fact that Ephemeral was making itself known even within this vision struck Tim as odd. Adaptability increased. There it was, proof in black and white before his eyes. He was experiencing more growth, more change. His trait and powers were even manifesting within a vision. He'd never seen notifications like that before in a vision. How that worked baffled Tim, but what struck him the most was what an opportunity this was. Time passed at a different rate while inside these visions, and there was no reason that he couldn't explore this class a bit. From both his own ideas and the knowledge crammed into his head now, Tim expected a summoner to be about bringing something from one place to another. That seemed fairly straightforward. What interested him was that this class was one that did something none of the other classes did naturally. Whether it was assassin, elementalist, or bestial, he was always using energy or mana to perform various skills and spells. Tim had learned recently that he could call upon the energy of the world around him. At least he had been able to do so in a high-stress moment. It remained to be seen if he could do it in other ways. He also knew that he had drawn upon other power from others by consuming them, but that felt different. He slowly stumbled to the apartment, which was his in the Summoner's Tower. He wouldn't have been able to tell you his room number, but as long as he let instinct drive him, he had no trouble navigating the vision. Once there, he ate some dried fruit he had, drank water, and sat down, trying to get as comfortable as possible. Tim began going through his various classes and comparing each of them to summoners, and what he had just felt being part of a collective of summoners who shared their power for the good of one. There were little ways in which the other classes were similar. Specifically, the spiritualist was able to draw upon power from one of the patrons far better than any other class. The irony was that his very first class, Blood Mage, might have held some clues to the entire process. He remembered what had happened when he had paralyzed everyone around them. His eyes had changed, and instead of seeing people and animals in a normal way, it was almost like using some type of thermal vision, but rather, he was picking up on the power within their blood. That was what the Mimar said, and the fiends, for that matter. The power is in the blood. Tim wondered just how much crossover there was with the Blood Mage, and then realized that those abilities were still within him. He just needed to find a way to access them. For the next few days, though, he practiced summoning and getting used to the basic spells they used. That is, after he took time to check out his new face. He had white hair again, but was only 49 this time, so maybe it was prematurely white. It wasn't as wild as his alchemist look, and he tended to think he looked more like Christopher Walken this time. Appearance aside, though, he slowly got a better feel for summoning specifically and the manipulation of energy generally. He hadn't yet been able to replicate the phenomenon where he pulled in the energy of the world around him yet, and was beginning to worry about that. It might be because he was in a vision, but it could also be because he had only been able to do it at an instinctive level. Summoning was useful in 100 different ways. Tim couldn't help but think it would have made him look so fat back on Earth. As a sojourner, getting fat would have been very difficult, but on Earth, he could have easily done it. Being able to summon a beer from the fridge with a wave of his hand and a few points of mana would have been fun. He had, however, quickly settled upon the elemental conjury as his primary path for summoner, with the native conjury for his secondary. Having experienced battling fiends, Tim really thought anyone who messed around with summoning one was a fool and didn't want to risk his luck with angels. Elemental creatures, on the other hand, were fairly low IQ, but very good at whatever specific task they were created for. Tim saw a great many uses for them, and if he managed to survive, he hoped to spend some time as a summoner in the future. For now, he had an experiment in mind. He wanted to try accessing more abilities from Blood Mage and other classes while he was still within the vision. The first few runs were pretty simple. He managed to utilize the stealth of an assassin to pickpocket some trinkets from one of the more annoying summoners inside the tower. It gave him a perverse delight to take things, then pick the lock to his room before placing the taken items in random locations around the room. That went on for a few days while Tim explored other aspects of his former classes. He found it was easier to focus on one or two of the other classes. He could hold more, but only for shorter periods of time. The stat bonuses from some of his classes were nice to add on, but the strain wasn't necessarily worth it since his stats were already monstrously high. Gaining the bonus to electrical spells from his elementalist class was one aspect which held promise. With it, he was able to master what was supposedly a more rare type of elemental summoning. Specifically, he became a para-elemental summoner. It was still easier to summon a firehawk, for example, but a shockhawk was more powerful. It was a combination of a fire and an air elemental imbued with electricity and then enhanced by the boost Tim's elementalist class, and of course his hat, gave to electrical spells. In the vision, he created quite a stir as he learned to summon and control mud, magma, and steam elementals. He refused to think that no one had ever thought of creating them before, but perhaps the reality was that the system constrained people to thinking of things in the same dogmatic way. The next step in his experimentation was to see if he could access traits from the classes he hadn't yet experienced. He ran through the list in his head. Monk, Arcanist, Archer, and Knight. It struck Tim as being odd that when he was supposedly randomly changing classes, his 4 remaining classes were each from one of the branches. He ended up spending several days trying to access an aspect of one of the other classes. He read any books he could find about them, although such material was limited in the Summoner's Tower. He spoke to the Summoners, but they all had slanted perspectives on the other classes. Tim had never worked closely with a Knight or Archer, but he had experienced being in a party with a Monk and an Arcanist, so he decided to focus on those first. He knew Simon fairly well, and the man was a monk, so what type of monk traits could he deduce from his knowledge of Simon? The first question was, were all members of the same class identical or even similar in their personality traits? Sadly, his sample size was simply too small. What he had seen of Guardians was that they were all very eager to protect people. The 2 assassins who he knew were both naturally distrustful, but ended up acting different in many other ways. Even comparing himself as a bestial to the other bestial he had met made it clear that bestials shared a common love of battle. Actually, no, that wasn't true. Berserkers were more the combat junkies and brashly in your face. With the bestials, it was more about proving dominance. So maybe there were common traits within a given class, but it wasn't everything. Individuals were still their own people. So what aspects could he adopt from those classes that remained? He meditated on it for a while when it hit him. Maybe it didn't hit him so much as it dropped on top of him. He felt a new sense of being, a willingness to endure beyond anything else. His trials to this point had been difficult, but they were what was shaping him into who he could become. His thoughts felt odd at first, but then he realized what was happening. This was an aspect of what it meant to be a monk. Being a monk meant enduring being shafted many times, giving up material wealth, being saddled with carrying limits, accepting being the worst of the healers, and so many other things. It resonated with him, and he heard his friend who used to like to play monks in games moaning about how screwed monks were. Adaptation increased. As he fully understood, a new notification popped up. Transformation bypassed. You have experienced the core identity of being a monk. Primary, face of the stoic. Secondary, face of the dead. No, really, I'm just feigning. Sagacity, +10. Flexibility, +5. Permanently adapted to your body, no matter what class you wear. Change is life, but it can happen internally. That success gave Tim new encouragement. Slowly, he began to adapt until he understood each of the classes. The curiosity of the Arcanist became his, the delight in sniping a foe who never even saw you of an archer, and the arrogance of a knight. Tim lost track of how many weeks it took him to master each of the class aspects and make them permanently part of himself, but it was time well spent. When he finished, he got a most welcome notification. You have taken Know Thyself to a new level and learned to listen to the voices in your head. They say that having voices in your head doesn't make you crazy, but talking back to them does. If that is the case, then you have graduated to full-on bonkers. You have successfully learned the aspects of each class and permanently added them to yourself. No further visions will be necessary, but changes will continue. This is the way of the universe. Grow and change, or fade away. Adaptability set to maximized mortal limits. All class aspects modified to achieve full integration. Net gains. Hardiness, +25. Flexibility, +25. Acuity, +40. Sagacity, +40. Warrior. Apply highest weapon mastery to any weapon type. Knight. Innate mastery of mounted combat. Guardian. Innate shield mastery. Berserker. Innate rage ability. Assassin. Innate spatial awareness and stealth. Archer. Innate keen aim and enhanced perception. Bestial. Fully retractable wings and claws in all forms. Dervish. Song of community. All self-buffs apply to party members including aspect gains. Elementalist. Mana cost of electrical spells reduced by 50%. innate lightning step. Blood Mage, innate sense of the powers and weaknesses of all living beings. Arcanist, innate mana efficiency. All mana is 20% more effective. Summoner, innate sense of the energy around you. Spiritualist, innate sense of ascended beings and your connection to them. Monk, innate pain resistance, 50%. Alchemist, innate ability to use quick change skill. Naturalist, innate ability to use regenerative plant growth, control, and empowerment.
The list of benefits that unlocked were staggering. He had gained at a minimum 3 new abilities which he wouldn't have to use one of his slots for. But the notifications weren't over. They would have to wait, though, because he felt the vision fading away. Chapter 34. Returning. Tim woke up under the same bush he had been under. The change in bodies didn't bother him since he had spent so much time adapting in the vision. Now he simply had to adjust his armor to fit his new size. At the same time, he looked at the remaining notification, assigned his stat points, and then checked his status sheet. He couldn't help but grin the entire time. He had finally made it. More than that, he now knew a way to save Kayla. He'd need a bit of help, but it was no longer just a dream.
You have reached the maximum mortal state. All that remains is to ascend. Choose your path and walk forward. You are currently in your summoner form. Please assign stat points accordingly. Name, Timothy Stein. Age, 49. Height, 5 feet 11 inches. Weight, 164 pounds. Class, Summoner, Primary Conjurer, Elemental/Para-Elemental, Native, Secondary. Level, 24th. XP, 733,619 out of blank. Ascension requirements not met. Hardiness, 178, plus 50 consumption, plus 25 aspect. Flexibility, 120, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 34 consumption, plus 8 bracer, plus 25 aspect. Acuity, 200, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 88 consumption, plus 40 aspect. Sagacity, 100, plus 4 mask, plus 30 consumption, plus 8 bracer, plus 40 aspect. Hit points, 2,996, plus 250 and 56 per minute, doubled. Mana, 3,496, plus 260 and 102 per minute, doubled. Offense, 36, Defense, 42, Chaos, 352 out of 352. Cold Resistance, 100. Faction, Terran, plus 90. Rasha/Asmar, plus 10. Ogria, minus 50. Humanity, plus 75. Terran Border Guards, plus 75. Caesar Febrius, plus 50. Sojourner's Guild, plus 45. Traits, 1. Ephemeral 5. 2. Dungeon Shaper 2. 3. Iron Body 2. Doubles hardiness and increases flexibility by 50%, other than that gained by consumption. 4. Might of the Righteous 1. Increased damage done and decreases damage received while fighting to avenge the fallen or protect those who can't protect themselves. 5. Crucible of Consumption 5. Plus 20 hardiness. Plus 4 flexibility. Plus 8 acuity. Plus 5 sagacity. Shadow Step 3. Chaos Bulwark 3. True Dark Vision. 6. Defensive Aura of the Ascended 1. 7. Adept of the Twin Flames 1. Titles 1. Humanity's Avenger 2. Plus 20% damage when avenging the death or mistreatment of humans. 2. Champion Grinder. 3. Green Thumb of Creation. Plus 50% to skills related to plants. Aspects. All 16 aspects currently available. Aspect skills. Shield Grandmaster. Lightning Step. Quick Change. Regenerative Plant Growth Control and Empowerment. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Chaos Ice. 3. Simona's Aura of Judgment. 4. Nature's Greater Heal. 5. Devouring Reach. 6. Elemental Summoning. 7. Explosive Leap. 8. Energy Call. 9. Chains of Celestial Light. Gear-equipped skills. 14. Dagger Demigod. 15. Dual Wield. 16. Assassinate. 17. Smite Evil Bless Good. Equipped magical gear. Mask of the Blind Patron. A +4. S +4. Perception +50%. Choker of Mana. +10, +8 per minute. Runed Belt of Speed. F +4. Attack speed +40%. Ring of Monstrous Health. +150 HP. +15 per minute. Ring of the Battle Magus. +150 mana. +5 per minute. Bracers of Potency. S +8. F +8. +100 HP and mana. Armor Plate Harness. Anklets of Speed. Move +20%. Gloves of Life Drain. 10% necrotic resistance. Life Drain. 1 per day. Jack Burton's Hat of Electrical Whooping. A +4. +50% electrical resistance. +50% power and 50% cooldown reduction for electrical and light-based spells. Cloak of Levitation. F +4. 1 hour per day. Rugen's Defender Axe. Name, Mischief. Age, 4 months. Length, 4.2 inches. Weight, 1.3 ounces. Class, Treasure Hunter. Level, 20th. XP, 208,000 out of 240,000 to next level. Hardiness, 110. Flexibility, 82. Acuity, 98. Sagacity, 65. Hit points, 670. Mana, 510. Offense, 27. Defense, 23. Faction, Humans, 10. Equipped class skills/spells. 1. Revealing Sight. 2. Superior Climb and Cling. 3. Master Unarmed Combat. 4. Grand Touch of Weakness. 5. Nature's Greater Healing. 6. Defender's Bane. 7. Electrical Arc. 8. Tanar's Speedy Bulwark. Bejeweled Summoning Harness. +2 defense. +3 all stats. +100 HP.
Tim started running back to camp. He might be a middle-aged caster, but his hardiness and flexibility were both still well over 100. There wasn't likely another tank out there who could match him for natural durability, and even if they had some amazing trait, very few rogue types would be able to match his agility. This was definitely what it meant to be OP, but Tim wasn't going to complain. He knew how close the battle with the Archfiend had been. There were still stronger opponents to face, and so he would need every bit of this. As he ran, he pondered the changes to his status sheet. Mischief was a beast now. But that wasn't the most significant change. He no longer had a specific amount of XP required to reach level 25. Presumably, that was the point at which he would ascend, but he also felt more free to use up some of his XP. He decided to keep 500,000 as a reserve, since he had already experienced that it was necessary at points. Chaos Ice required XP to even cast, and he might need XP for other changes later. He still had traits he wanted to try and upgrade. Thinking of that helped him remember that at least he was just in a normal human form, not in one of the dungeon forms. 4 arms were useful, but the less odd he looked, the better. As it was, the miles passed by and the sun was rising up over the camp when he got back. The last few miles he noticed signs of horses recently passing that way, so he hoped that meant the Silver Eagles had already made it back to the camp. Tim chose to use Shadow Step to avoid the guards. He didn't want to have to explain his appearance to just anyone, and instead sought out Jacob. Well, Jacob and some coffee. The camp was starting to wake up. He could smell bacon and coffee. The cooks were already preparing their offerings. Some of the craftsmen were up. The warriors were notably still sleeping for the most part, but Tim supposed that made sense. They probably expected another day of training. Things had changed, and Tim wanted to be on the move as quickly as possible. He walked over and found coffee first, then waited around sipping it and munching on a pan biscuit with some bacon.
There were enough people in the caravan that no one asked him who he was. They likely assumed he was a new sojourner, and most people didn't have identify-type skills equipped. Those that did generally didn't use it randomly, so he hoped no one would realize he was there until he found Jacob. In his experience, the guard captain was up early and always started touring the camp before the sun was up. So, Tim decided it would be better to just wait in a central location until his right hand passed by. For now, he could see where the Silver Eagles were through the party interface. They were all in their tents, which helped him relax. Mischief wasn't with them, but was stationary in a tent on the other side of the camp. The little mouse had actually done as asked and gone to find Cecilia. Of course, Tim was sure that Snuggles didn't have anything to do with it. Right. Then he heard Jacob's voice directing one of the merchants to move some crates he was unloading because they were blocking one of the walkways. Tim waited until the man finally agreed to do as instructed, and then walked up toward Jacob, who suddenly spun around. His hand went to his sword and his brow furrowed. "Is that you, sir?" Then he relaxed and smiled. "It is, isn't it? Changed again, I see. But I can still feel the connection to you." Connection? Even as Tim asked, he realized that there was a thread between him and the man. It was a residual from having elevated Jacob. He paused and looked, and sure enough, there were other threads expanding out from him to Silver Eagles who he had also elevated. Then he saw 3 other threads coming off of him, but they seemed to blur as they led off into the distance. Oh, that must be his increased sensitivities coming into play. Those had to be the connections between him and the patrons. With just a bit of looking, he realized immediately which one was his connection with Cal Dakota. It was the largest of all the threads. Then there was a smaller golden one, which would be his connection to Simona. The black thread worried him, because he immediately knew that it represented a connection between himself and Asmarin. "Yes, connection. Ever since you, whatever it is that you did to raise me up, I can feel if you are close, especially if you're looking at me. I know it sounds odd, but I've tested it. It's not just my imagination." Tim nodded. "I understand. It wasn't an intended side effect, but I suppose it has its uses. Now sit down, eat something, and give me a report about what happened while I was gone." "Things went smoother than expected. Your little display, combined with the number of people asking me if it's true that you can raise their level 2, has most people eager to do what you want. Although I expect that once they realize you're back, lines are going to form asking you to do the same."
"Well, the Sojourners will just have to prove their worth. I do intend to elevate more, but only those we can trust. I'll want your input on who is worthy."
"About that. It isn't just Sojourners coming to me. I've probably had more regular people, from craftsmen to merchants to even a pretty young girl who helps with the laundry. They want to know if you can turn them into Sojourners. If you think the Sojourners are passionate about it, you should see some of these."
"The washing girl. I don't suppose her name is Cecilia, is it? Petite, blonde, maybe 18 years old."
How'd you know?"
"She and her father were the first people who met me when I arrived in Isle Kusante." Tim paused for a moment. "What did you tell her?"
Jacob shrugged. "That as far as I knew, it only worked on Sojourners, and I had no idea if you could even do it again."
"Good man. Now let me tell you what happened. We are going to have to change plans again and start moving for the Abyss right away."
"Does this have anything to do with whatever is different about you?" Tim scrunched up his eyebrows.
"What are you talking about?"
Jacob shifted on the bench. He suddenly appeared uncomfortable. "I don't know exactly how to describe it. If you were a woman, I'd say you were glowing, but I'm afraid you'd chop my head off if I said that to you."
Tim laughed. "So you think I'm pregnant?"
"Well, no. You're a man." "Oh, wait. Is that possible for you?"
I guess I shouldn't assume things." "It's not. Well, I assume it's not. Never mind, we aren't going there."
He shook his head and mumbled under his breath.
"Freaking kill an archfiend, but get tongue-tied talking about stuff like this." I didn't mean to offend, sir. You just seem different. I didn't level up, but I gained a bunch of power. I'll go into more details with you, but mostly, I just need to explain what is happening and why I believe we need to get moving.
Then Tim walked through the encounter, or at least the details which the Silver Eagles hadn't given to Jacob. He talked about how he felt like the abyss was getting close to exploding, and that was why it was expanding, as well as his concerns about what the fiends were doing. We can be ready to leave after lunch, but there are shipments coming in from the capital, so I don't think we can leave until then.
Tim sighed. It'll have to do. Actually, no. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Today, I have something else I want to try. What about the training? How is that gone?
Better than expected again. Well, mostly. The human sojourners, Alin, and the cavalry soldiers have been practicing working together. They're actually getting used to it for the limited time they've had to practice. They are all professionals who are good at their jobs. It really is just a matter of them being open-minded enough to work together.
And the other Asmarians?
That is another matter.
Chapter 35. Necessary Discussions. Are they causing you problems?
Not at all. They train, just on their own. They say they aren't going to follow orders from someone they haven't even met. And before you ask, I pointed out that Alin knows you, but they insist she doesn't speak for all of them. I get the feeling that they want to think you are only out to benefit the humans, but aren't quite ready to write you off yet.
Tim sighed. Again. Where are they located in the camp?
I'll take you.
Nah, you have enough to worry about, and you may not want to be near for this. If you could arrange for Cecilia to meet with me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. They're camped in that direction.
Jacob pointed to the east.
Tim was up and moving without any further response. He made a beeline toward where the Asmarians were camped. He wasn't actually angry. It was more a matter of not having time for this. When he reached them, there were now 17 of them sitting around a pair of campfires. Alin was with them, but he obviously didn't know any of the others. Still, he walked right up and waved his hand. Energy call. As quickly as he cast the summoner's spell, the heat and light as well as the very essence of the fire in both pits were sucked into his hand where it danced along his hand. Tim then did something which summoners were taught not to do, but which he felt he could manage. Instead of projecting the energy into something else, he absorbed it into his being. It was a tiny amount of power, relatively speaking, but he felt a tiny amount of resistance. His frustration and urgency pushed past that, and the energy filled him. He smiled. It was another sliver of the energy he'd have to gather in order to ascend.
I believe you all wanted to speak to me.
All of the Asmarians were up now. Clearly they were 4 teams and Alin. Weapons were out and hands were up. One of the members in ornate plate armor stepped forward as though to challenge Tim, but Alin held her arm out to block him.
Tim?
One and the same. How's that new sagacity treating you?
She smiled, but immediately looked at her countryman.
Stand down. This is Timothy Stein, the Terran first gen and follower of both Simona and Cal Dakota.
There was grumbling, but then Tim decided to try something new. He hadn't planned it when he put out their campfires. That had only been a way to quickly get their undivided attention while displaying his power at the same time. But the pattern of the fire was still fresh in his mind. He had just absorbed the energy, after all. He flexed ephemeral and focused on the fire pits. He felt 10 XP leave him for each fire, but both of them burst back into flame. Now the Asmarians jumped back. Some were crying out in shock. Others were asking how that was possible. A couple even called out the word witchcraft. Tim could only chuckle at that, given how this was a world with real magic. One of the female Asmarians asked,
"How did you do that without a spell?"
Tim looked at her. He found he didn't even need to cast Augur. His new aspects or some other change in him fed information to him automatically. It was odd because he had been looking at people ever since he got back to the camp, and none of them had information displayed. Then again, she was the first person he was wondering about. She was a level 14 arcanist. He even got a list of her spells and information about her gear. Tim cut it off so it wouldn't be distracting, but this was going to be interesting for sure.
Do you always ask people you just met to tell you all your secrets? Maybe once we get to know each other a bit more, we will be able to share more. For now, let's get all the good, the bad, and the ugly out of the way. The good is that I'll treat you, and by you I mean Asmarians, whether they be sojourners or not, the same as humans. To me, all the 4 races of Io Kusante are just people. I judge people by their actions. Thus, the Ogrians are currently my enemies, but I'm fighting for the rest of the people of Io Kusante.
The man in ornate armor said, "Does that mean you'll give us all the same benefits you give to your fellow humans?"
I figured that question was coming, but you cut me off before I could answer it.
The man at least had the good grace to look a bit embarrassed, so Tim continued,
I'm not going to get into the specifics about that, but I've instructed Captain Tanner to make a list of sojourners who contribute the most. That list is being made without regard to race, and is where I will start to look for people to raise the levels of. And yes, I can raise your level all the way up to 20 and reset it so that you will be a 1st gen. Now for the bad. I'm not a Terran any more than I'm an Asmarian. You see me as a human, but I see everyone here as an alien. Yes, I may jokingly call you elves, but in the end, to me, you're all aliens. That means in order for me to consider giving more power to you, you will have to earn my trust. As for the ugly, well, you can choose to believe this or not, but we are fighting against a patron who was imprisoned by the other patrons and an invading army of fiends. It is my belief that the Abyss was created as a prison for Asmarin, who was originally the 4th patron. Cal Dakota, on the other hand, was not originally a patron, and was likely the one who set all of Io Kusante up. Then there are the fiends being led by an archfiend, Baldrock. On the surface, they seem to be working with Asmarin, but I believe they're only trying to destabilize the power structures here so that they can take over Io Kusante. That is a worst-case scenario. Fiends live to consume. They will eat your flesh and your souls in equal portion, and will do so to everyone you love if left unchecked. They have no restraint other than fear of those stronger than them. So if you join with me, know that tomorrow we are heading out for the Abyss to confront those evils. As for today, if you want to be part of this caravan, you need to start training with your Terran counterparts. A few questions were asked, but Tim turned to Alin. Alin, I'm appointing you as the liaison between the Asmarian sojourners and me. You will be given a place on the council. Take any concerns to Captain Tanner first, because I have a lot of things to get done today. Then he turned and walked away. He knew there would be grumbling, but he was going to treat them fairly. If they couldn't accept that, then he didn't need them. Now he needed to sort out Cecilia and get her to safety. He started walking back to his tent, but when he got there, he found the 2 alchemists waiting for him. A part of him wanted to send them away, but he knew he needed to talk to them. Come in. We will have to be quick, but there is a lot for us to go over. The man held open the flap for his wife as they followed Tim in. Tim sat down at the small portable desk. The man and woman looked at each other before she started speaking.
We don't mean to bother you, Lord Stein.
Tim shook his head. Nope, not gonna do it. I get the military people calling me sir, but I'm not a noble and don't want any titles. Where I come from, we make fun of people with titles.
Then, Mr. Stein?
How about just Tim? The man spoke up.
Well, yes, Tim. What my wife was trying to say is that we are David and Maria, 2 guild alchemists. We know about your, condition, even if we don't understand it. From what we were told at one point, you were an alchemist, so you can probably understand our curiosity. Anyway, we wanted to find out how we could be more useful.
I suspect that we could exchange information, recipes, and such. I also can give you both the quick change skill, if you don't have it.
Maria asked, Quick change?
Easier for me to just show you. Have you heard that I can transfer skills to people? They both nodded. Well, this skill was amazingly useful for me as an alchemist. So which one of you would like to get it first? I think I can transfer it twice in a day now, but have to start with one.
They looked at each other again, and then Maria stepped forward. She was apparently the more bold of the pair. He saw that she was level 14 while her husband was level 13. Tim wondered if he should do something about that. He didn't know them, but found himself taking an instant liking to them. For a second, he stared at Maria. She was rather plain, but fit like almost all sojourners. He would have guessed she was in her late 30s, but no sooner had he pondered that than reams of information about her filled his mind. She was actually 47, which spoke to how well she had aged. He also got a sense of her character. She was driven, and her greatest flaw was her willingness to take chances to try and learn more. Her passion was alchemy, but not alchemy for the sake of alchemy. She longed more than anything to make her class a well-respected one which contributed to the people of Terra. Her greatest regret was that they hadn't found time to have children because both of them were always busy working. It was more than a little freaky to see so much information about her, but Tim knew with absolute certainty that it was all true. It was almost like he was reading her soul. He wasn't sure what exactly had changed to make this possible, but knew something was different within him, something that he couldn't understand. His eyes glazed over, and the couple stared at each other but didn't interrupt him as he looked at his status sheet. He went through it looking for any changes. There were no new traits, titles, aspects, nothing to explain this. His stats were the same. He looked a second and third time trying to see if there was any change. Then he found it. XP 734,944 out of blank. Ascension requirements not fully met. He had spent a small amount of XP or order energy to restart those fires, so his total should have been lower. Instead, it was more than 1,000 higher, and he hadn't done anything. Then there was the fact that the word fully had been added to the line. Tim shook his head. He didn't know what this meant, but he was going to have to figure it out soon. There were just too many items and people which required his attention. This conversation was important, and he felt bad for rushing it. He didn't want to push them away, but he had things he really needed to do. Okay, I'm sorry. I got lost in thought. I've reached a decision. Maria, do you want me to elevate you to level 20 and turn you into a first gen? She squealed, but then her face darkened. But why? You don't know me at all. Are you saying that you aren't trustworthy? That isn't what I mean. Let's just say that I've become a very good judge of character. So if you want, I'll elevate both you and David. You simply have to pledge to stay with the caravan and use your skills to help us. That is going to mean a lot of brewing and creating healing potions, mana potions, haste potions, well, you get the idea. I'll share as much as I can with you, but my time may be limited. They only briefly glanced at each other before both blurting out, We agree! Elevating seemed much easier this time. You have successfully changed Maria's sonnet. Sojourner generation effectively changed. New generation, first. New level cap, 20th. Your XP as an Ascension candidate is significantly more concentrated than that of a level 14 Sojourner. Level 20 divided by level 14 equals 143% XP concentration. Level 21 times 1.5 equals 215% XP concentration. Level 22 times 1.6 equals 344% XP concentration. Level 23 times 1.7 equals 585% XP concentration. Level 24 times 1.8 equals 1053% XP concentration. Ascension candidate times 2 equals 2106% XP concentration. 7,265 XP transformed to 153,001. New level reached, 20th. 192,000 out of 192,000 XP. Tim spent a little bit of extra XP to amplify their traits, but in the end, it only cost him a total of 16,743. They were suitably grateful and thrilled to get the quick change skill. In giving it to 2 people, he got a notification that his ability to share a skill had increased to 7 times a day. That in turn prompted him to give them both the energy call skill on a hunch. In return, he gained new skills for his transferable skill list. From Maria, he got Duplicate Potion, which allowed her to create a copy of a potion. The catch was that it had to be used within 1 minute or it would fade away. From David, he got Empower Potion, which temporarily made a potion 50% more effective. They were both very grateful, but Tim said, "Wait, there's one more thing. I'm going to show you a potion that I made during my alchemist vision from the Book of Names. Don't ask me how I was able to bring it out into the real world, and I haven't been able to duplicate it yet. But then again, I haven't really had time to try. I'm hoping maybe you can, because I believe it is the answer to many of our problems. You just have to swear to me that you won't share about this potion with anyone else unless I give you permission." Without any hesitation, they both gave their oaths, and then Tim pulled out the potion of condensed energy. Then he read off the description of the item as he saw it. Potion of condensed energy. Rarity, mythic. Effect. This potion contains the condensed energy of Io Kusente. It is made from 91.6% order energy, to use the term identified by its maker, and 8.4% chaos energy. This is consistent with the overall distribution of energy currently present in Io Kusente, which is out of balance from the optimal 97:3 ratio. This potion may not be partially imbibed, as the energy stolen to power it cannot be split, and attempting to do so is not recommended. A highly unstable reaction with spectacular destructive capacity is the more probable outcome. The results of imbibing the entire potion are as of yet unknown, but 96.8% likely to be positive, bordering on miraculous. This potion will fill its imbiber with the raw power of Io Kusente, and change will be inevitable. Go ahead. I dare you.
David said, "That is a miracle potion, but that last line, I'm not even sure what to make of it." His wife added,
"It's almost like someone is taunting you."
"I know, but you can feel the power in it, right?" They both nodded. "We can talk about patrons and the games they play later, but that isn't important right now. I can't give you the potion, but I want you to look at it for a minute. Use your skills to assess it, and then between everything else you have to do, see if you can duplicate the results." They agreed to, and after a few minutes of looking at the potion, they both bowed to him. Tim sighed. He wasn't going to be able to stop that reaction. Then they left, but were immediately replaced, not by Cecilia, but by the Silver Eagles. Tim stifled another sigh. That was going to become a bad habit. This was just his life, and he couldn't shirk all of his responsibilities. He stood up from the desk and walked over to shake their hands. He didn't need to assess them to see that they were all restored to full health and seemed to be at least mostly rested. Reggie held out his hand and then pulled him into a bear hug. "I'd say I was surprised that you already changed, but not gonna lie, I like being the only guardian in the party. You were making me feel pretty useless." Tim smiled and said, "Never. Reggie, you're the center of the Silver Eagles. I don't know how long I will be part of the team, but I thank all of you for accepting me." Then they sat down and started to share what had happened since they left. Then, after the pleasantries were over, Armand said, "Summoner?" "Yep, and more. It's been rather eye-opening. I'm not keeping anything from you, but there is so much going on. Think about that potion. It appears to be condensed energy, and I have no idea what it can be used for. The potential seems limitless. With it, we might be able to level up Sojourners without even requiring me to do anything." They talked about the potion for a while, but then Tim sensed that mischief was outside the tent. That likely meant Cecilia was there, so he called out, "Come in." To his surprise, Atticus came in first, followed by Cecilia. It was good to see his oldest friends, the people who had first welcomed him to Io Kusente.
Cecilia looked like she had grown up, and Tim would have been lying if he didn't admit she was a beautiful young woman. But rather than desire, what sprang up in him was desire to protect his friends. He looked at Reggie and the others. "I'm sorry our conversation got cut short, but I need to speak with these friends. You're welcome to stay, but I assume you have things to do." The man got the message and stood up and led his team out of the tent, although he did have to tug Armand to get him moving. The elementalist likely had an endless supply of questions. In fact, when he left, he threw out, "We still need to discuss what you can do with traits." Tim simply nodded and then turned his focus to Atticus and Cecilia, who were standing next to his desk. Tim stood. "Please, come and sit. It's so good to see you." Neither moved, and Tim noted that Mischief, the little traitor, was perched on Cecilia's shoulder. "Is something wrong?" Atticus shook his head. "Not at all, but I've come here to make a request of you." Tim groaned inwardly. So this was going to be one of those conversations. Chapter 36. A Father's Wish. "Don't give me that look. I read your letter. I know how worried you are about Cecilia, and, as a father, that makes me happy. But from what you told me, I'm much older than you, despite the variety of appearances you have." Tim nodded. "What's that got to?" Atticus waved him off. "Just listen for a minute. I know the weight of the world rests on your shoulders. I've watched you more than you may realize. Many people complain about you, but that is always the case with people who are getting things done. Your biggest problem, from what I can tell, isn't the Caesar and the nobles, not your guild, not all the people counting on you, or even the enemies you must defeat. Then what is it? You." The word lingered in the air, and neither said anything for a few seconds. "You are your own biggest enemy because you isolate yourself. I get that it's hard with what happens to you. I can't even begin to understand what it means to be pulled from another world. But you once told me that you are just a man like any other. I've lived long enough to know that a man needs friends. Kayla was special, but that isn't the only kind of friend you need. I heard rumors around the camp that you're getting close with an inventoring team called the Silver Eagles. That's good. But why do you push away those who would help you? Cecilia followed you, and maybe part of that is a foolish girl's crush, but she can help you. You need some normalcy in your life. You need to have somewhere to come home to after you hunt monsters. As you said, you're just a man, and a man needs a home. Why don't you let her stay with you and keep your tent, mend your clothes, prepare your food, really whatever she can? You don't seem the type of man who will take advantage of her, and if you did decide you wanted more, then know that you'd have my blessing to marry her. But regardless, we are your friends, and you need all the friends you can get. Since she was a little girl, Cecilia has had dreams of doing something important. She isn't a sojourner to fight monsters, but by helping you, she can make a difference in the world. Do you want to rob her of that?" Io Kusante really was a different world. Tim had never had the father of any girl he dated to beg him to let his daughter wait on him hand and foot. The idea that Cecilia wanted to help, wanted to have her life mean something, was understandable. Tim had been a nobody on Earth, an office drone. Now he had more responsibility than he wanted. Cal Dakota had ordered him to keep her close. Maybe... No, there was too much danger. "Atticus, I value your friendship and that of Cecilia. But what kind of man would I be if I repaid your kindness by getting your daughter killed? Where this caravan is going is a place of death. Many, perhaps all of us, are going to die." He started to reply to Tim, but Cecilia cut him off. "What? Only sojourners can fight for their homes? Only sojourners are good enough to die? Or is it because I'm a woman? No, that can't be it. You let Kayla fight and die. Maybe because you see me as a child, but this is my world and my destiny." As she gave her impassioned rant, Cecilia slammed her hands into the small portable desk.
It wasn't very stable, and so it shook even from her blows. The glass vial sitting atop it fell over and rolled to the ground. The world seemed to freeze. Tim was too far away to reach it. He began to streak forward from where he sat on his cot, but Atticus was in the way. He wouldn't reach it in time. Cecilia dropped down trying to grab the potion, but she didn't get it quickly enough. It was one of those freak moments where you flip a quarter in the air and somehow it ends up landing on its side. You could try to do it 1,000 more times and never manage to make it happen again. There was a rock sticking up out of the ground where the tent was set up. The vial the potion was in was fairly durable. It had to be, since potions were carried into battle. But this time, it struck the rock at just the right angle at exactly the same time that Cecilia's hand closed over it. The glass shattered. Shards dug into her hand, and a rush of golden energy blasted outward, knocking Tim, Atticus, and Cecilia to the ground. As they all lay there senseless for a dozen seconds, her blood pumped from her hand and mingled with the potion, which, instead of spreading out, was following the trail of her blood and pushing its way up onto her skin before soaking into her. Tim recovered first and sat up. As he did, he got a notification. This one came through so forcefully that he couldn't push it away even if his brain hadn't felt like dice in a cup. At first, he didn't realize it, but he wasn't the only one getting the notification. Everyone in all of Iokusente got it, from the lowliest slave to the mightiest of sojourners. And not only people, but even the patrons got this notification. Only the fiends didn't get it, because they were invaders. That which is old can be made new if it survives. Will this be the dawning of a new age, or the death knell of a world? Change is life. Consistency is a lie. Control is an illusion. Tim didn't know what that meant, but he could see that something was very wrong with Cecilia. He didn't need to remember the implied threat from Cal Dakota about what the result would be if Tim allowed anything bad to happen to the girl. She was his friend, and he raced to her side as her body was spasming. On Earth, he would have assumed she was having a seizure, but his sight went beyond that. As he looked at her, he saw information that came up about her which kept flickering back and forth. Name: Cecilia Avis. Race: human. Level: 3rd. Faction: Terran. Class: merchant. Then the next second, it read: Name: Cecilia Avis. Race: human. Sojourner. Level: unassigned. Faction: Terran. Class: unassigned. Patron: unassigned. Trait: unassigned. When Tim looked deeper, he saw wild fluctuations of energy pulsing through and around Cecilia. He watched as her body blistered under the fury of the cascading energy. He started to heal her but then stopped, instinctively realizing that wouldn't do anything but postpone the process. Her body had been exposed to a wild amount of energy. It was the energy he had planned to use to resurrect Kayla, but he'd worry about that later. Now he had to find a way to save her. Echoing his thoughts, Atticus tugged on his arm and said, "Do something!" "I'm trying to understand what's happening." Then it hit him. Energy needed something to do. When the potion came in contact with her, it went from potential energy to energy seeking a purpose. The problem was that she had no ability to funnel or control that type of energy, and no skills or traits which would enable her to direct. Fire could heat a home, but if left untended, it could just as easily burn that home down. Tim knew he was the only one who could do this. A part of him didn't want to accept the responsibility, but he couldn't help it. There was no one else, and he had already learned that he was not the kind of man who could stand by and allow bad things to happen. Call energy. Call energy. Call energy. Some of the raw power flowed from Cecilia into him, but too much of it was already bonded with her. Even after casting the spell 3 times, he couldn't drain off enough, and even began to feel flush with energy himself. He'd feared that. He still had another path. He put his hand on Cecilia and activated Ephemeral.
New target for modification identified. Human, Cecilia Avis. Current level, 3rd. Class, Merchant. Trait, inapplicable. Target is in flux. Target has been infused with a large amount of raw energy consisting of both order and chaos. Available modifications. Core nature, energy available for change. Level, energy available for change. XP may also be needed. Class, patron bond required. Form, requires permanent loss of hardiness to make changes. Trait, patron bond required. Rule of 4, inapplicable.
Tim was stunned. If this was right, that meant that he could turn Cecilia into a sojourner. He kept his mind focused. The ramifications of this would be massive. No, that was an understatement. But he couldn't let his mind go there now. Instead, he focused. He had already changed so many things. Why not change a flat into a sojourner? On the surface, the change was simple, but as he began struggling to shift every bit of her, Tim realized nothing could be further from the truth. He would have to remake her at an atomic level, or whatever the equivalent was here in Iokusente. It was often said that sojourners were magical creatures who couldn't be killed until all their HP was exhausted. Stabbing one in the heart or even cutting off their head wasn't enough to instantly kill them. Sure, they might bleed out, but it would only be because their HP hit 0 that they died. Why was that, though? Or more importantly, how? Tim needed to understand the nature of being a sojourner. He who had been 12 different classes and could access abilities from the other 4 should have been better equipped to answer that question than anyone else. He tried to slow his breathing. He was keeping Cecilia alive just barely, but rushing would only ruin this. The noise of her father's crying faded. The sounds of his team and mischief, even some others he didn't recognize, all faded away. They meant well, but only he could do this, and for that he required understanding. Tim tried to look into her deeper. He saw the flow of power around her. Even the body of a flat was filled with energy. It was energy created by chemical processes from breaking down food, but it was energy all the same. The great secret of the universe was simple. Everything was energy. That wasn't a shocker, but he needed to apply it to Iokusente. Life was so complicated, fragile, and having anything out of balance was enough to cause it to end. A single vein out of place would be the death of a human. That was when it hit him. Tim had been thinking of sojourners as a higher form of life, something more advanced than a human. In many ways, they were. They were stronger, faster, more durable. They had many of the same functions from digestion, respiration, and even reproduction, but they were also different. The difference was that they were simpler. A sojourner could be starved to death, but it would have taken much, much longer than for a regular human. The same with smothering them or bleeding them out, etc. A sojourner's body was simpler. It really only needed one thing to function, and that was hit points. He'd already deduced that XP was just a form of what he called order energy. Now it seemed like HP was much the same. So in order to save Cecilia, he did have to create a new body, but it would be one which was simpler. It was one built of energy, but built in a way that mimicked regular human life. It was almost like someone had created wind-up dolls in the form of humans. He remembered commercials from when he was a kid for a baby doll that ate and pooped. It had seemed stupid to him at the time, but that was what sojourners were. Tim shook his head, but armed with that knowledge, began directing Ephemeral in how it should reshape her. He kept everything about her form the same, simply copying it but infusing the structure with more energy. Tim realized he never would have been able to do this on his own, but someone had already created the pattern. More than that, through his repeated changes, he had become intimately aware of those patterns at a subconscious level. He worked for what felt like hours, but had no real sense of how much time was passing. It might have been much less or much more. He felt like all the energy from the potion was nearly exhausted as her form was created, but something wasn't right. She wasn't dead, but she wasn't properly alive yet. Her soul was still there. He could feel that through the crucible. but it wasn't connected with this body properly. Perhaps he needed to give her a level. This form no longer had her non-sojourner level of 3. She was a blank slate. He wasn't sure how much XP would be required to boost her level, so he started with 1,000 XP. Then he assessed her again to see the results.
Name, Cecilia Avis. Race, human, sojourner. Level, 22nd. Faction, Terran. Class, unassigned. Patron, unassigned. Trait, unassigned.
Wow. He didn't know what to say. Apparently she wasn't bound by the rule of 4s. That small amount of XP had shot her up past level 20. Then again, if she had been essentially level 0 before, perhaps Tim should have expected that. Ultimately, though, nothing changed. She still couldn't move, and her soul still wasn't connected with the body. Tim pondered trying a resurrection of some sort. Surely a Lin would have a spell for that, which didn't require the amounts his version did. But instinctively he knew that wouldn't work. As much as this looked like her body, this wasn't Cecilia's old body. This was the vessel of a sojourner, and her soul had never made a connection with this body. That would have to be forged. The next step seemed to be to assign her a class. Tim wished he could have spoken to her, but there was no way. He tried several things, but her soul was barely holding on here. He didn't want to stress it any further. So it fell to him to decide. He thought about what he knew of Cecilia. She liked helping people. And selfishly, he wanted to keep her far from the front line. He had never been happy that Kayla was an assassin. So he assigned her the class Spiritualist, or at least he tried to, but an error message popped up.
Error. Class cannot be assigned. All sojourners must have a patron by decree of Cal Dakota.
More proof that his theories were correct, but that didn't help him now. Tim called out in his mind. He just knew that the patron would be watching him now. Can you become her patron so that I can save her?
Yes, but I won't.
The answer was simple and free of the normal taunting that he was used to from Cal Dakota. Fine. Then I'll ask Simona.
You can, but are you sure that you want to?
Tim almost asked what the patron meant, but decided that he wasn't likely to get a meaningful answer. He started thinking about what he said. There were rules. This world, all of Io Kusente, was some grand game, experiment, or even a bet. It had something to do with Cal Dakota, but Tim wasn't sure what. Then a thought occurred to him. It was probably a long shot, but what the hell? He calmed himself and felt for Cecilia's soul. He was either going to have a breakthrough, or he was going to make the biggest mistake of his life. He activated the crucible and latched onto her soul without beginning the process of consumption. His touch was slowly unraveling her soul since it wasn't bound to a body, but that couldn't be helped. He had to ask her a question. Cecilia, can you hear me?
Tim? Is that you? I'm so scared. Where am I?
Yes, it's me. But there isn't time to answer a bunch of questions. There was an accident, and your soul has been separated from your body. I can build you a new body, but you will become a sojourner.
Yes! Yes, please do it!
Well, that answered any lingering question Tim might have had about how she'd feel about the change. Okay, it isn't that simple. You will need a patron to bind your soul to your new body. I don't have time to explain the why or how of that. Please just accept my words for now.
I trust you, Tim, but how do I choose a patron?
It doesn't work like that. A patron has to choose you. I asked Cal Dakota, but he refuses. And then when I told him I was going to ask Simona, he discouraged that. So this will sound strange. But would you accept me as your patron? There was a moment of silence. Tim thought maybe she thought he was being irreverent. She had been a fairly devout patronite after all.
If you can, then I would be honored to have you as my patron.
I've never done this before, but I believe it's possible. I just needed your consent. Oh, and I didn't ask you, but I was going to choose spiritualist for your class. It would allow you to—
Oh, do what you want, but I always sort of wanted to be a naturalist. I like the idea of helping people and love being outdoors, but I think you need to hurry. I feel sleepy. I can't seem to think very clearly.
Her voice faded off then. Tim redoubled his effort, focusing all of his energy into imprinting a small piece of himself. He poured out XP into her and then on a whim added a small strand of chaos as well. A bond began to form between them, and then suddenly, he felt it snap into place. Sweat was running down his face, and Tim's body was cramping from the strain of what he was doing, but he could feel her soul attaching to the body. Yet, something was missing.
Sojourners must have a trait to exist.
Tim didn't know how to do that. He thought about what type of trait would be best for Cecilia, and decided to try to give her the ability to increase the power of her healing, but a notification popped up.
Error. Ascension candidates do not have full access to the Iokusente system. You may not create new traits. 60 seconds until new Sojourner becomes unstable.
Tim cursed. Was this all for nothing? He'd figured out how to build a body, give her levels and a class. But she was still going to die for the lack of a trait because he wasn't a proper patron or ascended being, assuming they were one and the same. No, that wasn't true. The notification said he couldn't create a new trait. That didn't mean he couldn't duplicate one that already existed. Tim looked at his traits. He immediately discarded Ephemeral. As powerful as it made him, he wouldn't wish that on anyone. The same for Crucible of Consumption. It was a path to great power, but also one to corruption. So what then? All of the other traits were powerful in their own way, but Might of the Righteous required her to fight, which was something he wanted her to avoid. Adept of the Twin Flames required XP and Chaos to use, so that wasn't good. His defensive aura might have been a good choice, but the modified version was for ascended beings, and he didn't think he had time to modify it again. He quickly came down to Iron Body. It wasn't optimal, but it was a powerful trait, and would enhance her survivability. So he imbued that trait into her. He pushed, trying to give her Iron Body too, but another notification popped up.
The pact forbids any patron from giving a trait of a level higher than 1 to a Sojourner. Error. Ascendant candidate is not a signatory of the pact. What level of the Iron Body trait do you wish to imbue into Cecilia Avis?
Tim thought for just a second and decided he might as well go all in. So he selected level 5, which was the highest level he believed a trait could go to. Immediately, he felt 50,000 XP get wrenched out of him. It was shockingly painful to lose so much at one time, but then it was over.
Iron Body 5. This trait triples the hardiness and doubles the flexibility of its possessor. It also provides a reduction of all damage by 20%.
Tim managed to hold on long enough to see Cecilia sit up with a gasp. Then he felt darkness take him. It wasn't quite like falling unconscious. It was more like he was being dragged into it. Interlude 3. Attention. A large round table made of compressed energy was surrounded by 4 beings. 3 of them were shouting at one another, and another sat back with an amused look on the face he wore for the moment. Across the top of the table, another figure lay unconscious. His size when compared to the table gave a sense of scale to everything, or would have if he was awake.
He broke the rules. I don't care if he is Cal's pet. He must be destroyed, or the pact doesn't mean anything,
Rugen, the former Ogrian-turned-patron, demanded.
Rules can't be broken if you don't know about them,
Simona countered.
To quote a commonly understood principle of law from his home world, in fact from his home nation, ignorance of the law is no defense, so I don't see why it should be a defense in this case.
Valerius was the most physically impressive of all the patrons, if such things actually mattered. He slammed his fist down on the table, shaking the small human body.
I don't like it any more than you do, Rugen. But the very fact that we aren't ripping your essence apart thread by thread shouldn't give you a false sense of security.
Your place at this table is only because Cal Dakota insisted on it." The aforementioned patron waved his hand like it was a matter of no import.
"All of your bickering doesn't mean anything. He isn't party to the pact. I can't go enforcing my rules on any passing ascended being. And for that matter, he isn't even fully ascended. He may never reach that point. He is hardly the first mortal to touch upon something more. And, in case any of you forgot, the fact that the system has recognized his status as a candidate means that the pact protects him from any of you trying to harm him by act or omission. It is one of the most fundamental tenets of the pact."
Cal Dakota leaned forward over the table.
"If anyone is wondering, I will most certainly act if that tenet is broken." "What about Asmarin, or the Fiends?" Simona asked. "Asmarin is no longer a party to the pact. When he broke it before, he was expelled. I left his punishment to you three, and now we see how well you handled that."
"Who could have foreseen that he would accept help from fiends?" Rugen asked.
Cal Dakota laughed. "Oh, maybe an ascended being who learned to think more than a few years ahead."
Valerius made a loud huffing sound. "I've sent help to him. My sojourners will reach him soon. That is, if he survives. You did pull his soul here for some reason. But honestly, I'm more interested in talking about the incursions by the fiends. To my thinking, it has gotten bad enough that we should be free to take a direct hand in matters. We don't even know how the incursions keep popping up."
"Oh, I'm pretty sure I know who's responsible for that. But you don't need to worry about it. What you need to do is nurture this new candidate. Simona and Valerius are each doing their part. Rugen, you are going to need to come up with something. If he can't stop the fiends, then I'll clear the board and start all over."
"You mean clear the board of mortals?" Rugen asked.
Cal Dakota only smiled in response.
Unbeknownst to the three patrons, Tim was awake and listening in the entire time. After they left, Cal Dakota remained, and Tim sat up.
"Do you understand?"
"I think so." There was silence for a moment.
"Good. You aren't asking questions. At this stage of things, figuring out what you need to know on your own is more important than obtaining the knowledge. Now, I'm sending you back, but hurry up. Things are coming to a head, and I'm going to be busy dealing with, well, just know that you won't be able to call on me for a while."
Tim simply nodded. Then Cal Dakota pushed his soul back into his body. As soon as he was gone, Cal Dakota got very still for a moment. Then his eyes started to twinkle.
"I knew it. You always were impatient. That never bothered me much. But cheating? That is definitely not conduct becoming beings of our stature."
A flash of light followed, or it would have if there had been anyone there to see it. If there was one thing that the gambler couldn't abide, it was a cheat. Well, mostly a cheat who got caught. Chapter 37. Waited long enough. When Tim opened his eyes, only a fraction of a second had passed. No one else seemed to have noticed he was gone at all. He jumped to his feet, ignoring the notification about ephemeral activating but not changing him, although the chance of changing next time went up to 20%. Tim felt the pressure of Cal Dakota's last words. If time was short. Reggie, Lucinia, and Armand were all back in the tent. They stared from Tim to Cecilia. Atticus was hugging his daughter.
"Are you okay?"
"I feel so different,"
Tim said. "I can explain, but this has to stay inside this tent. Have Cassie come in too, and then we need to get Captain Tanner. Oh, and Delin. But that's all for now." Armand and Reggie left while Lucinia seemed confused. Tim simply said he'd explain once everyone was here. Cecilia was moving her arms, stretching, and even took a small hop, which caused her head to hit the top of the tent. Tim said, "I know this is difficult, but you need to stay still for now."
This is amazing is what it is. Thank you. It's the most incredible thing I could have ever imagined. All my dreams come true at once,
Cecilia replied. Atticus and Licinia were still both confused. Tim realized that, to him, it looked like his daughter had cut her hand, then passed out before glowing slightly. Licinia had probably already assessed Cecilia since he had given her the skill Tim's auger. So they had questions, but for entirely different reasons. It took a good 5 minutes to gather everyone Tim had asked for, but his mind raced the entire time. The pieces were falling into place. The quest that he had received for Ascension meant that he had the potential to become like the patrons. He'd never really believed in them as gods, but they were clearly powerful beyond mortal limits. To think that he could actually achieve that was frankly both exciting and intimidating. On one hand, power was a tool to keep those he cared about safe, but it also created a barrier between him and those people. Since he'd arrived in Iokusente, he had struggled to adapt and fit in. At first, it had been the oddity of his trait, but over time, it also became the level of his power. If he was being honest, he was already on a different level than any of the Sojourners, in much the same way as they were when compared to Flats. He didn't have any delusions that he was like one of the patrons. He had barely dealt with an archfiend, and then only because he'd been underestimated. As intense as his potential was, that was the small bit of news. He had just succeeded in turning a regular human into a Sojourner. Better than anyone, he knew that while they looked alike, the two things were very different. They might as well be different species. That much was amazing, but if elevating Sojourners had a line of people expecting something from him, this ability was going to turn the country, no, the world, upside down. He had visions of them trying to lock him up and make him spend his days creating new Sojourners, and not the fun way either. It would end badly. Either he'd fight free and have to kill a bunch of people, or they'd somehow trap him and he'd be little more a slave. When everyone was there, he explained as best he could. The stares he got were incredulous. They couldn't believe it. First off, the complete resistance to the idea that the patrons were real. He had never understood it, but eventually accepted that it must be part of the system. Then there was the firm belief they all shared about how their world worked. Regular humans simply couldn't become Sojourners. It just didn't work like that. At that moment, Tim decided it would be easier to show them. He dropped from his group and formed a new one, inviting Jacob, Alin, and then Cecilia to it. Her eyes went wide when she got the notifications, but it was easy to accept, so soon she was in his party. Then he explained to her about how to show her status sheet to them and how to limit what was shown. A minute later, she had it figured out, and it was Alin's and Jacob's turns to gasp as they read it. Name, Cecilia Avis. Race, human, Sojourner. Level, 22nd. Faction, Terran. Class, Naturalist. Patron, Ascendant Candidate 1. Trait, Iron Body 5. Tell them what you see. Jacob read the portion of the sheet that Cecilia shared with them. A part of Tim regretted not getting a chance to coach Cecilia about hiding her level. As soon as the information sank in, they all started to pepper Tim with questions. I thought you were a special case. How is it possible that she is higher than level 20? Armand asked. And more importantly, can you do that for us? Licinia asked. Cassie's voice grew too loud as she said, Why do you all care about that? Aren't you skipping over the biggest part? Alin shook her head. I too wonder about the level, but what do I know? I would have said that it was impossible to create a Sojourner like this, but Tim keeps breaking the limits. I do have to agree with Cassie, though. As significant as everything else is, the biggest issue is that Tim is listed as her patron. How is that even possible? Surprisingly, the quietest person in the tent was Cecilia. Tim ignored the questions the others were asking and looked at the new Sojourner. Do you feel different? Yeah, but not in a bad way. This feels amazing. I'm just getting used to it all. I don't have any skills or spells yet, so I'm not sure what I can do.
Cassie said, "Usually, a patron will grant a couple of basic skills to a new sojourner. At least that is the way it is with native-born sojourners when they get their class."
Lynn nodded.
First gens also get some when they arrive. At least that was my experience.
She looked at Tim as if seeking confirmation. "Hey, don't ask me. When has anything about me been normal?" Several of the others laughed at that, and some of the tension was dispelled. "Look, I have a lot to tell you all, but again, I need oaths of secrecy. People are already going to hound me trying to elevate sojourners, but if they find out that it's possible to create new sojourners, it will create a frenzy. It might even be so bad that they don't take the threat of the abyss seriously. As for me, I have a quest to ascend. I don't know what that means, but I do know that both patrons and archfiends are ascended beings. I get the sense there are different levels of ascended beings, but I don't think I'm allowed to share some of that with you. Please try to respect that for now." Tim stared intently at Armand as he said that last part. The elementalist just expressed mock offense. "To answer some of the other parts, I don't know if I can raise your level past 20, and I don't know if I can create any other sojourners. I've learned a lot about how energy works in Iokusente, but I still have a great deal more to learn. I think I was only able to change her because of the potion of condensed energy." Then he explained to them about his alchemist vision and how he woke up with the potion. More than one of them seemed to want to say that it was impossible to bring an item from one of the visions into the waking world, but after everything they had just witnessed, no one wanted to argue. "The more pressing issue is that Caldecota made it clear that time is running out. Whatever the fiends and Asmaran are doing is coming to a head. I thought we could take more time to train, but we don't have that kind of time. As soon as I do one more thing, I'm heading for the border, and from there to the abyss. Anyone who wants to come with me is going to need to head out. It might not be a bad idea if the main body of the caravan was behind my group." That statement caused an hour-long conversation. Tim shared what he felt he had to, but in the end, it was agreed that Tim, along with about half the sojourners, would head for the border and then regroup with the caravan when they got there. They would kill any monsters they encountered, and try to generally sweep the area, which would result in Tim getting a chance to see some of the sojourners who might be worth elevating. He insisted that Cecilia either had to stay with the caravan or remain in his party. She simply nodded at first. Alin and Jacob also agreed to stay in the party, although Alin was glad to find out that Tim could add a fifth member to the party, so another Asmarian could group with Tim. After agreeing to that, Cecilia asked, "Now, is my patron going to give me some skills?" Cassie was obviously uncomfortable with the question, but Armand managed to keep her from saying anything. For his part, Tim nodded. "I pretty much have to because we don't have a skill rod here. I'm going to give you 4 skills that I pick now, but later we'll let you pick what you want. You'll be able to have 9 skills since you're past level 20. Then he gave her Nature's Greater Healing, Tim's Augur, Bowmaster, and Electric Arc. "You're trying to keep me out of combat. You don't have to protect me. I'm a sojourner now. I can be your equal. You don't have to push me away any longer." Tim groaned internally. He'd hoped she would be too busy with the changes to continue her crush on him. He should have known better, but this was going to make what he was going to do next rather awkward. Fortunately, Reggie came to his rescue. "Being a sojourner doesn't mean you're indestructible, and levels are not all there is to this. Having power and knowing how to use it are very different things," Lucinia added. "And if you want to truly be an adventurer, it's time to outgrow girlish crushes." The assassin's tone was harsh, even if Tim knew it was necessary. Cecilia started to protest, but her father placed his hand on her arm and pulled her to sit down next to him. "You said there was still one thing you needed to do, sir?" Jacob asked. "Yes." Then Tim explained the secret of how summoners were able to share power to cast more powerful summons. Armand whistled. "That explains so much. There aren't very many summoners, but they're gonna be pissed at you for sharing their biggest secret." Tim shrugged. Maybe not. If what I want to do works, It's going to create as much change as elevating sojourners. Okay, so what is it that you want to do? Reggie asked. I've waited long enough. It's time to put right my biggest failure in Iokusente. I failed to save Kayla from that bastard. But now I'm going to resurrect her. Alin's face went red. Tim had forgiven her, but he knew that she was always going to bear some guilt over what had happened. He would have been lying if it didn't please him that she still felt bad about it. She spoke softly as she said,
Tim, we've discussed this. Even if we had a copy of the resurrection spell, it wouldn't be powerful enough to rescue her. We don't have all of her body, and it's been too long.
Tim's face hardened. It felt like it was better than showing too much emotion. I have a spell for it. And then he showed them all the description of the spell Simona had given him.
True soul recall rarity. Ascendant. Prerequisites. If you have to ask, you don't qualify. Mana. 7,000. Description. Will call the willing soul of any dead mortal back to their mortal body. The soul must be willing, and the body must be viable.
Ascendant rarity, Armand said with a whistle. Yeah, that's beyond mythic, which is beyond rare. Fun, huh? Tim replied.
Lucinia said, Not to be a downer, but how does that change everything? I haven't seen your stats for a while, but I find it hard to believe you have 7,000 mana to cast it.
Only 3,496. Armand put his head in his hand as he shook it. Only 3,496, he says. But that is why I shared with you about the summoner vision. I believe that I can teach willing casters how to share mana with me. If this works, then it might be possible for all to learn the same thing and enable other classes to do greater things. Everyone was quiet for a minute, thinking about the possibilities until Alin said,
I'll help. It's the least I can do.
Cecilia looked like she might cry, but finally said,
Kayla was a friend, and you are my friend, and my patron. I will help if I can. I'll still need to assign stat points, though.
Tim nodded at both of them. He was ready to try this. The others went out to gather willing casters who had the highest mana levels and so on. Reggie and Jacob got together to set up a defensive ring so that nothing would interfere once the ritual was started. Tim just hoped this wasn't going to end up being a pet cemetery situation. Chapter 38. A New Shadow. Tim left most of the preparations to others. He helped Cecilia talk through her stat points since, unlike him, she wasn't likely to be able to respec repeatedly. Then he spent 2 very frustrating hours teaching mages how to open themselves up to transfer energy. He still believed that this was something other sojourners would be able to learn to do, but for now, it required him to draw on their mana, and them to simply let him rather than them actually sending it to him. Tim suddenly understood the reason that the summoners used to chant to keep people's minds empty. Distracting thoughts could cut off the flow of power. When he was finally ready, they had cleared off a table, which was brought into Tim's tent. He had one of the biggest ones, so it made sense. He then had the casters form up behind him in a triangular shape. Power would flow into him from a chained set of sources. It was gruesome, but he took out the still-preserved portions of Kayla's body that he had. He was confident that he had at least all the major pieces, although some of the parts where the cuts had been made might not be there. He'd never felt so much like a necromancer in his life. There was something dark about this entire thing, but he pushed on. Once everyone was ready, he began pulling power from them. It seemed to be much easier to draw a single type of power. Mana was more refined in some way than raw order or chaos energy. Since the sources were willing casters, the energy flowed into him faster. It was still taking time, though. After a minute, his mana had reached 5,700. It was continuing to climb, but the draw on some of the weaker casters in the formation was becoming a strain. The transfer rate was highly inefficient, and Tim chafed at the slowness. He worried that they'd run out of mana before he hit the full amount.
6,100.
It was rising. Tim started to pull harder, but one of the casters buckled and almost fell over. If he was too rough, the entire formation would fall apart.
6,200.
The rate was tapering off. Tim could feel it. He forced himself to relax like when he had learned to meditate and calm his more violent tendencies. Looking inward, Tim sought any of the other aspects which might help him out. Immediately, a number came at them. The dervish aspect was one of community. As he focused on that, he felt the connections grow stronger, and the mana levels surged up.
6,400.
He needed more. So he felt the awareness an assassin has for their surroundings along with a naturalist's understanding of nature. That allowed him to open himself up to drawing power from the world. He focused on drawing order energy, but most of it ended up infusing him while only a small amount went into the mana total, despite the vast amount of energy he could pull on. Tim had a much better understanding of the world around him with each moment, but he didn't want to wait. Kayla deserved to be in the land of the living again, and Cal Dakota had made it clear he had limited time.
6,700.
He felt another aspect which might help. As he channeled the blood mage aspect, he felt a lust for power, and suddenly understood the nature of power within the Sojourners so much more. HP or mana, what did it matter? They were both derivative forms of power. As both a summoner and a blood mage, Tim felt the power potential and was able to pull from the HP of his assistants. Within a single instant, the gathered mana soared over 7,000, and he cast the spell. The spell form was more complex than anything he had seen up to this point, and he saw tendrils from the spell pierce the dimensional barrier. He didn't know how it was accomplished, but his awareness alone was a huge step forward. It felt like an eternity, but finally, he could feel Kayla. She was different, more free than before. There had always been a level of guilt in her about her past, but Tim could see how that didn't burden her at the moment. For the first time, he began asking himself if he was doing the right thing. Was he pulling her from a place of peace just so he didn't have to feel guilty about her death? Was there more? He could be honest with himself. He had been falling for Kayla. She was older than him, well, unless you counted the age of some of his forms. But she also had been the person who made him feel the most comfortable. He'd tried to tell himself before that it was just physical comfort and friendship. That was a lie, though. He had been alone, and then there was Kayla, and he felt like there might be a future for him in Iokusente. Now he was pulling her from a place of peace back to this tumultuous world just to make him feel better, to soothe his aching heart. Tim felt selfish and despicable. His body was locked in the struggle with a spell that by all rights was beyond him, so he couldn't wipe away the single tear that ran down his face. He'd lost her once, but he would give her up so she could have the peace. He just wanted to touch her one more time, even if it wasn't physical. Tim pulled from the power that was within him, the raw power of the universe which he was slowly learning to tame, and sent a pulse into her. He bared his emotions and tried to make Kayla's soul, in whatever dimension it was, know the appreciation and affection he felt for the time they'd had together, however short it had been. Then he started to pull back. He almost missed it in his sorrow. Was he imagining things? No. There it was again. Fainter, though. It was Kayla's emotions sent back along the trail of power he had poured out to her. He felt acceptance, and even the beginnings of love. Those things took time, but Tim now saw from her perspective. She had been lonely. A woman who had killed but didn't want to do that any longer. She made an inn for her friends to have a place to come, but she was always a woman alone. His isolation had made him safe for her. At first, she hadn't felt like there would be any strings attached. If it didn't work out, so what? But she had come to care about Tim in their hectic few days. She felt more whole with him than she had since she got her class. More than anything, he felt her desire to return. She wanted to live. She wanted to be with him. Fighting wasn't what she wanted to live for, but she was willing to do it at his side. She had felt a renewed sense of purpose and belonging, and wanted it back. A second tear fell down his other cheek, but he remained oblivious to it. The simple fact that she would give up that place of peace to be with him made him feel more valued than ever before. Her soul was returning. The repeated use of the crucible had made Tim more than a little sensitive to such things. He could feel it traveling back along the path of his spell form. There was no need for guilt. The spell could only bring a willing soul, and the emotions he had sensed from her made him want to fight for a future more than ever. The mana had been spent for the spell, but she still needed a body. Tim activated Ephemeral and began pouring mostly order with a dash of chaos energy into it. He almost felt guilty as he started to make tiny adjustments, but then again, what person hasn't wished for the ability to tweak something about their significant other? Kayla was older than him, and even sojourners died of old age. Tim didn't know if he was even properly a sojourner any longer, or if he was on his way to becoming something else. But he knew that he wanted a good, long life with Kayla. Her soul was still in transition, so he couldn't ask her, and simply opted to reform her. He shaved the years off her, and she went from 39 to 24 in a heartbeat. Any younger than that, and he would have felt awkward, but this would give her as much life as possible. Once that change was made, Tim began wondering what else he could do for her. Having just gifted a trait to Cecilia, that much was easy. He burnt through more XP as he gave her the trait Iron Body 5, and then, thinking about the kind of woman that she was, he also gave her Might of the Righteous, although once again he enhanced it to level 5. Tim felt her soul attached to the body, and then their minds linked.
What did you do to me? I feel different.
I might have made you younger.
So you're saying I wasn't attractive enough before?
Tim felt a new rush of guilt, but then she laughed.
You realize I can feel what you're feeling now. I was just messing with you. But you do owe me, so next time you change bodies, I get to pick which one.
Tim laughed in the space they were sharing. I'll see what I can do.
Okay. And it says that I can accept you as a patron and gain some gifts. I thought Simona was my patron.
She was. Or is. But you can have 2 patrons.
Yeah? But when did you become a patron?
I'm not exactly. There's just too much to explain right now, but I promise to fill you in. Now though, accept please. It's the best way that I can make you stronger. Tim felt the bond solidified. It was thicker than the connection that he felt with any of those he had elevated, and even thicker than the connection he felt with Cecilia as her patron.
Oh, 2 new traits. Level 5 traits. Wow, you're really gonna have to explain this. But don't think that just because you're my patron that I'm gonna dance to your tune.
Tim knew she was playing, so it was easy to feel completely at ease with her. Why couldn't it be like this all the time? I'll be happy with any kind of dance you want to do. But one more thing before I have to end this. The people who helped me cast this can't maintain the ritual for long. I can increase your level aura. And I don't want you to think there is anything wrong with being an assassin. I was one for a while. But if you want, I could change your class. She didn't say anything, but Tim could feel both her shock, hope, and then confusion. Eventually she said,
I don't want to be an assassin. It means something to me that isn't the person I want to be any longer. But at the same time, so much of my thinking is built around that. I like to be able to move silently, sneak into a room, slip out without being seen, all of those sorts of things. Maybe an archer or dervish, but none of them could do it half as well as an assassin.
Something hit Tim then. If the rule of 4s could be broken, then why did there only have to be 4 class trees with 4 classes per tree? What What if I could offer you another class? One that isn't part of the classes you know, but which would still offer you all those stealth abilities. Actually, it would offer you more, just more. Tim felt the briefest moment of hesitation from Kayla before she said,
"Oh, what the hells, I trust you. Give me the best class you can."
He almost wanted to say that maybe she shouldn't trust him because this was going to be experimental, but he was starting to believe in himself. He might not be able to control everything, but he sure could nudge things in the direction he wanted them to go. Tim dramatically upped the amount of chaos energy he was pouring into her until he was burning half chaos and half order energy. More and more of his power went into her as he enhanced her form, making her stronger than she would have ever been before, and boosting her level. He kept going until half of the XP he had accumulated had been poured into her. His friend Bill had complained about his ex-wife getting half in the divorce, but Tim liked the idea that half of what he had went into Kayla. Then it clicked into place, and Tim took a look at her status before releasing her.
Name: Kayla, not assessed. Race: evolved human, sojourner. Level: 23rd. Faction: Terran. Class: Shadow. Trait: Bombardier. Iron Body 5. Might of the Righteous. Patron: Simona. Ascension Candidate 1. Timothy Stein. Shadow Skill: Shadow Step, Shadow Fade. Base stat boosts: Hardiness plus 15. Flexibility plus 25. Acuity plus 5. Sagacity plus 10.
Tim stepped back, and the other casters all stumbled, some even collapsing to the ground. He glanced at them, but only had eyes for Kayla. Experience is the forge of relationships, with hardship being the anvil and joy the hammer. They hadn't known each other for that long, and he knew they still had growing to do. But in this moment, Tim believed that he loved this woman. She sat up and almost forgot to clutch the sheet that was draped over her to give her some privacy. Her armor had been destroyed. Tim grabbed her, and soon the others were being shuffled out of the tent as they were able. Alin came up and did a quick check to make sure she was okay before offering some robes she could change into. Tim didn't care about any of that, though. He'd just beaten death to right a wrong. Anything was possible. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Tim heard the unmistakable sounds of combat outside. The screams of men, whistling of arrows and blades swung harder than any normal human could, and the roars of beasts. Cecilia stuck her head back in the door of the tent.
"The camp is being attacked."
Chapter 39. Mine. Tim burst over to the door with a rush of speed and grabbed the new sojourner's arm. "You stay here and protect Kayla. She's still coming to. Oh, and you too, Mischief." He started to step past the tent flap, but looked back and said, "I'm serious. Don't test me on this. Once we get you trained, things will be different." He glanced at Kayla. "You too. I'm not going to lose you again just because you were still getting used to your new body. And your gear, or what I could salvage, is over there in the chest next to my bed." Then he was gone. Outside, he found something he hadn't expected. There were monsters. But they were different. They almost looked like humans, but instead had fiendish features. He cast Tim's auger.
Mimar Cambion. Level: 19. Status: Fused. HP: 1840.
Cambion. The name stuck in his mind from a game, but he couldn't remember the details. He didn't need them, though. He could see the levels of chaos in these creatures. They were part Mimar, which is to say they were an abomination born from the hearts of humans and other sentient races along with fiends. The one he was watching raised a hand up, and a gout of intense flame burst off of it, hitting a non-sojourner soldier. It wasn't full-power hellfire, but it clearly was laced with chaos. The man went up like a candle, but Tim canceled that with 2 quick spells.
Energy Call. The brilliant flames were instantly sucked from the burning man, who collapsed. His armor had been a poor defense, and Tim couldn't spare the time to make sure he was completely healed, but he did fire off a quick spell. Nature's greater healing.
Then he was on the Cambion. The fiendish man smiled. "Oh, so you must be a caster. That's a neat trick to be able to pull my flames away like that. You should have kept your distance, though, as you won't find my steel so easy to take." Tim didn't bother to correct him. His enemies had been ahead of him in so many ways. He didn't have time to educate a foolish foe. Instead, he effortlessly dodged the man's swing. It was good. There could be no doubt that he was skilled, but he might as well have been standing still when compared to Tim's 120 flexibility and anklets of speed. Tim's left hand still held the glowing sphere of baby hellfire which he had gathered, but he had been slowly infusing it with his own energy, making it his own. At the same time, his right hand shot forward with his dagger. The blade sank deeply into the Cambion's belly. The armor might as well have been tissue paper for all the resistance it provided. The pain caused even this half-fiend to open his mouth in shock, but his eyes were wide as though to scream, "What are you?" But that only lasted an instant as Tim shoved the converted hellfire down his throat. The now blue and gold flames burned with order, but still had chaos to shred his internal defenses. Tim didn't even look back, but went on to the next fight. Behind him, the corpse of the Cambion was shaking as it was consumed from the inside out. Tim's confidence was at an all-time high, but he also knew that he needed to make short work of these fools. He took stock of the battle and saw that there were about 50 of the Cambions. Teams of Sojourners were doing well enough against one or sometimes even two of them, but other than Jacob, Alin, and the Silver Eagles, none of the Sojourners were able to match these creatures on a one-for-one basis. As he felt the Cambion at his feet die, Tim triggered Crucible. He might not plan on taking the path of consumption to his ascension, but he was pragmatic enough not to give up a source of power. As the XP entered him, he prepared to engage the next group of Cambions when a thought hit him. He was in the form of a summoner. So what if he was still stronger and faster than any of the enemy? That wasn't where his real power lay. Watching the Silver Eagles fight, his real power was in how he could change the world. There wasn't time to elevate any more Sojourners, and even if there was, they would need an adjustment period. But he could summon more allies. He thought about spells and then decided on the perfect one. They liked fire. Well, two could play that game. Tim's incredible regeneration rate along with his consumption had restored his mana pool now, so he prepared to call upon a creature of the elemental plane of fire. This was no scheming fiend, but in terms of raw power it was all about fire. He would have to control it, or it would love nothing more than to watch the entire world burn to ashes. No other summoner would have had the power to summon something even half as strong as this, but his research while in the vision told him everything he needed to know. He formed the spell but channeled it through his new trait Adept of the Twin Flames. At least that was his intent before another thought hit him. He had just been practicing leveling up the traits of others. It had become easier with Kayla than with Cecilia, so he was pretty confident he had the feel for it. With that in mind, he first activated Ephemeral and burned some more XP to increase his trait.
You have maxed out Adept of the Twin Flames at level 5. This trait may not grow any further, but may provide a part of a future evolution. This trait now gives you a high degree of ability to project and manipulate both Hellfire and Holy Fire, along with 90% resistance to basic Hellfire or Holy Fire damage. Hellfire is powered by Chaos, Holy Fire by Order. Walk the line.
Then he caused flames to burst forth from his hands. They were golden flames trimmed in red, showing that while they were mostly Holy Fire, there was also a dash of Hellfire in it. This felt appropriate to him, a man who kept changing and defied any single title. Then he summoned the spirit of Catal, king of the Fire Rocks. Catal was one of the princes of the elemental plane of fire. He and his kind ruled the sky, challenged only by dragons. At least that was what the lore books he had read during the vision told him. Tim was a bit surprised that it all happened as planned, but then he felt a powerful, if simple, mind reach out to him. Who would touch the flame and live? I would. I am Timothy Stein, Ascendant Candidate and Summoner. I offer to you flames which blend both holy fire and hellfire as your home for a short visit to Iokusente. All I ask is that you scour the area of those Cambions who seek to lay claim to hellfire while not harming me or mine. All fire is mine. There was a short pause, then that voice echoed in his head again. This is a noble body. Your terms are acceptable for 10 minutes, but think not too often to call upon me. Respect must be paid. Tim bowed and then felt the essence of Catal enter the flames he had created. They swelled, and then a bird of fire was birthed and streaked forward. It grew the further it went from Tim, but he watched as it effortlessly sank its talons into 2 Cambions, lifting them up from the battlefield only to burn them to ashes. The holy fire covering its body was something they had no defense against. Tim raced around helping as he could, but true to his word, Catal raced amongst the camp like a forest fire through overgrown underbrush during the midst of a drought. Soon there were no enemies left, and Tim was busy with healing. He happened to glance up at one point and saw Kayla in what must have been some borrowed leather armor standing guard over Cecilia as she was trying her hand at healing. There were too many dead, and Tim was pissed at the attack, but it only made his plan to move all that more important. Once he was sure that all the seriously wounded were healed, he went to Kayla. Can we talk? She nodded at him. She still hadn't said much to him. He remembered the way that he had sensed her feelings. From what he had felt, she wanted to be with him, wanted to explore a future together as much as he did with her. But now, in light of the battle and her silence, Tim was beginning to second-guess himself. Mischief jumped on his shoulder and said,
You humans make everything so complicated.
Tim managed to communicate inside his head rather than having to speak out loud. That was going to be an important upgrade, but seemed to simply be a part of his continued growth. What's that supposed to mean?
You know what it means. She wants to make a nest with you. She likely even wants to have your younglings. As ugly as you are, you shouldn't turn down any female who's interested in you. Ascension might be fine, but a home is more important.
Tim almost asked the mouse what he knew about Ascension, but then Kayla coughed as they finally entered his tent.
Talking to Mischief?
Yeah, sorry. He has an opinion about everything.
How else am I supposed to look out for my familiar?
Tim groaned at that, but then said aloud for Kayla, he's still insisting that I'm his familiar.
Could be worse things.
Then she walked over to him and grabbed the front of Tim's armored vest. She pulled him in and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Tim's tension only lasted a second before he eased into it and returned the kiss. Finally, they broke away so both of them could breathe, but he felt much more at ease.
There. I think you needed that. I felt your soul call out to me, and I was so glad. Wherever that was, it was peaceful, but boring as hell. And when I felt you, I don't know, it just seemed right. It was like I'd known all along you'd come for me. But as you were putting my soul and body back together, I felt a sadness in you. A feeling like you didn't belong, or maybe it was that you were worried I wouldn't want this.
Tim pulled up one of his few chairs for her to sit in, and then sat in one himself. Truthfully, I was worried that you might not want to be resurrected. This world is a crap show right now, and wherever that was seemed to have far fewer problems.
Maybe, but that wasn't what I was talking about, and a part of me thinks you know that.
Tim nodded. There was an awkward silence, but the former assassin refused to make it easy on him. Okay, fine. I worry about whether you'll want to be with me. Everything about my life has been crazy since I got to Iokusente. It isn't like my old life was some dream, but I knew my place.
Tim looked off at the ceiling of the tent.
Okay, so my place in my old world sucked. Here, I just didn't know who I was. And I think I'm finally getting there, but some jerkwads are trying to burn everything down around us.
And do you want to ask me something? I mean, I already gave you an answer, sorta. But a girl still likes to be asked.
Tim smiled. Do you want to save the world with me?
Kayla started to sigh, but Tim put his finger on her lips.
And then make a future together. I don't have everything figured out. I might have a few friends now. But you're the one I think of when I think about the future I want to have.
She nodded that time. Yes, now that I'm back, I'm not going to let anyone get between me and mine. You still have a bunch of things to fill me in on, and I sure want to know what an ascension candidate is, or how my level is over 20, or how I have a class I've never heard of. So you may be in a rush, but you need to make time for me. Cecilia popped her head in the door of the tent. When she saw how they were sitting in separate chairs, but with Kayla's legs across his, she blushed. I'm sorry. I can come back later. Before Tim could respond, Kayla said, No, you're a friend, and we need to get everything out in the open. It isn't every day that you get a new chance at life, and I'm not going to allow jealousy or miscommunication to stand between me and my lovers or friends. Cecilia still seemed hesitant, but she was pushed in from behind. Atticus followed her in with a bottle of wine in his hands. Everyone is looking for you, but I told Jacob you asked not to be disturbed for a few hours. I'll have to handle the cleanup without you. Now I think we all want to hear a bit more about what you know. Tim was taken back to that night in the study of Kayla's inn. These were friends, and if he could clear the air with Cecilia, then these were the kind of people he wanted around himself.
Okay. Well, let me explain about the patrons, and go from there. Interlude 4. Help and Hinder. Tarson wanted to scream at the heavens in rage. They had finally reached sight of the human border, but the wall and guard outposts were hidden behind a massive army. It was beyond anything he had ever seen. The scouts had reported, but he had insisted on sneaking up to have a look with his own eyes. There had to be more than 500,000 Mimar, but that was actually the least frightening part of the forces assembled in front of the border to the human nation. The Mimar were the middle section of the army. On either side of them were collections of monsters. One side was made of several thousand deer-type monsters ranging from badgers to bears and from desert cats to elephants. It was something he'd never seen before. On the other flank of the army, there were other monsters. Elementals of various sorts and strange, twisted creatures, many of which he'd never even heard of. Some were simply giant insects, and others were strangely amorphous blobs. Finally, though, in the rear of them all was the real danger. There were at least 1,000 fiends. Most of them were fairly humanoid and were called Cambions. He'd never met their like either, but he could feel their power even from this distance, and behind them were a couple dozen greater fiends who were being kept in check by the Cambions who periodically fed a lesser fiend to the big ones. The army was enough to crush any nation, and yet it simply sat there staring at the border wall. Even if there were 500 guards assembled all at this spot with 50 sojourners, they had no chance. Worse, if it was anything like the Russian border, there would likely only be a fifth of that in terms of Terran forces. He'd hoped that reinforcements were being sent, but from what he knew of the leaders of nations, they were more likely to withdraw and try to protect their capital. It was short-sighted to the first-gen warrior, but he couldn't let that hold him back. He had been sent to help the humans, specifically a brand-new first-gen. There was no way around this army, so he would hold his forces in reserve and hope they weren't noticed. Perhaps there would be a way to aid the humans if this Timothy Stein was truly worth aiding. Deep within the abyss, Asmarin was finally able to manifest enough of himself. He was still only a shadow of what he had been before, and he was still bound in chains forged by Rugen himself, but he was so much closer to being free. He just needed a new vessel, and while an Asmarian would have been preferable, this Timothy Stein would have to do. The man had a strange trait, one which the patrons had voted in the early days to prohibit. It made it possible for him to change shapes. In the hands of someone who actually understood the way of energy, Asmarin was confident that he would have no problem changing his race to that of his own original race. Not that such things truly mattered to an ascended being. He was, after all, a god. Then he felt a dark presence enter his prison chamber. It chafed Asmarin greatly that he had been forced to work with the fiend. Such creatures lived only to destroy. Asmarin wasn't against some destruction, but only when it cleared the way for something better. Yet when he had moved to defeat his companions and become the sole god of Iokusente, he had lost. Then had followed over 2,000 years of imprisonment. No mortal creature could understand what that meant to a god. It wasn't the time. He was immortal. He had all the time he needed. No, it was the lack of freedom. To ascend was to become free, and they had stripped that from him. So when the voice which identified itself as Alluri whispered to him, he tried to ignore it at first. Eventually, he gave in and conceded the limited control and access he had to Iokusente in order to allow that dark voice to give him a way to freedom. Asmarin was no fool. Not all ascended beings were the same. Cal Dakota was something different from him and the other patrons. The same must be true for this Alluri. Yet they were not so much as they thought they were. Asmarin was a god. He was not some uppity fiend who managed to barely reach the first rung of immortality. That thought, of course, brought Baldrock into his room. "You had best have some good news for me," the fiend laughed. "Or what?" Asmarin's eyes bulged. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. He knew the fiend had his own desires, but he had always showed proper deference. "Ah, I see you are surprised. You godlings are all the same, thinking more of yourselves than you should. But never you mind. At least you've been restored enough so that you can rot in this chamber when the abyss finally explodes from the built-up chaos. I wonder if even a godling will survive that. Wait, you were supposed to bring the new first-gen to me. I need him as a host. Oh, I don't think things will work out like that." The fiend said as he laughed. "He is going to taste delicious. Consuming him will push me ahead of all the other archfiends. For the first time, Hell will have a king. And my domain will cover both Hell and eventually Iokusente." Asmarin struggled against his chains. He could feel them binding him, but also knew they were weaker than before. Even in his crippled state, he believed he could defeat Baldrock. "You dream beyond your station. Even if you consume him and become the king of Hell, you still won't be able to defeat the gods of Iokusente. Bah. Once the abyss explodes, it will contaminate this world with the truth of chaos. My power will grow, and you pathetic godlings will fall." The crafter doesn't fight, so he will be easy to destroy, or more likely drive off. Simona loves her people, but once the explosion destroys much of this world, she will likely abandon them. Even if Valerius indulges in his love of battle, I'll be stronger than him by then. You dream, but even if that were so, you forget about Cal Dakota. The Archfiend laughed again. I forget nothing. I've been told by a friend of yours, I think he gave you the name Alluri, that this would not be the first time Cal Dakota abandoned a world. If things don't work out the way he hopes, then he will give up on this experiment of his. And that is all that Alluri wants. Then the Archfiend left, walking slowly so that he could bask in the wailing screams of a bound godling. Chapter 40. Friends both old and new. Their talk went long into the night, but it was medicine for Tim's soul. It probably didn't hurt that at some point Kayla had managed to slip out of the borrowed leather armor and into something more like thin slacks and a pullover shirt. Then when she sat in his lap, all was right in the world. Well, other than one thing. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I liked it when you were bigger." Tim blushed and she giggled. The feel of her warm breath against his neck made his confusion and embarrassment all worth it. "No, not like that. I mean, that was fine too. But I meant I liked how broad your chest and shoulders were when you were a bestial." "I'll get on it. First chance." Then Mischief squeaked,
"Get a den already! This is public space!"
Fortunately, Atticus and Cecilia were better mannered, and acted as though the two of them weren't having a private moment right there. In the end, they all spent the night talking, and Tim even refused a messenger from Caesar and one from Charles. Neither took it well, but he just plain didn't care. Halfway through the night, Tim said, "We better call this and get some sleep. We need to be up and moving in 4 or 5 hours. Jacob is bringing a team of sojourners. The Silver Angels are coming, and I expect Lynn is bringing a party of Ismarians. The rest of the caravan is going to follow behind as they can meet at the border so we can resupply. Bluntly, whoever is near me is likely to get attacked."
"I want to go with you. I'm over level 20. You'll need my power,"
the teen said. Tim looked at her and then at Atticus, who simply shrugged. "You're an adult. I can't tell you where to go. But we do have to get 3 things out of the way. First off, you are the first of something new. Something which could change Iokusente more than I ever will. You understand the importance of a non-sojourner becoming a sojourner, don't you?"
"I do. The patrons have called me to make Iokusente a better place. We'll lift up people, and not just nobles."
Her optimism was misplaced, but still infectious. "Okay. And you understand that you and your father are both my dear friends, the first people that I ever met in Iokusente." As Tim spoke, he placed an emphasis on the word friends. She looked at her father and then sighed deeply before looking back at Tim.
"I admit that I had..."
Atticus coughed meaningfully.
"Okay. I admit that I have a crush on you. But watching you and Kayla together shows me that the connection you have is something different from what I feel. I won't try to get between you, and I accept that all we can ever be is friends."
Kayla said,
"Thanks to him making me look younger, we could practically be sisters. I would be honored to have you as a sister, and as an older sister, I have to say that what you just said took courage, but it's a sign of maturity."
Cecilia beamed at that. Oh, there was a hint of pain behind the smile, but she'd find someone. She was going to be in high demand once people found out about her. "Okay, that's agreed," Tim said.
Now, about the third things. Friends or not, if you come with me, then you are agreeing to follow my orders. You have power, but I, better than anyone, know that power alone won't carry the day. You have a long way to go before you are even as experienced as I am, let alone people like Kayla. So you will be the lowest member of our party until then. But we will teach you, and there will be danger. You just have to agree to follow orders. She started to blurt out her agreement, but Kayla reached over and grabbed her hand.
Cecilia, don't answer so quickly. You have to think about what it really means. You will almost certainly be given orders that you don't agree with, don't understand, and don't want to follow. If you agree, then you are agreeing to obey even then.
This time, at least, she was silent for 20 seconds before finally saying,
There really isn't any other choice. The patrons have chosen me. And what kind of patronite would I be if I didn't follow the orders of my own patron, the mighty Timothy Stein?
For a second, Tim wasn't sure if she was messing with him. Then she winked and said,
No, seriously. I swear to obey orders from Tim, Kayla, and anyone else they put in charge of me so long as those orders don't require me to commit an evil act, and for as long as this mission to seal the abyss is ongoing.
Tim was impressed. That was even better than he had hoped for. History was full of people claiming the excuse of following orders. She was wise enough even at her age to see that and made an oath which factored that in. Agreed. They eventually got a few hours' sleep, with most of it being actual sleep, and then were ready to leave in the morning. Tim had given instructions to Jacob, Reggie, and Alin to be ready to travel shortly after sunup. It ended up working out because the 15 of them were riding on horses before either of the messengers realized they were gone. That much at least made Tim smile. The trip to the border went faster than expected. It was definitely slower than flying, and they had to stop a few times to let the horses rest, but since they were attacked by some plant monsters once, fiends another time, and elevated Deerursi a third time, it didn't seem to matter. They just used those attacks as time for the horses to rest. Tim was careful not to do all the fighting as he had to gauge the strength, skill, and teamwork of the others. They shuffled up the teams from time to time. At first, there was some tension between the humans and Asmarians, but in the end, once they saw that he treated them all the same, they began working together. That was hope for the world as far as Tim was concerned. Even Cecilia did as she was instructed. Mischief was her constant bodyguard, and at his level he was fairly potent. She got several chances to heal as the lowest level monster they encountered was level 18. All the Silver Eagles, Jacob, Alin, and of course Tim's trio were all level 20 or higher, but the 3 who were on Jacob's and Alin's teams all ranged between 11 and 15, their respective leaders having chosen them for potential rather than raw power. Tim was amused to see that Jacob had picked the berserker Chaz as one of his 3. The man made sure to come up to Tim on one of their breaks. I was wrong. The words were simple, but Tim heard sincerity, and the man was looking at him in the eyes. These are hard times for all of us. I was hard on you, but I had to be. I'd rather have you fighting with me than against me, though. Tim could have made it harder on him. Lots of people would have. They might have even said he had it coming. But the reality was, if they were going to fight together, then a simple brawl had to be put aside. Tell me about the other 2 who came with you. The berserker lit up. Oh, Cindy's a dervish. She's my fiancée. And her brother Wes is an arcanist. We really just lack a healer for a good team. Okay. Well, keep up the good work. And we'll see what we can do about getting you a healer. Tim had a number of simple conversations like that. They didn't shake the world. They were the common moments of life, even in the midst of a journey to destroy a threat which could end the world. The final battle they had occurred when they were nearing the border. Tim could see the walls, part of them natural cliffs, and part of them built by the Terran kingdom. There seemed to be a few hundred soldiers gathered there, which was something quite different from what he had expected. Last time he was at the border, it was only like 50 soldiers and a single team of sojourners. Oh well, maybe at least one of the generals was taking the threat seriously. The negative, though, was that he felt like the level of chaos was far greater than it should have been. Some of that chaos burst, and a monstrous fiend stepped out of thin air as though he had teleported there. It stood on 4 legs. The front 2 legs were like crab legs, while the back 2 looked more like those of an ape. Its back was covered in black chitinous armor and red fur. Then, up from the horizontal body was a vaguely humanoid torso. Again, it had 4 arms to match the 4 legs. The top 2 arms were something akin to a sloth. They had shaggy hair, were abnormally long, and had long, hard nails extended from them. Beneath them was another set of smaller arms. They were pliable, like they didn't have bones, but held daggers and seemed to wave around. The head atop that torso was a combination of a cat and a bull, with a wide nose and electricity sparking between the horns. Tim immediately assessed this fiend.
Tam Narak, Greater Fiend. Level, 20. Status, Hungry, Hunting, Imbued. HP, 7,920 out of 7,920.
Tim shouted out a warning about its massive amount of HP. Monsters, including fiends, always seem to have more HP than an equivalent-level human would, but with a number that high, he had to assume this thing was going to be strong. As for its status, he had seen Hungry and Hunting before. In fact, he expected most of the monsters had the hunting status with him as the target. But imbued was something different. Anyone know what an imbued status condition means? Tim glanced at Armand, but the elementalist shook his head. Then he looked to Wes, the arcanist with Chaz. Sorry, boss, never heard of that one. Olin spoke up.
Sadly, I have. It means that he has received a temporary buff. Normally, I'd say it was a buff directly from a patron, but perhaps archfiends can do the same things.
Tim said. Then form up. Reggie is main tank. Let's do this one by the numbers, people. Olin and Cassie, you keep Reggie up. Cecilia, you've got heals in the non-tanks, so keep a close eye on everyone. Armand, you call out what elements to try on it. Let's try and not cross our streams and mix fire and ice at the same time. Everyone else hold back until we get a feel for how strong it is. The thing charged at Reggie after he fired off a taunt and slammed both its massive top arms down on him. The fists were twice the size of Christmas hams, but Reggie took it like a pro. His shield managed to block both and send the blows deflected into the ground. He hadn't even had to call upon his defensive aura, and for a second, Tim thought maybe this thing wasn't quite as strong as it seemed to be. Then he noticed that even blocking the blow, Reggie's health had taken a huge hit. He'd lost a third of his considerable HP in a single blow, and that cracking sound must have been the bones in his arms. But things really went sideways when the 2 lower arms lashed out like striking snakes. It moved too fast for Reggie to respond, and Tim had set back to see what the others could do. One minute his friend was tanking a hard monster. The next, both his sides had been ripped open with 8-inch deep gashes, and both his lungs had collapsed.
Chains of Celestial Light.
The spell wouldn't hold something like this for long, but it would buy them a second. Tim wasn't the only one, as a translucent blue dome of arcane power sprang up to protect Reggie, while Deruven, an elven knight, rushed in to take over tanking. Chaz went into a berserker rage and began tanking one of the snake-like arms, while Cindy leapt on the other. At the same time, Kayla shadow-stepped behind the fiend and drove her dagger into its back with a devastating critical. An instant behind her, Licinia did the same. An earth elemental that Tim summoned pulled Reggie back so he could recoup. And the fight went on. The 3 healers had to each support one of the other fighters, and they all watched as the monster was being slowly whittled down. The cold chill that went through Tim was that if a level 20 guardian couldn't take a single monster like this, then what chance did they have against what waited for them? He refused to let his mind go there, and added his own spells while continuing to leave the bulk of the fighting to the teams. They came together quickly, and before Tim had too long to fret, Reggie was back on his feet. He and Deruven silently nodded and began to share the tanking duties. For some reason, Reggie still didn't erect his golden aura, but Tim saw a trio of orbs spinning around Deruven. They helped to block or deflect various attacks, and Tim wondered if they might be his trait. Little by little, they had it beaten down, and Tim could have almost kissed Baldrock or Asmorin, whoever was responsible for this monster. They had created a challenge which showed them a couple of things. First, it showed the limits of their current strength and the need to elevate more sojourners. Secondly, it showed them exactly how well they could work together. The only thing that they needed to see now was where Tim stood in the hierarchy of this team. The first set of chains had broken, but Tim focused on the spell and began pouring more mana into the spell form. Then he added a bit of raw order to it. He was careful to only pull in order from the environment around him rather than draining his already greatly reduced XP supply. The consumption on the way here had added another 100,000 XP, but that would go quickly. He ran all the energy and then the spell form itself through his trait. It was easier if he only fed some intent into what he was trying to change rather than trying to manage the details. Caldecota might not be right that control was an illusion, but it was difficult to grasp and sometimes not worth it. As it was, the new spell began to take shape. It reached a mythical level, but Tim kept going. He needed a powerful spell that could contain even archfiends, at least for a while. So he pushed again on the spell form. Then a wave of exhaustion hit him as it clicked into place.
Adaptability increased. Path of Ascension, Builder/Cultivator, advanced a fraction. Congratulations! You have evolved the spell Chains of Celestial Light into an Ascendant-level spell. Binding Chains of Balance. Rarity, Ascendant. Prerequisites, Ascension candidate, able to wield both Order and Chaos. Mana, 80 mana plus 25 Order or Chaos depending upon form. Maintenance cost is dependent upon strength of trapped creature. Description: 7 clear chains of silver and gold or black and red, depending upon form, shoot out from your body as though they were extra arms. They reach out to bind your target with a maximum range of 2 feet times sagacity. The chains are infused with either holy fire or hellfire, and inflict constant pain on the target, weakening its will. They are capable of holding a target with hardiness equal to or less than 4 times your sagacity. Additional power can be added to enhance this effect.
The range was shorter, and there was no debuff effect, but they added a pain effect and were capable of holding much stronger beings. Plus, they could be used to affect either good or evil creatures. It wasn't lost on Tim that these would work very well in tandem with the Crucible. He could only smile and give them a whirl. He did like the idea that he stood for a point of balance between both sides of power that were vying for Io Kusante. Clearly one side had to be stopped, but that didn't mean the other side was blameless in all of this.
Binding Chains of Balance.
The chains shot out from him, and immediately Tim could feel the difference. With the previous spell, it felt like something he cast and then no longer had control over. These chains felt like an extension of himself. They were covered in ornated runes and made of what seemed like fragile slips of gold and silver. Nothing could have been further from the truth, though. As they settled around the fiend, Tim felt it struggle once, twice, and then shudder. Its strength wasn't great enough to break the bonds. He felt a slight drain on his strength, but it was easily replaced as he was subconsciously pulling raw energy from the atmosphere around him. The fiend started to shriek in pain as the chains ate away at it without actually causing damage. This was torture at its worst, and Tim didn't want anything to do with it, but he would take power where he could find it. He held his hand up and told the others, "Stand back. I want to finish this one myself."
You have activated the Crucible of Consumption in a contest of wills against a greater fiend. Your victim is both alive and fighting, but you have proven your strength. You are consuming a greater fiend. You have the choice of gains that can be made. 40% of its XP. Dual sentient tentacles. Plus 20 to hardiness and plus 15 to sagacity. Plus 10% to HP and mana.
The fiend shrieked as it faded away, but its pain was mercifully short. Probably far more mercy than it deserved. What shocked Tim was how easy the battle had been. He'd expected it to last a few minutes, but it hadn't even lasted a few seconds. Apparently, being on the path to ascension combined with the chains simply crushed its ability to resist him.
The twin tentacles would be useful, especially since they could act on their own, but it wasn't a look he wanted to take. The XP was probably what he should take, but he thought about the stats as well. In the end, he took the XP, mostly because he had some ideas about how to use it to create even bigger improvements for himself. By the time he finished absorbing that energy, he saw a group of 4 sojourners riding out on horses. His keen eyes recognized some familiar faces. As they rode up, he called out, "Marcus, Eden, Dennis, Lavelle, so good to see you again. Although you may not be as happy to see me as I tend to bring trouble with me." The 4 sojourners stared at Tim, and then at the crowd around him. Finally, it was Eden who said,
Tim, is that you? We'd heard stories about you changing shapes, but this seems bizarre.
Tim nodded his head. "One and the same, but bizarre is just the beginning of the story. Do you mind if we join you and fill you in on what's happening?" Marcus sighed. "We could use the help, but it's you who may not be happy to see us. There is an army large enough to baffle the mind waiting in the untamed lands not more than 10 miles from the border wall." Lucinia laughed.
Oh, they're here for Tim. Everyone hates him. Or didn't you know?
Chapter 41. Final Change. The conversation ended up being rushed. Tim introduced Kayla, Cecilia, the Silver Eagles, and the Asmarians to Marcus and his group. Tim laughed when he learned the name of Marcus's group. They had briefly been adventurers before signing with the army to guard the border. Their group name was the Fire Falcons. Apparently, birds and group names were a popular combination. The conversation got crazy as Tim let the others fill Marcus and his team in on what he'd been up to recently. It seemed easier to him to let others talk about him, given that most of what he could do now was beyond belief. There were 40 other sojourners at the wall working with the military, but Tim didn't include them initially. There were only so many that he could trust. The only exception to that was Travis, the other bestial who had helped Tim raid the Mimar when he was first here. Well, Travis and his bear, Arnold. Tim had fun introducing Mischief to Arnold. The two, oddly enough, seemed to hit it off from the beginning. In the end, they said they believed, but Tim knew that wasn't really true. "I need a few minutes. Do you have a room where I can clean up? Then I'll come put on a demonstration, but only for those of you here. I really don't know most of you well enough, but that last fight convinced me that holding back is only going to get me killed." Marcus nodded. "Those are some big fish you're claiming to have landed. I don't know how much I believe, but you did some amazing things before. Eden can show you to the room you slept in before, unless you remember the way." "I've got it." Then Tim headed out, followed by Kayla. He hadn't invited her, but she seemed to understand she was welcome anywhere he went. Actually, that thought made him sigh, but he kept it inside. There might be some places soon where that wouldn't apply. Places where he didn't want to go, but would, because he wanted to create a better world. It might not have been his world to begin with, but with Kayla, Cecilia, Atticus, and the others, it had become his world. Once inside, he sat down on the cot that he had slept on for a week. Kayla looked around. A cot, dresser, table, and a chair. Wow, they really know how to spoil the sojourners who agree to serve. Tim shrugged. "I guess the point is to prove they aren't any different than the other soldiers." "Yes, but you know we are different. Hells, you're different from us, just like we're different from them." Tim started to protest, but she waved him off. "I didn't say better. I said different." He looked around the room. "For some reason, it seems larger than it did when I was here before." The feeling was so odd he kept looking around. Then he stood up and stretched for the ceiling, but couldn't quite reach it with his fingers. That prompted him to laugh as he realized what the difference was. Kayla watched him, but must have realized what he was thinking. "You were a bestial last time you were here, so a lot larger, right? I don't think it's the room that's changed, but you." He nodded. "I'm going to have to change even more. The easiest way would be to take a nap until Ephemeral triggers the change on its own." She grinned. "An army waiting out there?
And you're asking me to sleep with you?
That wasn't what I... Kayla leaned in and kissed him on the lips.
Oh, just pretend like it was for a second. I'm feeling younger and friskier than ever. A girl likes to believe she's irresistible.
Then she stood back up and added,
I get that we can't, but I still like the idea.
Not just because of time, but because I need to learn to do this on my own. So here goes. I'm going to try and change shape first. Then Tim began to strip off his armor, followed by his undergarments. He didn't know just how much he would be able to change himself, but given what was coming, he wanted to make himself as strong as possible. Kayla didn't even pretend to look away. She stared the entire time and made a show of cooing. When Tim blushed a bit, it just made her grin more. Eventually, all Tim could do was appreciate that he truly had a lover now. Then he focused inward. Ephemeral was the key to all of this. He focused on the personality aspects related to his bestial form. It wasn't that he wanted all that fury. Well, maybe some of it. He also needed to be in control. The point was that his memories of what the bestial body had been like were tied to that aspect. The image began to take shape in his mind, and he remembered what he'd looked like then. After that, he remembered the way it had felt. Then he willed memory to become reality and past to become present. Tim gritted his teeth as both his bones and muscles began to grow and stretch. His body became larger, swelling little by little. His wings sprouted, and he took the form of the bestial. It was the form which he had enjoyed the most since his arrival in Io Kusente, but his will softened the edges. His face came to bear a part of what he had been on Earth. At the same time, little bits of each other face he had worn here slipped in. He looked up and saw Kayla. She stared down.
Like when I first met you, but different still. One thing never changes. Your eyes are still those same beautiful orbs.
Easy. When they get to see you.
Okay, that was a bit sappy. Maybe save some of that for when we aren't about to go fight a hell beast.
Fair enough. Then Tim stood up and stretched. He stood at a full 7 feet now, maybe slightly taller than he had been before. His hands easily reached the ceiling. Yeah, this is more how I remember it. Kayla looked him up and down.
More like I remember it too. But maybe you should get dressed unless the rest of whatever you have planned requires you to be naked.
No such luck. Tim quickly got dressed but had to take time to expand his armor vest to fit the new him. As he did, he explained his plans to Kayla. She asked questions and helped him solidify things, but the one thing he knew was that time was running out. Once he was dressed, he said, "Time to see if I can modify some traits from the inside out." Once Tim focused on the iron body trait, he discovered it was remarkably easy to upgrade. He simply had to burn through some XP to make it happen. From there, he began maxing out each of his other traits. Dungeon Shaper was also easy. It was essentially a trait he'd earned on his own as an extension of Ephemeral. As he enhanced it, he simply gained the ability to take any of his dungeon shapes without having to be inside a dungeon. He simply needed the necessary chaos energy to power the change. It still felt incomplete, but he pushed on. Might of the Righteous was always the trait which felt the least like his. It was a powerful trait, but still didn't feel right. Tim poured XP into it and built it all the way up to level 5. The damage increase was pushed up to 60%, and the damage reduction to 40%. Maybe it was the limits the trait had. It could only activate when he focused on or believed that he was fighting to avenge or protect those who can't protect themselves. In the moment, those restrictions might apply, but they wouldn't always. Yet the more he thought about it, the more Tim realized that wasn't the problem. What was a trait? That was a simple question. He knew they were base abilities which could serve to define an individual sojourner. But then it hit him. They were actually a gift. They were the first thing a patron gave to a sojourner. They were the link between them. Tim should have known that before, but he only now truly understood. He had gifted a trait, and now felt the connection that created. The thing was, there were limits on the traits he could create. Those limits were because of him. He might be a candidate to become something more, but he wasn't there yet. It made sense that the traits, even the ones he had, were limited by the power of the patron who granted them. For some like Iron Body, that didn't matter. It only increased his stats. The additional damage resistance at level 5 might be limited, but not the stat boost. Might of the Righteous, however, was solely based on how it affected the enemy. It increased damage caused and reduced damage taken. That meant it could only work if the patron, or rather the fragment of their power, was sufficient to overcome the target and created the desired effect. Tim pondered it a bit further. Then, to buy himself more time, he maximized Defensive Aura of the Ascended. It was a power which he had taken and relied upon his own order energy. The same could be said for Adept of the Twin Flames when he had maximized it. The question was what to do about the less valuable traits. Tim tried to tinker around but couldn't find a way to merge Ephemeral with any of his other traits. That didn't really surprise him. It was given to him by Cal Dakota, and from what he'd discovered, he was at a level beyond the other patrons. He didn't want to merge anything with Crucible of Consumption since he still had mixed feelings about that skill. The Defense Aura and Adept traits both worked fine the way they were. He planned to make better use of them. That left him with only 3 traits: Dungeon Shaper, Iron Body, and Might of the Righteous. Tim had a decision to make. Simona wasn't a patron he could trust. Her motives might be good or at least temporarily aligned with his, but this needed to be the era of man. People had to step out and do this on their own, and he would start that now. With that in mind, he burst the connection to Simona and burnt the power of the trait to merge it with the other 2, upgrading both of them. The pain was intense, but brief. When his splitting headache faded, he admired his handiwork.
Iron Formation 5. This trait works to increase the power of all a Sojourner's traits. It triples the hardiness and acuity, while also doubling the flexibility and sagacity of the possessor. Monstrous Shaper 5. This trait allows the possessor to assume aspect of any monster which they have slain. The mana cost of the transformation will vary depending upon its potency.
Tim smiled. Those were both potent changes. Now he had to see what he could do about his spells. Upgrading the rest of them to at least mythic level would make a real difference. Of course, that was when he heard the boom of thunderbolts and cracking stone outside. Cecilia stuck her head in the door.
The border wall is under attack.
Both Tim and Kayla leapt to their feet. He looked at her. Go. I'll be right behind you. Then he looked at his stat sheet just to take stock of his changes.
Name: Timothy Stein. Age: 28. Height: 7 feet 1 inch. Weight: 358 pounds. Class: Ascendant Candidate. Level: 24th. XP: 513,101 out of blank. Ascension requirements not fully met. Hardiness: 288. Plus 50 consumption, plus 40 aspect. Flexibility, 180, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 34 consumption, plus 8 bracer, plus 40 aspect. Acuity, 424, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 88 consumption, plus 40 aspect. Sagacity, 172, plus 4 mask, plus 30 consumption, plus 8 bracer, plus 40 aspect. Hit points, 4,532, plus 250 and 56 per minute doubled. Mana, 6,184, plus 260 and 102 per minute doubled. Offense, 56. Defense, 72. Chaos, 371 out of 501. Order, 784 out of 863. Cold resistance, 100. Faction, Terran, plus 90. Rasha/Asmar, plus 10. Ogria, minus 50. Humanity, plus 75. Terran Border Guards, plus 75. Caesar Febrius, plus 50. Sojourner's Guild, plus 45. Traits: 1. Ephemeral 5. 2. Monstrous Shaper 5. 3. Iron Formation 5. 4. Crucible of Consumption 5. Plus 20 Hardiness. Plus 4 Flexibility. Plus 8 Acuity. Plus 5 Sagacity. Shadow Step 3. Chaos Bulwark 3. True Dark Vision. 5. Defensive Aura of the Ascended 5. 6. Adept of the Twin Flames 5. Titles: 1. Humanity's Avenger 2. Plus 20% damage when avenging the death or mistreatment of humans. 2. Champion, Grinder. 3. Green Thumb of Creation. Plus 50% to skills related to plants. Aspects: all 16 aspects currently available. Aspect skills: Shield Grandmaster, Lightning Step, Quick Change, Regenerative Plant Growth, Control, and Empowerment. Equipped class skills/spells: 1. Tim's Augur. 2. Chaos Ice. 3. Simona's Aura of Judgment. 4. Nature's Greater Heal. 5. Devouring Reach. 6. Elemental Summoning. 7. Explosive Leap. 8. Energy Call. 9. Binding Chains of Balance. Gear Equipped Skills: Dagger Demigod, Dual Wield, Assassinate, Smite Evil, Bless Good. Equipped Magical Gear: Mask of the Blind Patron, A plus 4, S plus 4, Perception plus 50%. Choker of Mana, plus 10, plus 8 per minute. Runed Belt of Speed, F plus 4, Attack Speed plus 40%. Ring of Monstrous Health, plus 150 HP, plus 15 per minute. Ring of the Battle Magus, plus 150 mana, plus 5 per minute. Bracers of Potency, S plus 8, F plus 8, plus 100 HP and mana. Armor Plate Harness. Anklets of Speed, Move plus 20%. Gloves of Life Drain, 10% necrotic resistance. Life Drain, 1 per day. Jack Burton's Hat of Electrical Whooping, A plus 4, plus 50% electrical resistance, plus 50% power, and 50% cooldown reduction for electrical and light-based spells. Cloak of Levitation, F plus 4, 1 hour per day. Rugen's Defender Axe.
Chapter 42. Battle Joined. After taking that moment to read his status, Tim rushed out of the room they'd allowed him to use. The fortress wasn't really more than a collection of small buildings pressed up against the wall. Outside, Jacob and the others were waiting for him. He hesitated for just a second. These seasoned warriors from 2 races were looking at him. Sure, he'd made it clear that he wasn't bringing anyone who wasn't going to follow orders. But still. No. He let that thought drift off into nothingness. He might not like it, but he was the one best equipped to make a difference. "Report," Reggie said. "So far, it's just 2 attacks against the wall. Something called a thunder lizard. It's an unwinged monster, or rather, half a dozen of them. They're all level 20, and then several thousand Mimar. One of the shamans demanded that they send out the one who would be Quint's herald, and when no one responded, they attacked." "They aren't attacking with all their forces?" Jacob replied. "No, this seems to be just a test. The thunder lizards are shooting lightning bolts into the wall while the Mimar try to scramble over the wall by climbing over each other." Deruven said, "So far, the humans, so far the defenders are holding steady without any help from us, but it's only a matter of time. The one called Lavelle has already asked if we will join them on the wall." "I'm not a tactical expert, but in a siege, we have to rotate our forces to try to hold out as long as possible. The problem with that theory is we can't get stuck here. I can't delay doing this any longer." Armand got what Tim was saying first as he laughed. Oh, this is gonna be good." Deruven looked at Alin and then at Tim. "What's he mean?" "He guessed that it's time to elevate more of you. First off, if I was going by my original standard, I'd say I still don't know some of you well enough, but I fought with all of you, and the need is overwhelming.
so it's time to begin doing more elevations. I'm going to start with Deruven because we can use another tank. After that, I'll leave it to Jacob and Alin to tell me who to do next. One word of warning, though. The last time I tried to do this, I was only able to elevate 2 people before I was exhausted. I believe my capacity is greater now than it was before, but there may still be limits.
The Elven Knight stood up a bit taller. He was already level 15, so he was used to being strong, but probably felt that had been as far as he was going to go. He bowed his head and said, "I apologize for thinking poorly of you at first.
We already covered that. No more need for it. The past is the past. All that matters now is we need to get strong enough to clear this threat and then head out for the Abyss. I expect the caravan will get here tomorrow or early the next day at worst. We'll restock, but then I need us to be ready to push into the Untamed Lands."
They all nodded at Tim's words and then headed out to help on the wall. The message was clear. They needed to crush these monsters. Deruven stayed behind and looked at Tim awkwardly.
So what do I have to do? Nothing, really. I'm going to push some XP into you and raise your level up to 20. You will effectively become a first gen. Your trait should get a bit of a boost in effectiveness, but if you tell me what it is, maybe I can enhance it too. Sadly, I'm beginning to think that just being level 20 isn't going to be enough anymore.
The knight nodded. "My trait is called Blocking Balls." Tim snorted and then bit his tongue, trying not to laugh. "Is something wrong with that?"
No, not at all. It's just a thing from my world. Don't worry about it."
Deruven didn't seem so sure, but he said okay. Tim decided he'd already made this stupid enough, so he reached out and put his hand on the elf's hand. Skin-to-skin touch seemed to help. But as he started the process, it all happened so quickly.
Adaptability increased.
Within seconds, he had pushed Deruven to level 20. It was so much easier than before. Tim had to check the notification to see what was different. Sure enough, the last line explained everything.
34% of the necessary XP has been converted directly from order energy which you absorbed during the process.
Tim hadn't set out to absorb energy, but it had just happened reflexively during the process.
Path of Ascension, Builder/Cultivator, advanced a fraction.
This was promising. Deruven took a deep breath as the changes settled over him. Then Tim burnt another few hundred XP while intentionally pulling in as much order energy as he could. He was able to push the knight's trait to level 5 just like that. He was disappointed, though, when he tried to add Iron Formation as a new trait to the knight. He could admit it was an overpowered trait. Iron Body had been overpowered when Rugen first gave it to Magnor, but his upgrade of it was even more potent. Yet he wasn't able to add a single trait to the Asmarian.
Your connection with this individual is insufficient to form a patron relationship.
When that notification popped up, Deruven asked,
"Did you just see that? I assume you got something saying that I can't form a patron relationship with you?"
Sorta. My notification said, an entity not recognized as a patron by the Iokusente system has attempted to form a patron relationship with you. This has been blocked at this time.
Well, I guess this will have to be good enough for now. How do you feel?
Stronger than ever, and my trait now can form a dozen blocking balls. Nothing will be able to get through. Tim stifled the laugh and replied,
"Good. Go join the fight and ask Jacob to send someone from his team."
Deruven bowed and said,
"Yes, sir."
This was definitely going to get awkward. Oh well, it couldn't be helped. Tim found himself waiting for a few minutes. It probably couldn't be helped because it would take someone time to disengage from the battle. He wasn't shocked when it was Chaz the Berserker who showed up.
"How goes the battle?"
Something seems off. Those lizard things seem tough, but they are staying back where only ranged attacks can hit them. We are mowing down the Mimar, but I have the feeling that more are coming."
Tim sighed.
Okay, well, let's do this.
The process repeated much the same as it had with Deruven. He elevated Chaz to level 20, this time with 36% of the power coming from energy he absorbed. He was able to max out his trait, but again couldn't add any further traits.
The good news was that he wasn't feeling tired at all. Tim asked for the next one, and then laughed after Chaz ran out while still trying to profusely thank him. It occurred to him that if this had been a movie, this was likely where the training montage would have come in. For the next 2 hours, he elevated the other members of Jacob's and Lynn's teams and all of Marcus's team, as well as Travis and Arnold. The bestial seemed almost more excited when Tim elevated his bear companion than when he got elevated. He wasn't able to grant new traits to any of them, but he had reached the point where 61% of the power for the upgrades was coming from the energy he absorbed. Surprisingly, he felt stronger still, and had another idea. He asked the last of his subjects to have Kayla and Cecilia come to him. Kayla appeared less than 2 minutes later. She simply stepped out of a shadow next to him. Tim felt the surge of chaos and had instantly prepared to destroy whatever was attacking him, but at the last second, he felt the patron connection he had with Kayla and so held back. That led to him getting a kiss on the cheek. "You seem to be getting the hang of those shadow abilities." She nodded. "Yeah, and I have a new type of energy I can manipulate called chaos. We haven't had much time to talk about it, but I think you made me even stronger than you realize." "Good. I want you to be safe. Be careful with chaos. Energy isn't inherently good or evil. You just need to be aware that it is used by some very bad people. I think balance is the key." "Noted. Now you wanted something?" "Yeah, but we can wait for Cecilia." "Hey, I thought we agreed that I wasn't going to share," Kayla said as she gently pinched him. "That isn't what I meant, and you know it." "Just gotta play." "While we wait, how's she doing out there? This is old hat to you, but she is very new to all of it." "Surprisingly well. The others are marveling at how strong she is. As far as they are concerned, she seems to be a step above. Her healing is very powerful, and yet she still had energy to send lightning bolts flying over the wall or chain lightning, which dances among the Mimar, killing them 24 at a time." "Good. Any sign that it's wearing on her?" "Not so far. Don't worry. You aren't the only one who wants to protect her. I'm keeping an eye on her." Just then, they both heard Cecilia come running up. Kayla was right. You could see it in the way she moved. She was faster and more agile than you would expect for a naturalist. They talked for a couple minutes about her experiences, but she was anxious to get back out and help. None of the sojourners or soldiers had died so far, but that was mostly because of the efforts of the healers, and she didn't want to be gone. "Okay, well, I was able to elevate 11 more sojourners. I won't elevate anyone I don't know at least a little bit, so that is all for now. I tried to give them all new traits, but wasn't able to. I want to try something with you two, though, and see if I can add more traits now or if it was only something I could during the original process." They both nodded. Tim reached out and grabbed Kayla's hand. It sent a tingle up his arm. Dang, this was some middle school stuff. He had freaking magic and could bench press a bear, and just maybe was on his path to becoming some type of godlike being, but touching the hand of a girl he liked still gave him shivers. He smiled as he realized some of the best things in life never change, despite what Caldecott preached. Then he sent the surge of power into her. Tim was pleased when Iron Body 5 easily shifted to Iron Formation 5. The increased acuity and sagacity would benefit Kayla in a variety of ways. Then he granted her Monstrous Form 5, which would be another way for her to have more options. She grinned and smiled as 2 tentacles burst through her armor, one on each side. They were the sentient tentacles, which the last greater fiend they had fought possessed. He said, "That's an interesting look." She patted his face. "No, it's just for fighting." Then she winked. Tim then granted the upgraded traits to Cecilia. They took just as easily for her. He wasn't able to give either of them his Ascendant-grade traits and wasn't willing to pass on either Ephemeral or Crucible, but this was proof that just like with spells, he could learn to duplicate traits from other Sojourners and then pass them on, at least to these 2. Time was the biggest factor now, or he would have traveled the world borrowing traits from as many Sojourners as he could meet. For now, he only had one more idea. "Can you send Armand down here? Oh, and let me know if the fight gets worse and I'm needed." Cecilia bowed and said, "Of course, Master. My patron speaks,
and I obey."
Tim heard her words and felt like he had just swallowed an apple whole, but a second later, the young woman stood up and burst out laughing.
"I'm sorry, it was Kayla's idea." "Hey, you weren't supposed to tell him that."
They both laughed for a moment, but then Tim said, "Point taken. I won't get a big head because I've got you two to keep me from thinking too much of myself." Kayla gave him a peck on the cheek, and then they both left to get Armand and rejoin the battle respectively. A couple minutes later, a rather tired Armand came stumbling down the steps on the back of the wall. "You need something, Tim?" Tim took stock of his friend before saying, "You look much more ragged than any of the other sojourners." "It's mana exhaustion. I keep burning through my mana and then having to wait for it to recharge. The others have it easier, but those of us with ranged attacks have to keep trying to take down the thunder lizards. So far, the commander won't risk anyone going outside the walls to deal directly with them. Any luck so far?" The elementalist shook his head. "Barely. We've killed one of the 6, and that took everything we had." "Okay, sorry to pull you away, although it looks like you need a break." "What we could use is a bit of that amazing Tim power. Although I'll say that your girlfriend is downright terrifying. Don't tell Licinia I said this, but I used to think she was the most fearsome thing I'd ever seen with the way she suddenly appears to deliver a fatal blow. But Kayla does it even better and faster. That jumping between shadows thing is deadly. Your secret's safe with me, but now I think I can help more with this little experiment. Are you willing to let me try something?" What? I mean, I'm willing, but you could at least tell me what you have in mind." "No, I don't think I should. I think it needs to be a genuine reaction from you." Then, without any more words, Tim reached out and grabbed Armand's hand before offering a patron bond with the trait Iron Formation 5. Armand's eyes got wide at whatever notification he saw, but then Tim felt the connection form. Adaptability increased. Path of Ascension, Builder/Cultivator, advanced a fraction. After that, it was easy to enhance the trait he already had, Stormcaller. Tim made a copy of it for himself. "This is amazing! Are you sure that other people can't learn how to do this? Armand, I'd love to talk about it more, but maybe after we save the world. Could you send Reggie or Licinia to me? I'd like to do the same thing for them." "Not Cassie? No offense, since I know you two are an item, but I don't think I have enough connection with her." Then Tim explained quickly about the prior notifications he had received. "That, and I'm pretty sure she believes I'm sacrilegious or something." Armand laughed. "Okay, point taken. I'll get one of the others for you." After that, it was easy to upgrade Reggie, who freaked out about how awesome Iron Formation was for tanking, and then Licinia. He also shared the Bombardier trait with the assassin. Then it was time for him to join the fight himself. Tim took quick stock. He felt like he had grown, and both his Order and Chaos reserves had grown. Interestingly, his XP total was only down by a few thousand. Apparently, he was absorbing enough energy to replace the lost. He felt like he was getting stronger by the moment. He just needed to make a statement to the enemy and then break free. For that, he created a copy of Armand's Stormcaller trait in himself as he ran to the top of the wall. Actually, he started running and then remembered he had wings again, so he flew up high overhead. It was glorious to look down on the world. Tim couldn't imagine how he had ever lived without wings. Then he began both gathering energy and pouring mana into Electrical Arc, which he added to his skill list for this attack. Black clouds formed overhead, and gale-force winds swept in, pushing the Mimar back from the wall. Tim had visions of being Thor for the moment as he felt the bestial's need to dominate all. He was the biggest, baddest thing on this battlefield. Then the sky spoke at his command. Chapter 43. Cutting Loose. Thunder rippled across the sky. Winds buffeted the enemy.
And then, as though he was a conductor, Tim brought his hands down. The clouds which had gathered in less than a minute burst open, and torrents of rain hit the enemy. Then the lightning began to fall. Tim felt his mana draining rapidly. He was stretching the strait beyond anything it was meant to do. Armand had been able to use it to pull up a gust of wind, or perhaps under the right conditions, a lightning bolt, but Tim was shifting all the weather for miles around. A voice screamed into his head.
Do you realize what you're doing? I'm all for you killing my ma, but this is going to wreak havoc on the weather across the continent for days, if not longer. You can't change things that quickly without consequences.
Tim recognized Simona's voice. He knew she was right, butterfly effect and all that, but this power was so new to him. Who could blame him? He didn't bother to respond, and she didn't seem able or willing to do anything directly to stop him. Still, he released his hold on the storm clouds. They immediately began to dissipate, but only partially. He truly had shifted the weather fronts, and it wasn't as easy as the meteorologists on TV made it look to simply wave a storm away. Tim looked down and saw thousands of dead Myanmar outside the walls. They had either been drowned in flash floods or electrocuted by the storm. It was going to be a nightmare to pick up, but maybe it didn't have to be. He thought for a moment as he beat his wings to maintain his place amidst the rain, which was falling much more lightly now. Yes, he would try it. Tim looked inward and focused on his darkest trait. Then he activated Crucible of Consumption on a scale he had never tried before. Power surged into him, and for a moment Tim thought he was done for. He screamed in rage and victory at the same time. The bodies of the fallen were converted to fuel to feed his growth.
Adaptability increased. Path of Ascension, Destroyer/Consumer, advanced incrementally.
For a moment, Tim didn't feel right. He wasn't himself, or he was more. For just a second, he wasn't sure if he was even human any longer. Then he saw the Sojourners on the wall. They were cheering for him. The display might have been terrifying, but he had just defeated their enemies in 2 minutes, and even cleaned up the mess. Then he looked out and saw the Thunder Lizards. They were still alive. Sure, they were trapped in mud up to their shoulders, but each of them was slowly writhing out of the trap and trying to retreat. No, Tim decided that wasn't going to happen. If he was going to go all out, he'd really go all out. Then he dove at the closest of the beasts. It didn't even see him coming and only reacted when he landed on its back. It was far too late by then. His soul-bound blades were already in his hands, and with the might of his bestial form he cut deeply into it. The thick hide was no resistance to his enchanted blades. One cut right through its spinal cord, and the other was plunged straight down into its brain. The attacks shaved off half of its life, but weren't enough to kill such a monster in a single go. Tim was frustrated, but that was the way monsters and Sojourners alike worked here. He drove his other blade down and activated Assassinate. The power of that skill snuffed out the remaining life force. Tim raised his head in victory. He had forgotten the thrill of the hunt and kill as a bestial. Then he leapt into the air and dove at the next of the monsters. It still wasn't ready for him, and when he hit it with a spell, its body shook.
Devouring Reach.
The mythic rarity version of this spell had been powerful before, but now with an acuity of over 400, the spell caused nearly 3,000 damage and returned nearly 2,000 to him as temporary HP, which would be another layer of defense. The lizard spasmed from the attack, which drained 70% of its life in a single attack. 2 cuts with his sword finished it, and he had barely finished consuming it before he launched himself at the next lizard. This one was ready for him, and he had to spin in the air as it opened its mouth to launch a lightning bolt at him. Even Tim couldn't dodge something moving at nearly the speed of light, but fortunately, he only had to dodge the monster's aim. Dodging disrupted his spell, so his first attacks were with his twin blades. He nearly severed its head, but it still wasn't dead, instead thrashing around. He would have used Assassinate, but it wasn't off of cooldown. A figure appeared next to him, and he watched as Kayla shoved a dagger wreathed in shadow into the side of the monster. Her Assassinate skill entered the creature just as quickly as he could have. The two of them made eye contact, but before Tim could say anything stupid about not needing her help, she spoke. "I didn't want you to think you were fighting alone."
Dang. He knew there was a reason he liked this woman so much. Then Tim said, "See if you can keep up." He leapt at the next lizard, and then another. Both times he was able to get off devouring reach and power up his shield. The final lizard again managed to keep him from getting the spell off, but not from bisecting it with a powerful sword stroke. He prepared to activate Assassinate, which was off cooldown by that point, when Licinia suddenly materialized. He had felt her creeping across the muddy battlefield, but he wasn't used to paying attention to the patron bonds. When she plunged her blade into the monster, ending it, he simply smiled. He truly had a team now. Licinia laughed.
"See? I like you enough to even get muddy, so you better be thankful."
A few minutes later, they were all back behind the wall and were talking strategy. The scouts reported many more monsters. This was just the tip of the iceberg, as they say. A General Thune was in charge of the forces at the wall. He came walking up to the group of sojourners surrounding Tim. They were all congratulating him on the display, and of course rumors were already spreading about how he had powered up more than a dozen other sojourners. "Adventurer Stein, could I have a word with you?" the general asked. Tim moved through the crowd so he could look at the general. "Sure thing. What can I do for you, General?" "In private, if you wouldn't mind." "Look, I'm sure you're great at your job and all that, but I don't have time for politics. I'm only going to be here at the wall for another day at the most. Then I'm heading out with 3 teams of sojourners. So we can just talk here." The general was clearly uncomfortable. How could he not be after the display he had just witnessed? "As you wish. I've been instructed to tell you that you are ordered to return to New Rome." "By?" "Well, my command comes directly from Caesar. He spoke to me by crystal not 5 minutes ago. But I'm also to tell you that Guildmaster Charles has ordered your return as well." Tim thought about it for a second. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to respectfully decline their requests." One of the younger noblemen serving as an officer said, "It wasn't a request. Your king has just ordered your return. You have no choice." Tim was about to snap at the man, but Kayla stepped between them. "You may be so daft that you really believe that, but Tim isn't from this world. Caesar is no more his leader than you are his brother. We should just be grateful that he is willing to fight for our world, and his battle is here at this wall and then at the abyss. I, for one, will be by his side, but the rest of you need to get your heads out of your asses." The tension was so thick that you could cut it with a knife, but then horns started to blare, signaling another attack on the wall. The general didn't say anything to Tim, but started barking orders. Tim grabbed Kayla in one of his arms and leapt into the sky. It was worse than he'd expected. Mimar in numbers that he couldn't manage to quickly count were coming straight at the wall. Even what he did before wouldn't be sufficient to stop them. At least the ground was a veritable swamp. Tim sighed. There was no help for it. He was going to have to start elevating more sojourners. He didn't know the others at all, but they were going to need everything that he had. "You know what this means?" "Yeah. We'll hold the wall while you elevate as many more as you can. Just hurry," Kayla replied before she disappeared from his arm in a puff of shadow. He dove for the ground behind the wall and called out, "Any sojourner who wants to be level 20, come to me!" At first, no one moved, but then a guardian leapt down from the top of the wall to land at his feet. Tim didn't bother to ask his name. If the man was putting his life on the wall, that was going to have to be good enough. Over the next hour, Tim managed to elevate 54 more sojourners, but found that even he had limits. When he finished the last one, he collapsed to the ground and fell asleep right where he had been standing. Interlude 5. More help. Rugen was a patron in exile, more or less. He had tried to strike a deal hoping to spare his people, but he should have known that Caldecott had a plan. Now, either this new human won, or his people were doomed. The architect of Iokusente had made no bones about that. Rugen liked his ascended state and didn't want to die now, just as much as he wanted to save his people. The entire reason he had accepted Caldakota's offer was the hope that over 50,000 years he might be able to find another Ogrian who could ascend. He just wasn't much of a fighter. The problem was that he had made the wrong guess. As Marin and the Fiends seemed so strong and the pact limited the patrons in what they could do, Rugen hadn't wanted to risk his people, so he gave in and made a bad deal. Now the human was proving how little he had known. The human had killed his champion, but Rugen couldn't even really be mad about that. Magnor had been following orders, but what did he expect when he cut the man's woman into pieces? Rugen might not have been a flesh-and-blood creature for many thousands of years, but he still remembered some of those feelings. Now, Caldecota had said that he needed to do something to help him. Simona had already blessed him. It was unlikely the human would accept Rugen as a patron, especially now that he was on the path of ascension himself. He might never reach it, but it would slowly change him even if he never saw the end of that particular road. Valerius had sent an army and made an old Roshian first-gen into his herald, granting more power than any of the other sojourners. Well, other than this Timothy Stein. Now what was Rugen supposed to do to compare with that? Then he saw an opportunity. The human overtaxed himself yet again. There was a small window for Rugen to speak to his soul. The Ogrian patron reached out and touched the mortal soul.
Listen, we only have seconds before you regain consciousness. I've been ordered to provide you aid to make up for my previous, shall we call it, error in judgment. You won't get an apology for me trying to save my people, but I am sorry that my first gen killed your lover, and am glad you found a way to restore her. Now, I have to offer you a gift to aid you.
Tim's voice warbled as he was adjusting to where he was.
Why would I trust anything you offered?
I've thought about that. You're already carrying a tool I made, but it doesn't match with your power. So how about you let me add the power of the axe I made to your soul-bound weapons?
Tim seemed to consider the patron's offer for a moment, but then shook his head.
No, I'm not letting you touch my soul-bound weapons, and they already do what I need them to do. I'm more concerned with protecting my companions. It seems appropriate, since it was Magnor who killed Kayla, that you empower her. Give the power of the axe to her as a dagger, offer her a trait as a patron, and raise her to level 24.
You ask much. You don't seem to understand how much more powerful each level is. When you reach level 25, you will have ascended beyond mortality, even if that is only a stepping stone.
Oh, I get it. This is one of those very long journeys, but you've heard what I want. Do it or don't. But if you harm her, then know I'll spend all of eternity becoming strong enough to hunt you down if I have to.
The patron sighed and said,
Fine. When you wake up, you will find this waiting for you. I trust it should meet your requirements, but you will also find that the axe is gone from your soul pouch.
Rugen's attacking dagger. Weight, 0.5. Offense, 10 to 22. Requirement, level 21. Passive effect, attack speed increased by 35%. Passive effect, plus 6 damage, plus 8 cold damage. Active effect, shearing the sheep. Costs 20 mana. Allows the next blow to deal double damage so long as the target is lower level than the wielder.
As far as traits, I'm the patron of crafts, but I guess she does have experience as an innkeeper, so I'll give her the trait Divine Barkeep. It should make for some interesting experiences entertaining, presuming you all survive this. She will have to accept it, and me as a patron, the same for raising her level. I didn't make that rule, and you should know that by now.
Agreed. I'll tell her to accept it.
With that, Tim felt his soul rushing back to his body. 20 miles away, Tarsan, leader of the Roshian forces, paced back and forth. Just a short time ago, he had watched as a clear sky became filled with angry black storm clouds. The temperature where his forces were camped had dropped 40 degrees in 10 minutes, and everyone was wondering what had happened. A far-seeing spell from one of the arcanists with his army let him see a single man, a winged sojourner flying over the army and commanding the elements to obey him. Tarsan wasn't particularly religious. Like all First Gen, he knew the patrons were real. He just didn't see how they touched on his life very much. But watching something like that, it was beyond the pale. It seemed impossible that one man could command so much power. Then he heard a voice inside his head he hadn't heard for long. It's time. Just because he hadn't heard it for decades didn't mean that Tarsan forgot the name of the being who had dragged him from his home. Once upon a time he would have cursed at the patron, but now he had wives, children, and grandchildren here. He had been an arrogant young warrior when he was brought to Io Kusante, but this had become his home.
Valerius, I assume nothing good is happening if you're speaking to me again.
There was laughter in his mind.
I'm not like Simona or Rugen. If those I choose can't survive on their own, then they don't deserve to serve. But now I'm calling you to an honor which I haven't given out in over 1,000 years. Somehow, I expect there are strings attached. Surprisingly few. Certainly not anything out of character for you. Then speak plainly.
Valerius laughed in his head.
Oh, I love your boldness. Just don't push it too far. What I am offering you is the chance to become my herald. Your life will be extended. Your level will be pushed past the cap of level 20, and you will gain a new trait to match Pain Mirror. The Roshian, what humans called orcs, thought about it for a moment. His trait was one of the reasons he was so feared. He was able to project the pain he felt during a battle back out to all those around him. It could make things complicated, but with experience, he had leveled it all the way up to level 4 and could direct it at a single target now. And what do you ask in return?
Simple. You will enter the abyss in the party of the human you recently watched in the air. His name is Timothy Stein. There you will slay or further bind a fallen patron who is trapped at the core. You may only leave once that is accomplished. Do you agree to this challenge? Many men might take time to think about it, but that wasn't the way that Tarsan was built. He was a man of action, and one nearing the end of his life. To have revitalized power and face a challenge that no other sojourner had faced in the company of what seemed like powerful foes, well, that would be all that he could ask for. He agreed, and then heard Valerius say, "Very well, my herald. Then let's see if we can outdo the upstart candidate at his own game. Try out Mithril Formation as a new trait." Chapter 44. Distractions. Tim woke up after what felt like only a few seconds. He of course couldn't say for sure how long he'd been out, but what he did find interesting was the number of soldiers who lay bleeding and battered around him. Any sluggishness he felt evaporated immediately as he leapt to his feet. Standing near him was Cecilia. Her hands were moving quickly as she exercised her staffmaster skill and spells while dueling 3 armed soldiers. Tim could easily piece things together. He'd been attacked while unconscious, and Cecilia had stepped in to protect him. Not a single sojourner was numbered in those who had attacked, which made sense. It looked like about 20 soldiers had come for him. They probably thought to bind him while he was unconscious, or even drug him to keep him out. They likely would have been in for a rude awakening, as his hardiness would have made him immune to most drugs, and he had a number of ways to escape from any binding. Even magical chains wouldn't have held him when he had the chaos-based Shadow Step ability. Only 3 soldiers were still fighting. Well, that and a certain young nobleman standing at a safe distance. What was it with cocky young nobles at the border? It must be where all the noble families sent their problem children. Tim guessed it made a morbid sort of sense.
Either they'd get a clue and learn how the world worked, or they'd be culled before they could spread their defective genes. Binding chains of balance. There. That spell would easily hold the brat of a noble son. Tim turned to watch Cecilia. She was learning quickly. She took a couple of cuts from blades, but her enhanced hardiness made it so they didn't actually break her skin. Her speed was so much greater than that of the soldiers that even though she was still learning to control her skills, she was much faster than them. Want me to finish them?
Don't you dare! I need the practice.
Tim just shrugged. Then Cecilia fired off an electric arc, which leapt from one guard to the next. Tim's eyes bulged. At her level, that spell was sure to kill the guards. Maybe they had it coming, but still, it was like killing helpless children. He was shocked when he saw that instead of being killed, they simply spasmed and fell to the ground. How? Cecilia smiled.
I pay attention. I've been watching how you modify spells. I may not be able to create spells, but I can learn to master the ones that I control. I figured if I can channel more mana into a spell to increase its effect, then why shouldn't I be able to cast a weaker version?
You really are a natural. Thanks for keeping me safe.
Yeah, Kayla asked me to watch you. She would have herself, but I'm a healer, and she was needed on the war. It's bad. No matter how fast we kill them, they keep coming.
Tim nodded. Whatever the reason, thank you. I need to get you back up there, though, so you can be healing. Do you mind if I carry you while I fly? She simply grinned, and Tim knew she'd love to fly. Who wouldn't? As he landed atop the wall, he saw Kayla flashing from opponent to opponent, killing them. Most of these Mimar were under level 12, and so she was auto-critting if not landing a devastating critical on them. There was no need for Assassin, or rather the skills of her new Shadow class. She just had to hit them. But Cecilia had been right. Some 70 Sojourners were fighting desperately in teams. Even at level 20, they were going to eventually run out of stamina, and there had to be several 100,000 Mimar. They were like a swarm out there. Tim thought for a moment. He could call another storm, but maybe he should avoid that. There might be negative effects he wasn't qualified to gauge yet. No. As he went through various attacks, he decided the best way to deal with this was with summoning. No matter how powerful he was, he could only be in one place. With summoned creatures carrying out his will, he would be able to break that rule. There were limits, of course. First off, each summoned would siphon off a part of his mana regen. But since his stats were so high, he was sitting on mana regen of 185 per minute, so he would be fine on that front. He also had enough mana now to be able to summon some very powerful creatures. Since his summonings were all elementals or para-elementals, he would need an appropriate environment to create a body for them. It was one of the downsides of this type of summoning, but he felt like it more than made up for not having to deal with the extra-dimensional issues presented by either fiends or angels. Tim noticed General Thune and said, I left you a present bound in magical chains down below. You should send someone to lock him up, because I can't guarantee his safety if I see him again. The general paled. I was afraid he'd try something, but I didn't order. Tim cut him off. You're subordinate, your responsibility. But clean it up, and we won't have any problems. Now, if you don't mind, I need to figure out how to destroy an army. The Mimar were swarming up the wall in huge numbers. The deep mud which the storm had caused was almost completely gone now simply by the number of feet which had gone through it, but Tim saw an opportunity. Perhaps there was still enough for 2 or 3 mud para-elementals. They wouldn't be as strong or durable as earth elementals, nor capable of some of the things that water elementals could do, but they might be perfect for this situation. Elemental summoning. Tim cast the spell and poured extra mana into it, while also adding in a couple points of order and chaos each. The spell form bulged but didn't break as Tim's will held it together. Tinkering with spells was becoming almost second nature to him. Tim felt as the consciousness of an elder elemental entered the pool of mud where he had focused his spell. Then he smiled as it burst out 50 different directions. Each tendril was a perfect mix of earth and water, fluid enough to force its way into Mimar noses and mouths, but solid enough to rupture their throats and lungs with no difficulty. The slaughter was impressive, but Tim had to look away. Even if this elemental managed to kill 1,000 of the Mimar, that would only be a drop in the bucket, and he could see that the rest of the Sojourners had limits. He cast again twice more in quick succession. Elemental summoning. Elemental summoning. 2 more mud elementals sprang to life and were filled with the single command he had given them. Kill the Mimar. Kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible, and then move on to the next one. It was gruesome, but Tim couldn't find any sympathy for these abominations. Each one of the elementals only took 10 points of his mana regen, but he still needed to be more efficient with them. Tim looked around trying to envision what kind of elemental he could make now. Fire was always destructive, but for that, he'd need a big bonfire. Then he had another idea, but he'd have to get the timing just right.
Armand! Cecilia!
The 2 named Sojourners worked their way along the wall until they reached him. Armand, I need you to cast Electric Arc in its chain lightning form, but I need you to hold the charge in your hands before releasing it. Can you do that? It's gonna hurt. I'll be electrocuting myself. Tim's expression didn't change as he asked, But can you do it? The elementalist nodded grimly. Then do it. Now, please. We are running out of options. As Armand cast his spell, Tim cast another elemental summoning. The training and memories he had from his vision told Tim that lightning elementals were the most mercurial of all elementals. They were famous for destroying their summoners because of how quickly they moved. If they slipped the magic which leashed them even for an instant, that was all it took. Tim didn't want to become arrogant, but he was beginning to believe that he could do just about anything he put his mind to. So as the current danced between Armand's hands and then began to work its way up his arms, Tim released his spell. The electricity came to life. Tim felt it strain against his will. It was a wild thing, born of storms and meant to be free. But Tim applied the new trait he had copied from Armand and mastered the storm. As quickly as he willed it, a creature of ball lightning shot along the edge of the wall, shocking hundreds of Mimar. Its power would eventually be spent, but the friction and movement of the bodies allowed it to gain additional charge. The power was intense, but Tim felt the first of his mud elementals had already fallen. He needed more, and faster. You watched what he did, right? Cecilia nodded. My turn? Yeah. Sorry to ask you to do this. She didn't even reply, but began casting the spell. Just like Armand, her stats were boosted by iron formation. The power of the spell she created was even greater, and soon a second ball of lightning was dancing amongst the Mimar. Tens of thousands had already been slain by the more than 50 level 20 Sojourners. Now Tim was killing his own tens of thousands, but it wasn't enough. Tim looked out and saw that several 100,000 more waited. He needed time to think. There was something wrong with the way he was going about this. He would need more power, so reluctantly, he activated the crucible again and consumed the remains of the Mimar he had slain. Their power was in their blood. That was what that Mimar shadow had told him long ago when seducing him into taking this power. Still, he was careful this time to only consume the remains of a few hundred at a time. Tim chuckled to himself. Only a few hundred. He couldn't help but feel like this was all just a lead-up to something more. He needed a new perspective. Tim leapt into the air and tried to take in the entire battlefield. The Mimar were coming hard at him. There were still some monsters behind them driving them on. More of the Cambions. But something had changed. Then he realized what it was. His vision as a bestial was always the greatest. Almost 15 miles into the untamed lands, another battle was happening. An army of green-skinned humanoids were fighting against thousands of monsters in all shapes and sizes. The people looked like what he would have called orcs, which meant that they were Roshians. So at least one of the other nations had sent an army. They were faring well, but weren't going to be able to help with the Mimar. Tim had to think bigger. Part of him was afraid to overextend himself here. Come to me. Become my herald.
and all this can end. He heard the voice in his head but ignored it. Tim was pretty sure he had already figured out what Asmarin was really after, and he wasn't going to give it to him no matter what. But now he needed to stop thinking like a sojourner. When he had first arrived in Iokusente, Tim had been a human, or at least he had thought like a human. It had taken time to adjust. Now he was thinking like a sojourner. He was fighting like one, with the powers but also the limits of a sojourner. He kept worrying about how much mana he had and was careful not to burn through all of his resources, but that was flawed thinking. He might not be an ascended being, but he knew what that path involved. Then he realized this was a fork in the road. If he truly focused his will, Tim could consume the army of the Mimar. They were much easier to consume than other kinds of monsters. It had to be because their will was broken, and they were only pawns of Asmarin. If he did that, though, he would be choosing the path he would follow toward ascension. He would consume when he had to, but only as part of the natural cycle. He wasn't going to become a destroyer, so he was going to need a few minutes for what he had in mind. With that thought, Tim flew back down to the wall. His keen eyesight picked out Kayla, and he landed next to her. She downed another Mimar before Tim let loose a wave of red hellfire with his left hand and another of golden holy fire with his right hand. The section of the wall they were at was scoured for a moment, but it wouldn't last. "I have a gift for you." "Your timing sucks," Kayla replied. "Well, technically it isn't from me. It's from Rugen. Yeah, I know, we hate that guy. But apparently, Cal Dakota ordered him to make amends by helping me. I felt like it would be more appropriate to help you. If you accept him as a patron, then he will give you a new trait and raise you to level 24. Oh, and he made this dagger for you." Her eyes got big as she must have assessed the weapon. It was far more potent than any of her current weapons. "You think I should do this?" "There is a risk, but I think it's worth it. I think it's the only way we survive this, because I'm going to need some time to do what has to be done." "I trust you." As soon as she said the words, she must have accepted the notification she'd already received. Her body spasmed, glowed for a second, and then she said, "Wow, 32 stat points for one level. That's crazy, but I like." "Yeah. Now I need you to keep me from being interrupted. I know this is going to be difficult, but I'm counting on you." She nodded. "Do what you have to do." With that, Tim jumped off the wall, not to the relative safety behind it, but down into the swarm of Mimar. Great gouts of flame blasted off of him as he scorched the area around him. The Mimar fell back from him. Even their fear of the Cambions behind them didn't compare with the pain of hellfire. Once an area of a few 100 feet had been cleared, Tim sat down cross-legged and pulled a seed out of his pouch. It was time to meditate. Chapter 45. A Builder. Tim sat down and started to pull in the energy around him. It had been difficult before, but each time he did this, it became easier. He couldn't help but notice that the more desperate the situation, the easier it became. This time round, he needed to handle more power than he had ever managed before. So what better way to make that happen than to jump into the midst of 250,000 Mimar? They might be under orders to bring him to their god, Asmarin, whom they called Quint, but the odds of him getting crushed were pretty high. He sensed Kayla, then Cecilia, then all the Silver Eagles surrounding him. The patron bond he had with them allowed him to be aware of their presence even as he meditated. He was fairly sure there were other sojourners around him. The entire group probably was. The only question was whether he could accomplish what he needed to quickly enough. He had once grown trees just to do a kind thing. Well, that was coming full circle now. Tim could see his path of ascension. Truthfully, he planned to walk both, but he instinctively knew that he needed to choose one as his primary. The path of the destroyer was quicker, but the foundation wouldn't be as strong. He almost gave in to the lure of power and rapid growth. Tim knew that he needed all the power that he could get if he was going to make it through what was coming. But he didn't want to take that path. Iokusente was his home now, and he wanted to make it better.
So Tim made the conscious decision that he would take the path of the builder. And now he needed to build a defense that would survive without him. Even his summons weren't enough. So he would grow his own defenses. He shoved the seed of a cherry tree into the ground and then began to focus all of his power on that seed. As much order and chaos as he could pull from around him was all funneled into that seed. He had created a spell to grow plants. It was the first spell that he had evolved.
Regenerative plant growth, control, and empowerment.
It had been powerful at the time. Now it needed to be more. Tim continued to feed power into it. Around him, the battle raged, but he was entirely focused inward. His reserves of power had swelled, and he felt a barrier. It wasn't the final barrier, but he knew it was the next one. This wall was what separated him from level 25 and the beginning of Ascension. As much as he wanted to push all this energy he was pulling into him toward breaking down that wall, he needed it for something else. The spell form grew beyond mortal limits. He pushed it to become a mythic spell, then beyond to become an ascendant spell.
Adaptability has been greatly increased. Willingness to wait in order to create something lasting is a sign you realize the universe is bigger than you. Interesting choice. Path of Ascension, Builder/Cultivator, has advanced. Title upgraded. Green Thumb of Creation, plus 50% to skills related to plants, has become Divine Touch of Creation, plus 200% to all skills related to building, growing, or creation. New spell created. Divine Organic Mastery. Rarity, Ascendant. Description. Allow the caster to influence the growth, regeneration, empowerment, and aspects of any organic material. Control over non-sentient life is greater. Control over organic material created by caster's power is supreme. Size, shape, and basic function of any organic material can be altered. This spell may temporarily grant boosts to an organism consistent with up to 50% of the caster's stats. This spell may only be fueled by raw energy and requires the use of both order and chaos. Life will find a way.
Tim suddenly felt in touch with everything around him. He felt the system of roots that he was creating as they grew under the surface. Nothing was showing yet, but the power was building. He also felt the taint upon the Mimar. They were the twisted creation of another ascended being, and as such could not be controlled even by his new spell. But he could perhaps slow them. Even as he worked his power into the ground, Tim sent out a pulse around him. Every human and Asmaran around him felt themselves boosted. Tim could only manage it for a limited time, but they all gained 50% of his stats for the next minute. At the same time, all of the Mimar were staggered for just a few seconds. It was the best he could pull off with this many, but it spread out all the way to the back of the Mimar forces. Kayla and the others were caught off guard by the unexpected power, but Tim could feel some of them catching up to it quickly. They realized the opportunity, and suddenly spells which had killed a handful of Mimar swelled until they were destroying them by the dozens. Even the regular humans temporarily had stats that most sojourners could only dream of. They raced amongst the Mimar, cutting off heads and arms with their gladius-style type swords. The heavy blades were perfect for this butcher's work. All too soon the Mimar started to move, but they were still pathetically overmatched by the empowered sojourners and soldiers. Kayla cried out,
30 seconds left on the boost!
Reggie's voice was raised in a taunt, and suddenly 100,000 Mimar were all focused on him. They clambered over each other, crushing their own kind in a rush to reach him. That, in turn, freed all of the other sojourners and soldiers to kill as fast as their empowered limbs could move. When the boost started to fall, the Mimar army had reached the point that even they broke. They raced back into their Cambion officers, who cut them down or blasted them with spells, but once again sheer numbers worked against the Cambions, who found many of their numbers killed. A lull settled over the battlefield, and Tim spoke to Kayla's mind. Get everyone back. Now. He didn't know how he had managed to do that. It was something to do with the patron bond, but whatever was happening to him was opening up new options. She did as he asked, and soon they were gathered all around Tim. He stood up then and grinned. "Ready." Kayla looked at him but didn't ask what he was ready for. The enemy was advancing on them again, but this time it wasn't Mimar. Instead, it was fiends. 300 Cambions and a dozen massive greater fiends were all moving at them. Each of those enemies was a match for even the newly elevated Sojourners. Only a few like Tim and Kayla could be sure of beating them in a one-on-one match. The human soldiers would only be in the way now that the buff had faded, and the enemy outnumbered the Sojourners 6-1. Tim smiled. The Cambions came running forward, but were outpaced by the greater fiends. Each of them were monstrosities like the one Tim's group had fought on the way toward the border. They were none too bright, but physically they were overwhelming. The Sojourners were all level 20, and those who were connected to Tim had iron formation to boost their stats, but there were still going to be deaths. A lot of deaths, if Tim couldn't manage something. Then he made one grand gesture, raising both his hands up, and the ground for 1,000 feet in front of the wall erupted. All those roots sank down and found water. They had absorbed minerals including iron and other metals. They burst up into trees which grew as fast as the fiends were running. The first of the greater fiends tried to barrel through but found that even his massive strength wasn't enough. He pushed over some of the trees before they grew enough, but eventually he was brought down. The Cambions were smarter and stopped at the edge of the trees, watching as a miniature forest was given birth in a single minute. Tim wobbled. All the power he had gathered, the type of power which could have pushed him into ascension, rushed out of him. Kayla caught him on one side, and Deruvin, the Asmarian knight, on the other. They held him up as his body was the channel for the raw energy of the world to be formed into the solid matter of trees. These trees were based on the cherry trees he had taken a seed from, but Tim had altered them. Those trees were meant to bring life. These were meant to take it. He didn't even have to scan them. They were his creation, and knowledge of the new trees filtered into Tim's mind through the system.
Barrier thorn trees. Level 10. Acuity and sagacity. Basic instinct-driven. Predatory. Hardiness 200. Flexibility 25. Abilities: consumption, branch whip, hypergrowth, empowerment.
Their level started at 10, but as they ripped into the fiends, Tim watched as they consumed and grew stronger. They had long branches which whipped around at the enemy. Instead of fruit, those branches were laden with 6-inch-long thorns. The trees themselves were a strange blend of wood and organic metal. The Sojourners cheered as a dozen greater fiends were being torn up. Soon they rallied and started adding their own ranged attacks to aid in the destruction of the fiends. Meanwhile, Kayla shadow-stepped with Tim to the top of the wall, and the rest of the Sojourners found their own ways up. The wall wasn't solid, as it was only meant as border guard to slow any monsters coming through. But the mountains which surrounded them made this valley the only good place for the monsters to enter Terra. Now they had a massive grove of guardian trees that were going to work to protect them. The enemy didn't move after the last of the greater fiends fell, but Tim didn't believe it was over yet. They were still outnumbered, and he was going to need some time to recover. There was also the matter of how the Roshians were doing. A quick meeting was called while Tim ate some food. He might be able to pull raw energy into his body, but something about eating still helped to restore his strength. The cooks had quickly grilled some kebabs with chunks of meat and vegetables for him and the other Sojourners. It wasn't fancy, but he still scarfed it down. Tim even managed to catch a short nap. He hadn't expected to get a message about Ephemeral. He felt different now, but apparently it was still part of his nature. His eyes had been closed for more than 5 minutes, but it was still enough to advance his chance of changing to 40%. At least he didn't change this time. Now, he had to be ready to somehow defeat 300 level 20 fiends who fought with magic and weapons. No biggie. Chapter 46. Final Party. Jacob called out, "They're coming!" Tim hopped up.
He looked around. The guards on the wall were ready, but they didn't have that look of soldiers about ready to be attacked. It made perfect sense a minute later as a group of several hundred Roshians rode through the gate as it opened. Seeing elves, or rather Asmarians for the first time, was a shock, the same for dwarves or Ogrians, but that didn't make it any easier when another race from Earth fantasy came riding through the gates. They had a sense of brutality about them. It was as expected. Tim could make out the classes that were the same as humans and the other two races, yet somehow the Roshians managed to make everything seem more savage. Maybe it was just the way their armor was crafted, or the simple tusks. Tim assessed them as they came riding in. Their numbers were just about the same as the humans, with 50 sojourners roughly. Most of them were between level 8 and 16, with a couple higher, but then he saw one in the middle of the pack. That one caught Tim's eyes. The orc was clearly a powerful warrior. His head was bald but for a long white braided ponytail. He had the signs of age on his face but still seemed strong. Tim's eyes widened even more as he assessed him. Tarsun Uzget. Race. Roshian. Sojourner. Level. 22nd. HP. 3,816. Status. Herald of Valerius. Traits. Pain Mirror 3. Mithril Formation 1. So, an actual herald. Tim had a guess about what was happening, which was confirmed as the orc made a beeline for him.
Valerius has sent us to help you, and chose me to be his herald. I am to help you seal the abyss.
Tim smiled. Right to it. I appreciate that. It looks like your patron wanted to one-up me. The large warrior arched an eyebrow. Tim added, I only recently upgraded Iron Body, a trait I took from a first gen of Rugen who betrayed us. I was able to create the Iron Formation trait, but it looks like Valerius has one-upped me. Either way, your help is appreciated.
You seem very accepting. In my experience, Terrans always have to call us orcs at least once.
I thought it already, but there isn't time to waste. You need to be filled in on things, but I'm pretty sure that the team for this mission has been handpicked. With that, Tim led Tarsun to a table and sat down to explain what he knew about the mission, the involvement of the patrons, and his own accomplishments. The Roshian took in the shocking information with few questions. He clearly understood the significance of being able to turn non-sojourners into sojourners.
Is that something you will only do for humans?
It isn't something I can do for anyone else now. Obviously, first we have to seal the abyss, but I will need to learn how to create more of the potions which caused the transformation in the future. For now, though, I can only say that I treat people based upon their actions, not their race.
That is acceptable. Then are we going to wait for these Cambions, or attack now?
Tim looked around at the others who had joined him. Neither. A strike force is going to head out to close the abyss. Only one party can enter, and we need to distract the rest of the enemy forces here. So, I just need 5 volunteers to go with me. Kayla said, You couldn't keep me away if you tried. I hoped as much, but didn't want to assume. I worry about putting you in danger again, but will feel better with you at my side. Reggie said, I'd go with you, but I can't leave my team. Tim nodded. It's okay. We need as many sojourners here as possible. With the addition of the Roshian forces and the barrier trees to act as a buffer, they might just have a chance. Tarsun said,
I hesitate to leave my army here. Are you sure the need for speed is so great?
Tim explained about his vision and the word from Cal Dakota. Reluctantly, the Roshian leader agreed to join Tim's party as long as he was afforded a few hours to integrate his forces into the defensive setup. That only left 2 more spots on the team. Cecilia said, Of course I'm going. No, actually, you aren't, Tim replied. He held up his hand. Before you argue, let me explain. First off, you represent something new in Iokusente. Secondly, as strong as you may be, you have the least training of anyone here. Alin said, I'm going. There must be an Asmarian with you. The shame would be too great otherwise. Tim nodded, understanding the double meaning of her words.
Agreed. That just leaves one more spot. I don't want to break up any teams. So would you be willing to join us, Jacob?
Yes, but I'm not nearly as strong as the rest of you.
Bah. You're an experienced warrior and have proven yourself to be reliable. Alin will be our healer, Kayla our rogue. I'll be range DPS, and you, along with Tarsun, will be our tanks or melee DPS.
The others were used to Tim's terms, and even Tarsun seemed to understand, so there wasn't any need for an explanation. After that, they got busy grabbing supplies and moving around setting things up. Tim met with the Roshan and Terran generals and made it absolutely clear that they were going to follow orders from Sojourners. It didn't go over well, but by the time he left the meeting, Tim was confident that at least for a short time they would honor the agreement. He also took the time to elevate half a dozen of the Roshan Sojourners. There simply wasn't time to do all of them, no matter how much easier it was becoming for him. Ultimately, Tim felt it was necessary not just for the power that it added, but also because it was a gesture of good faith. All the human Sojourners were level 20 after all, so he needed to even it up a bit. Once all the preparations were complete, they all gathered. Jacob asked,
"How are we getting past the enemy?" "I don't think they will stop us. The entire point of this has been to get me to go to the Abyss. The bigger question is when Baldrach is going to spring whatever trap he has in mind. But for now, we will be sneaking past the Cambions. I'm going to give you all master stealth, and then we just need to stay close together."
It turned out not to be nearly as hard as Tim had expected. Of course, that only fed his growing suspicion that he was doing exactly what he wanted. Once they were able to drop stealth, they started making much faster progress. Even hurrying, it still took a full week to reach the Abyss. It was, after all, hundreds of miles away, and even pushing their horses to the max, they ran them nearly to death. If it weren't for continual healing spells being cast on the horses to keep them going, they would have been on foot after the second day. The closer Tim got, the more he could feel the buildup of chaos energy. This wasn't any other dungeon he'd been to. This was the grandpappy of all dungeons. Fortunately, or perhaps not as more XP would have been good, none of the monsters they encountered on the way presented any challenge. Each night when they stopped for a break, Tim worked on enhancing the traits of the others or borrowing them. He was able to upgrade Iron Formation for Mithril Formation, which multiplied his hardiness and acuity by 5 once he maxed the level out. Flexibility and sagacity only got boosted by a factor of 4, but it was still an amazing trait. He passed it on to each of the other Sojourners. Whether they ever broke past level 20 or not, Alin and Jacob were both going to be amongst the most powerful people in the world just with the extra traits that he had. As expected, he wasn't able to give either of his Ascendant tier traits, but that was fine. He also wouldn't pass on Ephemeral or the Crucible to any of them. Besides Mithril Formation, the best new trait Tim got was Pain Mirror.
Pain Mirror 5. This trait allows you to reflect 100% of the pain you experience, either emotional or physical, to all enemies within 40 feet. Any pain resistance traits belonging to any being below an Ascendant will not protect them from this pain.
It was a brutal skill, but Tim could think of many uses for it. The biggest disappointment was that he wasn't able to borrow Jacob's trait, Second Chance. The notification he got was baffling, but at this point Tim was past fighting the system. He would use it, but he had to accept it was part of Iokusante.
Error. Ascendant candidates are not able to exercise temporal traits. Your presence on the timeline has been stretched and cannot so easily be tampered with. Mortals are more limited, but easier to move.
They would reach the Abyss the next day, according to the crude map they had. Everyone was nervous, and Tim more than any. He felt like he'd been led to this point since arriving in Iokusante, and now wasn't sure if he wanted to move forward. He checked his stats once more. That choice was ripped from him, though, as an hour into the next day they reached a gaping hole in the side of a cliff. It was a dungeon entrance, and Tim suddenly realized why he had been feeling the increased chaos. They had been atop the dungeon for the past day. The entire mountain was the dungeon, Why not? Since it was a prison for a patron. The rise of the mountain was just so gradual, and his mind had been fixated on other things he hadn't thought about it until now. The doorway was like a gaping hole in the light. It was a dark mouth, which led to a place of nightmares. But before he would even be able to go in, he'd have to deal with the figure standing in front of the entrance. Baldrach had finally decided to make his appearance. Chapter 47. Ascension. Tim had been waiting for this. He'd fought one archfiend before and come out on top. He could admit that he'd won before because the fiend had underestimated him, but he was far stronger now, almost exponentially so. So he leapt into the air and moved to cross the distance between them. The archfiend grinned. When the devil smiles, only a fool laughs, so Tim banked to the right as he cast a spell. Elemental Summoning. The spell was strong because of his stats, but not a drawn-out form, so Tim only managed to summon a lesser elemental, but it did what he wanted. The air elemental raced forward as Tim sought to put some distance between him and the fiend. Whatever trap the fiend had prepared was triggered by the elemental, and the air between the two of them burst with a black light. When it cleared, Baldrach was shaking his head.
You always make me do things the hard way. If you weren't the perfect tool, I swear I'd torture your soul for decades just as recompense.
Sorry I didn't walk into your trap.
Oh, you did by coming here. It was so easy to manipulate you. As Marin wanted out of his prison so badly that he took all of my suggestions. He made it possible for you to obtain the trait that every fiend is born with. So in that sense, we are cousins now. You aren't really a mortal any longer, as we both know.
You sure act confident for someone who was about to get his butt kicked, Tim replied. There is no way you can take on all 5 of us.
5? Bah. You came into this world alone, and alone you shall fight me, then fall to my power so that I may consume you and fully ascend. You have no idea how frustrating it is to be an archfiend. We are all on the cusp of becoming more, but stuck between the mortal and divine realms.
Tim looked down at his companions and realized the archfiend was correct. He couldn't expect help from them any time soon. The 4 of them were fighting 6 greater fiends, each of whom was shining with reserves of power. They were likely each close to becoming archfiends. Tarson was blocking attacks from one while thrusting with his sword at another. Jacob's style didn't make him the best tank, but he seemed to be able to jump between the opponents with his blade causing thrusting attacks. Then Tim's focus was pulled back to his own situation as an instinct alerted him, and he dodged at the last second as a cruel, barbed blade swung by the archfiend, nearly removing his head.
And there I thought you distracted enough.
Tim leaned into the aspect of the assassin with its expanded awareness in conjunction with the sensitivity to blood that came with his first class, an understanding of the flow of energy and the enhanced senses of a bestial. He was going to need it all as he summoned his blades. Their duel began as they fought in the air, on the ground, with blades and magic. Lightning, holy flame, even his life-tap spell all seemed to fail against whatever magical defenses Baldrach had. It dawned on Tim that fighting an archfiend who had prepared for the situation was not at all the same as fighting Pazuan, who had only recently entered this world. Still, he had to try. His newest control spell might work. It was Ascendant tier, after all. Binding Chains of Balance. The ornate chains shot out from his body and wrapped around the fiend.
He smiled as a purple shell of protective magic shattered under the onslaught. Perhaps he finally had the fiend. The chains wrapped around his arms and legs, stretching the fiend out.
Order your minions to break off the fight!
Tim realized his mistake too late. He should have simply tried to take advantage of Baldrock's momentary impairment. By trying to save his friends, he had doomed himself. His chains bound both arms and legs of the archfiend, but nothing trapped its tail. That same muscular tail held the enemy's blade and thrust forward as quickly as lightning. Even Tim's superhuman traits didn't allow him to avoid the attack, and he felt a burning pain enter his body. The blade burst out his back, having punctured a lung and rent his heart in half. As a sojourner, Tim could hang on, but the pain he felt was intense. He fell to the ground, no longer able to keep himself aloft. The chains of his spell disappeared, but the black blade was stuck inside him. Tim felt barbed claws extend off the blade, burrowing into his flesh, and he screamed out in agony. The only good news being that a pair of the greater fiends were caught in that same pain thanks to his newest trait. It gave his friends an opening, not that Tim was aware at that moment. He moved his hands to try and pull the blade out, but it burned as the weapon was sucking the very life force from him. All his energy in every form was being drained into the weapon.
Yes, give me your strength.
The archfiend was out of range of his pain, hovering in the air as he gloated over Tim. Tim's mind started to go dark. This was the end. He'd been set up by Caldecott, brought to a world he had no place in. He'd been given powers he hadn't earned, and now was nothing more than a fattened pig. Tim lay on his side, struggling to pull on the blade and failing as his HP dropped and his lifeblood pooled on the ground beneath him. The pain was intense and almost consumed him. Except for one little voice. He heard the squeak of a mouse. His mouth was flooded with the most awful taste, as though his familiar was licking something rancid. Whatever the mouse said was lost upon him, but that sensory input was enough to break the cycle of pain he'd been trapped in. He needed a way around this. Baldrock wasn't attacking. He wasn't even helping the other fiends. He was simply waiting for the sword to finish its grisly task. Something about this was so important. Oh yeah, it was the energy in Tim's body. That hit him. Energy was something he could control. With that thought, he shut off the electrical current that was flowing to his nerves. He didn't have the time or skill to do it precisely enough to simply shut off his pain receptors, but the result was the same. His body was paralyzed, but his mind began to clear. It would be a horrible position for a human to be in, except Tim grinned internally. He wasn't a human any longer. He was something more. He wasn't even a sojourner. He was one with the energy around him and could change whatever needed to be changed. Consistency is a lie. That was what Caldecott had said. Tim had always been so focused on the issue of control, but there were 3 parts to this. Tim seized the energy that was flowing from him into the sword. Change was life, and he wanted to live. No, he wanted to evolve and become something new. As the struggle for the raw power went back and forth, Tim focused on his trait and shifted his body. He became something different. He felt molded around the blade, and soon he was no longer impaled. Except that was only the beginning. If he could mold his flesh like that, then why did he need a body at all? Tim drew in the power around him. Baldrock screamed something, but Tim was oblivious to him. The archfiend was no longer his foe. Tim's own nature was the only thing he was fighting against. He activated his trait Defensive Aura of the Ascended and counted on the golden aura to protect him long enough. Then he focused inward. What had he been meant to learn about all of this? Caldecott was a jerk, but he had a purpose in all of this. It dawned on Tim that he was trying to make more ascended. It was as simple as that. Tim was just another experiment to him, but he at least had a chance. Time seemed to lose all meaning as Tim's body changed. He ceased to be a corporeal being with a soul or mind attached. Instead, he became a being of energy who happened to form a corporeal shell. Change was life. He had to remember that. He had to change to be what could live. So he grew stronger. His body changed, and he felt something break.
Congratulations! You have realized the pointlessness of your physical limitations. This will become a long process, but you have stepped upon the first rung of ascension.
Tim felt power surge through him as he became vastly more connected with the world around him and yet separate at the same time. He took a moment and looked at his status sheet.
Name: Timothy Stein. Age: 28. Height: 7 feet 1 inch. Weight: 358 pounds. Class: Ascendant. Rung: First. Hardiness: 625, plus 70 consumption plus 40 aspect. Flexibility: 474, plus 4 belt, plus 4 cloak, plus 54 consumption, plus 8 bracer, plus 40 aspect. Acuity: 828, plus 4 mask, plus 4 hat, plus 108 consumption, plus 40 aspect. Sagacity: 462, plus 4 mask, plus 50 consumption, plus 8 bracer, plus 40 aspect. Hit points: 13,350, plus 250 and 56 per minute, tripled. Mana: 17,205, plus 260 and 185 per minute, tripled. Offense: 128. Defense: 142. Chaos: 812 out of 857. Order: 1,244 out of 1,301. Cold resistance: 100. Traits: 1. Ephemeral 5. 2. Monstrous Shaper 5. 3. Mithril Formation 5. 4. Crucible of Consumption 5, plus 20 Hardiness, plus 4 Flexibility, plus 8 Acuity, plus 5 Sagacity. Shadow Step 3, Chaos Bulwark 3, True Dark Vision. 5. Defensive Aura of the Ascended 5. 6. Adept of the Twin Flames 5. 7. Storm Caller 5. 8. Pain Mirror 5.
Back to level 1. Or rather, the first rung. But it was worth it. Tim stood up, and Baldrock moved to fly up.
Binding Chains of Balance.
The spell shouted out again, this time with far more power, as Tim didn't worry about his previous limits. The amount of order and chaos he could add to enhance the spell was far more powerful.
Chaos Ice.
The sphere of ice formed around Baldrock, doubly trapping him. Then Tim went to consume the Archfiend, but remembered he had chosen a different path. Consumption was the easy way. He wanted to be a builder. He realized from his previous experience that he couldn't actually kill Baldrock here, but he could drain all his energy from him. The fiend began to shrivel. His cries went unheard and unheeded, though, as the ice encased his body. Once all that energy was gone, Tim felt the dungeon shake. The door started to close. He cursed. Something about the fiend had been holding it open. He cracked the ice open, but it was too late. Drained of his life force, Baldrock had been sent back to his own hellish dimension. The entrance kept shutting. Tim looked at his teammates. They were holding their own now that there were only 4 greater fiends, but the battle could go either way. Alin cried out,
Go! We'll handle this!
He saw determination on the Asmarian's face. She had failed to act decisively before, and it had cost him Kayla. Could he do the same thing now? Could he risk her? Tim groaned, but knew. He had to enter the dungeon. He took one more look, and then stepped through the portal.
You have entered a dungeon. The Abyss.
Chapter 48. Change. Tim knew he had to make the most of their sacrifice. Baldrach might be down, but the other fiends were not going to be an easy fight. Despite that, he felt the call to go further into the dungeon. This wasn't like the astral branches of the Abyss. This was the real deal. A dungeon created to be the prison for a god, or at least a being beyond human limits. The air itself was oppressive as a weight rested upon him. As Marin was escaping, no, perhaps not escaping. His bonds were cracked, and more of him was leaking out. Tim felt the power which had risen in him but didn't know if it was enough. This was the final showdown, the thing he had to do if he wanted to be free. He trusted Kayla, Tarson, Alin, and Jacob to do their jobs. They were all strong, and 2 of them were beyond level 20. He just had to hurry. Oddly, he was anxious for this final confrontation. The dungeon seemed to shift around him. The walls themselves were moving. "Come to me, my future herald." Tim heard the words. "Give it up. I know what you're looking for." He sensed a moment of panic, then confusion, followed by satisfaction from Asmarin. That was followed by silence before a simple question. "Yet, you come to me anyway." "Some things can't be avoided. Caldecott always says that control is an illusion, so maybe I'm only doing what I have to do."
I never agreed with him about that. The strong make the rules, so we had to suffer his monologuing. But I am the master of my own destiny. Don't you feel the same?
Are you trying to talk me out of coming to you?
Not at all. I have need of a new vessel, and if you don't face me, then your friends will die. If you do, I promise to offer my patronage to them. It will be up to them how they fare from there."
"You're assuming that you'll win." "I'm not what I once was," Tim said.
"Yes, and I must thank Caldecott for putting the potential into you, and Baldrach for pushing you so hard with his armies. He thought to harvest you for himself, but it appears that he has pushed you into ascension. Yet ascension is a ladder with many rungs, and you have only just now stepped off the ground."
Tim thought it through. Things had been lined up to this point. Oh, he'd had to fight and struggle and make hard decisions, but with enough perspective, Tim supposed that it would have been possible for someone to set him on this path and plot out his trajectory. Ironically, many beings had been trying to manipulate his destiny, so perhaps it wasn't as guided as much as different forces had tried to hurry him along. The shifting of the walls had stopped, and now there was nothing but a single long tunnel. It was a river of lava over 100 feet wide and rose up just as far until it reached a ceiling of jagged rocks. Slabs of black stone were floating down the river. Tim grinned. Whether it was Caldecott or Asmarin responsible for shifting the dungeon paths didn't really matter to Tim. They both wanted this confrontation, although for obviously different reasons. He was just glad he had wings to fly down the tunnel, and wouldn't have to try to river raft on lava. Then Tim heard a monstrous roar. It was like a lion on steroids. A few 100 yards down the tunnel, he saw a creature flying right at him.
Manticore. Level 19. Status: Dungeon Monster. HP 2,490.
Tim smiled. A manticore was a classic monster. This version was mostly a winged lion with the tail of a scorpion. It was almost nice to simply fight a dungeon monster rather than a fiend or even an elevated monster.
Devouring Reach.
The spell came effortlessly to him. The spell critted and dealt over 10,000 damage because of his ridiculously high acuity.
Or it would have if the monster had that much health. This turned out to be only the first of many winged monsters to throw themselves at Tim. He laughed with each one, as all they were doing was charging up his temporary HP and giving him a buffer for whatever was to come. He kept flying down the tunnel and soon was not even thinking as he smashed each monster with a quick spell. They were just nuisances which didn't even rise to the level of a threat. He had long since gained the max of 20,025 HP. This was what it meant to be ascended, apparently. After more than 5 hours of flying, Tim finally saw an end. The tunnel opened into a large cavern. He stopped before entering the cavern, but there weren't even any dungeon monsters inside. That was probably because of the overwhelming sense of danger he felt pouring out of the floating pyramid in the middle of the cavern. The pyramid slowly rotated in the air. Each side of it was covered in one of the patron's symbols. There were only 3 because, obviously, Asmarin had been the 4th. Tim couldn't see what was on the bottom of the pyramid, but he would have bet that he would have found a white rabbit there to symbolize Cal Dakota as the base. Stuck within the pyramid was a man, or rather, something like a man. Some of the time he looked like a shriveled-up Asmarian. His skin was gaunt and pale while his hair was thin and ratty. Signs of great struggle covered his face. Then the next moment, he was a powerful creature with the head of a wolf mounted atop the body of a mountain of a man. He made even Tim's bestial form seem petite in comparison. Tim didn't need to assess this being to know that he was seeing the physical form of Asmarin, trapped within the bonds crafted by Rugen and empowered by all the patrons. This was the wolf who had filled his dreams. This was the being who tried to corrupt him. But most of all, this was the one who wanted to steal his body as a new vessel. It was never about becoming a herald for the imprisoned being. It was about empowering a body which would be a suitable way for the trapped patron to escape. Tim might not have needed to assess the prisoner, but he still tried.
Asmarin, the Grey Wolf.
A name was all he got. It had been a long time since that happened. Try again, if you wish. The voice sounded more like a growl as Tim heard it with his ears for the first time rather than in his mind. He almost refused simply on principle.
Asmarin, the Grey Wolf. Race, Asmarian. Ascended. Status, crippled. Imprisoned. HP, 74,924.
Tim couldn't help but laugh. Nearly 75,000 HP, and that was him crippled. Apparently, there were real differences between the rungs of ascension. He couldn't help but remember that every time he felt like his power had finally reached the point he wasn't going to be threatened anymore, that he was quickly disabused of such a notion. So, either he tried to flee and deal with whatever was sent after him, or he had to believe that he had been properly prepared for this even if he didn't see how he could match up to the fallen patron. Since the first option would bring suffering to any who were close to him, there really was no choice. What was it that he'd heard before? Perhaps it was something about choice being a dirty little lie told by those with power to those without. Tim tensed as he landed on the stone and walked into the room. He hadn't noticed it at first, but there was a ring of bloody altars all around the pyramid. He felt a surge of anger. The blood of innocents as well as the blood of Mimar stained those altars. But then again, Mimar were made by the death of innocents. A surge of anger went through Tim, and before he even realized what he was doing, he called forth holy fire. It struck the closest of the altars, which was turned into slag before the flame leapt equally to each side. Tim's power surged as he poured more energy into the flames. Impotent outrage is unbecoming. You can't change what has happened. Even the Ascended cannot do that. You can only attempt to become strong enough to control the future. Tim snorted. So says the one bound and barely able to influence the world. Asmarin howled at that, not the howl a man makes as he imitates a beast. No, this was from the throat of a wolf and was laden with the sorrow of a trapped beast. When it faded from the room, he spoke again. You have no idea what I've endured. Consider how large the world feels to you now. How you feel like you can sense it in ways you never could before. Now imagine what it might be like for one whose scope was beyond what you can understand, to find themselves squished into a box. So you are the victim in this. You who have overseen the death of millions of men, women, and children. All for what? So you could escape your punishment. Punishment. Punishment is given to children. No. This is the actions of those without vision. You've seen what happens to those without power. Now, open yourself to me, and you'll have power beyond what you can imagine. We'll bring the others down, and you can rule Iokusente or not as you wish. Just because I have done what has to be done doesn't mean I'll become like you. Tim shook his head. He cursed. You know what? Words aren't going to settle this. I can't change you, and you can't change me. Only one of us is going to leave this place. Then Tim surged forward with stats beyond superhuman. He'd thought he had understood power a dozen different times, and each time he'd been proven wrong. He had to hope that at least one last time he could pull a rabbit out of a hat, so to speak. His hand touched the pyramid. There was a slight bit of resistance around it, but 2,000 years and the blood of thousands of innocents had weakened it. As soon as he made contact, Tim's mind was pulled through a strainer to another place. Once again, Tim entered the dream plane. This time he did it with his eyes wide open. No longer was he pulled in by the book of names or the whim of a patron. He was there because he willed it to be. Around him, the terrain changed. Rocks the size of mountains floated in a purple sky. 1,000,000 living souls were all around him. He could feel them but not see them, his awareness greater than his knowledge. But one he could see. Standing in the midst of a grassy field next to a lone tree was a man with the head of a wolf. He towered at least 10 feet high, but had a presence much greater than that. The two looked at each other and knew what destiny held. Tim stopped fighting it, and instead decided to take hold of it and make of it what he wanted for his future. The two of them both ran into each other. The power of their steps would have ripped up stone on Iokusente, but here, reality was both more durable and more pliable. They slammed into each other. Tim felt claws rip into him even as he drove his blades deep into the wolfman's chest. Those wounds should have done something, even to a being as powerful as Asmarin, but the wolfman backhanded Tim and sent him stumbling backwards. Tim bounced back up and watched as the wounds he had just made closed before his eyes. Back and forth they danced like this. Tim would tear into him, delivering what should have been crippling blows, only to receive glancing blows in return. Each one tore at his buffer of temporary hit points. Something was wrong. This fight wasn't like any other he had experienced before. Asmarin was strong, but not so strong or fast that Tim couldn't handle him. Neither had yet to land a critical blow or wait. That was what was missing. He hadn't realized it at first, but there were no system notifications. Those annoying pop-ups about damage taken or received weren't just muted, they were absent. Then it hit Tim. This wasn't Iokusente. The system was something unique to the world created by Cal Dakota, or at least appropriated by him.
A moment of panic went through him as he wondered if he could access any of his spells, but it passed just as quickly. This was beyond good. His imagination cranked up, and he realized this place didn't have the same limits as Iokusente, certainly not those of Earth. The fighting shifted from then as Tim began to play. He was new to being ascended, but a modern entertainment on Earth had equipped him with a fertile imagination. In a place like this, he could do anything. He spun his hands in a circle and ripped open the space between the two, Doctor Strange style. Then he pulled Asmarin forward before closing the circle and cutting him in half. The battle continued to change as they moved faster and faster. The only limits were Tim's imagination, and he grew into that by the moment. One thought kept plaguing him, though. This foe was thousands of years older than him and vastly more experienced. Tim didn't know why he was able to hold his own. Asmarin turned into a mist and tried to force himself into Tim's mouth, but he called up a combination of holy flame and hellfire to push the enemy back. He was being stupid still. He didn't need a body here. It took a minute, but Tim faded away and expanded. He could feel the entire world around him. It had a pulse of life and power, and he could pull it into him. Tim looked at Asmarin once again and realized that he was different. The image he saw was one of a shriveled being, emaciated and unable to muster more than a fraction of power. It hit Tim. This fight had always been his to lose. That had been the entire truth since Caldecott had yanked him away from Earth. Ephemeral wasn't about change. It was about potential. There was no limit to what he could do other than time. He simply had to keep growing. Tim flexed out with his trait and caught Asmarin. The former patron was still crippled by whatever had happened to him. He'd been confident he could fool a mortal, but if the prison had only held him when he was on Iokusente, then it would have been a poor prison for a being who could walk between the planes of reality. There was so much that Tim knew he had to learn, but now he knew without a doubt that he could kill a god. Tim summoned all the power he could gather. He focused both order and chaos through his trait and launched his intent at Asmarin. The Crucible called out for him to use it, but Tim had decided to walk a different path. That didn't mean he would allow those who threatened him and his to live. He felt the struggle from Asmarin. Tim had learned to change everything around him, so why not change an ascended? If Asmarin had been whole, this might not have been possible, but now Tim wheeled his foe back to mortality. Bit by bit, layer by layer, he stripped away Asmarin's ascension and crushed his soul back into a mortal body. His mouth opened to protest, but Tim didn't stop. His sword lashed out, and with a single blow, he ended the crippled patron turned back into a man. Death was only another type of change, after all. Nothing in this universe was ever truly destroyed. It only became something different. Now, his foe faded away. Tim felt the emptiness of the missing notification. It should have told him that he had killed a god or slain a fellow ascended. Who would have guessed that he'd actually come to miss that? What the future held, Tim couldn't say, but for now, he knew he was free. He felt a rumbling and realized that it was the abyss. The dungeon was filled to brimming with chaos energy, and all of that power had been focused on suppressing Asmarin to hold him prisoner. Now there was no longer a purpose, and the dungeon was coming apart at the seams. Tim rematerialized in that cavern. The pyramid lay on the ground, cracked wide open like an egg. The walls of the dungeon were flexing outward. Tim began to fly out. He needed to reach Kayla and the others, but he wasn't moving fast enough. The dungeon would explode within minutes. He pulled in the power around him, and then wheeled himself to be outside the dungeon. He felt the world ripple around him, and then he was standing outside the yawning maw of the dungeon. Kayla, Alin, Jacob, and Tarson were all there. The corpses of several fiends lay around them. Tim breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, we need to be leaving. The dungeon is going to explode. Kayla's eyes went wide.
You're different.
Not in the ways that matter. But at least I can save us now. He didn't bother to ask permission as he sent a tendril of power to each of them. Then he once again warped reality to end up back at the border. The fighting had ended there too, as the human and Roshian forces had prevailed. There were many dead, but Tim knew there would be a future for others because of those sacrifices. Then the ground shook. A column of fire ripped up into the sky so high that it could be seen from miles and miles away. It was like a massive volcano going off, and the world of Iokusente would be forever changed. Epilogue. Happily ever after. Tim got up from the stump he was sitting on as he heard Kayla walking up from behind. Well, it wasn't so much hearing as he felt her. He turned and opened his arms to take her into an embrace. She nuzzled up against him, or as close as she could get with the swell in her belly. Tim instinctually ran a tendril of power through her. She was perfect. He made sure she maintained perfect health. The 3 years since the abyss was closed had been busy. There were monsters all over which needed to be hunted down, and some of the threats were ones that only Tim could deal with. Yet lately, things had started to quiet down, and Tim found himself with more and more time to spend at their farm. He smiled as he thought about it. Who knew that the office drone become hero would end up being happy as a farmer? Cherry trees were only the beginning. Caesar had gifted the entire village of Kotswick to him, even though he really just wanted a small place to call his own. Kayla looked up at him.
You were sitting on that stump for hours. Where do you go when you stare off like that?
The smallest frown crossed his face, but was gone almost instantly. Just relaxing. I'm learning to be rather than do. But what about you? Tim ran his hand over her swollen belly as he asked her that.
Any day now, according to Cecilia.
You know she insists on checking on me every day. I think she is excited about the baby as I am. Although, I suppose you could probably tell me more accurately.
Tim kissed her forehead. I don't need to know everything. Just knowing that you and the baby are well is enough for me. I've finally found a home. Another set of eyes kept watch over the young, budding family.
Farming is a strangely appropriate metaphor. You keep growing, and I'll keep betting on you.
A second presence appeared, and Caldecota turned.
Come to pay up on the bed, Alluri.
The new figure scoffed.
You're calling him a victory. He's barely crossed the threshold. The bet was to see which of us could create an environment which would create a naturally occurring ascension first, specifically to see if we could accelerate the process. He is proof of concept. I won. You lost. Don't tell me that you're going to welch on the bet.
Ugh. He still has a long way to go. But fine. I'll pay up. The usual amount, right?
Of course. What the humans call $1,
Caldecota said with a smile.